Chapter 68. A friend. She asked me to be a tutor for the kids at home. The salary is very high. I have no reason to refuse. Qin Zhe shrugged. Oh. Wang Zijin pursed her lips and smiled gently. Then you go. I'm fine staying at home. I don't like to go out anyway. Speaking of tutoring, it was an old story. When Qin Bao just entered university, she didn't have a 36D yet. She had been a straight-A student for many years. During the summer vacation, she suddenly said that she wanted to experience life and create wealth. So she found a job as a tutor. The salary was very high. He remembered that it was the first time his sister worked. During dinner, his sister was like a proud little hen and announced it. The old man was pleased and said that Bao was smart and promising. Qin Ma's eyes were filled with tears. She said, "Our Bao has been smart since young. I want to be proud." Then the old couple looked at their mediocre son from the corner of their eyes. Now that he thought about it, they were two funny brothers. Qin Zhe felt as if he was struck by lightning. His young heart was left with a huge unerasable damage. After replacing the stock market, tutoring became his second obsession. But with Qin Zhe's mediocre ability, no one would ask him to be a tutor in this lifetime. Fortunately, his sister's pride didn't last long. One day, the male owner, who had ulterior motives, took advantage of the fact that his wife and daughter weren't at home and asked to keep Qin Bao as his sugar baby. It turned out that he wasn't interested in his sister's grades, but her C-cup and long legs. Qin Bao's first job was aborted. She didn't dare to tell her parents. She could only complain to her brother and cry in his bed. After so many years, he still had the chance to experience tutoring. This was good. He didn't know what job to look for during his internship. If the old man asked, he could confidently say, "I'm teaching." He couldn't say, "Jobs are unorthodox. Stocks are the way to go." The old man would definitely slap him to death. Half an hour later, someone contacted Qin Zhe and said that he was at the entrance of the neighborhood. After bidding farewell to Wang Zijin, Qin Zhe arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. He immediately saw a brand-new Audi A8 parked by the roadside. The driver was a burly middle-aged man who was serious in speech and manner. He took out his phone and dialed Qin Zhe's number. When he heard the phone ring, he got out of the car and opened the door. "Mr. Qin, I'm here to pick you up." Qin Zhe nodded and got into the car. The Audi A8 passed through the CBD area and drove towards Suhui. At 10:00 in the morning, it stopped at a villa area. Every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. The driver drove into the neighborhood and stopped in front of a villa. "Mr. Qin, we're here." Then, he made a phone call. Soon, a middle-aged woman, who seemed to be the nanny, ran out of the villa and opened the door. When Qin Zhe walked through the iron gate, he glanced around and was extremely amazed. The area of the villa, including the front and backyard, was more than 200 square meters, maybe even 300 square meters. Moreover, it was in such a location, so it was definitely worth a lot. Qin Zhe remembered that at the beginning of this year, some villas in Songjiang were priced at 10 million yuan. The villa in front of him, conservatively estimated, was more than 30 million yuan and less than 50 million yuan. However, it wasn't a new house. Looking at the appearance, it was quite old. Presumably, the price of the house back then wasn't as high as it was now. The two brown lacquered solid wood doors were open. Qin Zhe followed the nanny into the villa. The dome of the gorgeous crystal chandelier, the complicated pattern of the carpet, the expensive furniture, and the 2 rows of milky white sofas in the center of the living room told Qin Zhe that the decoration of the living room alone was estimated to be worth Qin Bao's 80 square meter house. How could a security company have so much money? There were two beauties sitting in the living room, one big and one small. The big one was the young woman Nan Man Pei, and the small one was a pretty girl in junior high school or high school. She had short hair and was beautiful. It could be said that they were mother and daughter. The two women's appearance was somewhat similar, but they seemed to be of different ages. Nan Man Pei looked, at most 30 years old. She sat on the sofa and flipped through a document on her lap. The student leaned lazily on the sofa. She was watching TV with a dull expression on her face. She was bored to death. "Qin you're here." Nan Man Pei smiled. "Sister Pei, I've never been a tutor before." Qin laid his cards on the table. Nan Man Pei said softly, "It's okay. There's always a first time. It's not easy for me to be a tutor. Children in the rebellious stage are a headache." Her voice was gentle, and there was a kind of motionless like a mountain, rising slowly. "Ziki, don't watch TV. Go back to your room and do your homework." Nan Man Pei looked at the student beside her. Qin smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Qin. I'll be your tutor this summer." "Nice to meet you." The female student glanced at Qin and rolled her eyes. "You're crazy." This was awkward. Qin said in his heart, "Fortunately, I didn't shake her hand. Otherwise, it would be even more awkward." Nan Man Pei smiled and said, "Qin, your tutor is not her. Ziki, go and ask Dong Lai to come downstairs." The female student straightened her back and yelled into the phone, "Li Dong Lai, your tutor is here. Get down here quickly." About 5 minutes later, a 17 or 18-year-old boy came down the stairs. He was wearing casual shorts, a loose t-shirt, and flip-flops. He was handsome, just like Qin in the past. Now, there was no comparison. The system gave Qin a plastic surgery gift pack, and he was already the most handsome boy in school. His hair was neither long nor short, and there was an air of arrogance between his eyebrows. He looked like a thorn in the side. Nan Man Pei said, "Dong Lai, he will be your tutor from now on, Qin." Li Dong Lai gave him a sidelong glance. Obviously, he didn't like Qin. He said angrily, "Where are you from?" The student added, "He asked you which school you graduated from." "University of Finance and Economics. Internship this year." "I haven't graduated yet." Qin muttered in his heart. This salary was not easy to get. The tutor seemed to be a problem boy. He was not easy to get along with. Li Dong Lai said unhappily, "Auntie, the tutor you hired for me last time was from Fudan University. Wasn't it useless? It's better not to hire a tutor than to hire a student from University of Finance and Economics." He whispered, "It's the summer vacation, and I don't even have enough time to play. Why hire a tutor?" Nan Man Pei smiled and said, "You have a problem with that." Li Dong Lai immediately shut up. He thought about it and still felt unsatisfied. He gathered his courage and said, "He's just a student. What can he teach me? I'm not a junior high school student. I want to test him." Nan Man said, "Okay." Li Dong Lai glared at Qin and said, "You wait." He turned and ran upstairs. Not long after, he took a mock exam paper and slammed it on the coffee table. He said fiercely, 45 minutes. If you can get more than 120 points, I'll agree to let you be my tutor." Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He turned to look at Nan Man Pei. The beautiful and unruly young woman smiled faintly and ignored him. He suddenly remembered a song in the music library. He heard a sentence, "I should play with you, but I turned a blind eye." The student glanced at Qin and said to Li Dong Lai, "Why don't you say you can get full marks?" 45 minutes. Li Dong Lai, you're really good at acting. Auntie, he just doesn't want a tutor. Qinze couldn't help but look at her a few more times. This girl was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Shut up. Li Donglai glared at her. The two of them, who were about the same age, looked at each other and snorted. 45 minutes. 120 points and above. Do you think I'm a little expert? Crazy. He's really a rebellious child. I really want to hit him. Sister Pei, I'm sorry, this tutor. He wanted to say that he didn't want this job anymore. But at this moment, a long-lost sound rang in his mind. Ding! Saint among men, 5/15, please complete this exam paper within 45 minutes and get more than 120 points. 90 points will be rewarded if you succeed. The corresponding points will be deducted if you fail. Qinze was stunned. System, I swear on my integrity that I'm not trying to show off this time. You are. I'm really not. You are. You're F*King wrongly accusing me. Host, the system is using your brainwaves and heartbeat to determine if you're trying to show off. If it says you are, then you are. I'm not convinced. The system ignored him. Fine, I'm convinced. How many points do I need to exchange for advanced mathematics? The system replied instantly. Beginner 50 points, intermediate 100 points, advanced 150 points. Again, if I get more than 120 points, should I exchange for beginner or intermediate? Beginner is a little difficult, intermediate is enough. F***ck, I'm still losing 10 points. Host can choose to give up. Give up. Qinze suddenly felt that something was wrong. The mission given by the system was unreasonable. If that was the case, any normal person would give up on the mission. Then what was the point of triggering the mission? Desire was one of the trigger conditions, but it wasn't the only trigger. The system wouldn't prompt a meaningless mission. A thought flashed in his mind. Again, how many points do I need to exchange for the correct answer to this exam paper? 15 points. Luckily I'm quick-witted, or else I would have been tricked by you. Qinze said happily. Exchange. Why are you in a daze? Can you do it? The female student urged Qinze with a straight face. What a fool. He should have just rejected it directly. Why is he still standing there? Li Donglai sneered disdainfully. He felt that this guy who was only a few years older than him had admitted defeat. Nan Man Pei saw that Qinze couldn't back down. He finally stopped looking at him coldly and offered him a way out. Just take it as a joke. He's not qualified to reject the tutor I hired. Qinze didn't respond. He dragged the exam paper to himself, picked up a pen, and started working. I should have cooperated with you, but I ignored you. Then, the family of three saw an unforgettable scene. 8 multiple-choice questions in 1 minute. Qinze looked at the questions first, then the answers. He pondered for 2 to 3 seconds before answering. After that, it was the fill-in-the-blank questions. Like a hot knife through butter, he was unstoppable. He looked at the questions for less than 10 seconds and answered them quickly. Li Donglai was dumbfounded. Then, he sneered. What was this? Playing to the gallery. Smashing a broken jar. How can you answer questions like this? The female student said disdainfully. If you can't do it, then you can't do it. Trying to be a hero. Li Donglai laughed. A hero becomes a coward. Nan Man Pei couldn't help but frown. At this time, Qinze had finished answering the questions. His speed finally slowed down. But he still didn't seem sincere. The so-called slowdown was because the answers weren't multiple-choice questions like ABCD, nor were they fill-in-the-blank questions that only required one answer. They required a detailed explanation of the answering process. The reason why Qinze was said to be insincere was because he was still writing quickly. He didn't pause or ponder at all. 12 questions in 15 minutes. The entire exam paper in less than 20 minutes. Qinze put down his pen and took a deep breath. Done. Chapter 69. Auntie, look at him. How can someone like him be my tutor? Li Donglai thought that even the school's geniuses had to tread carefully on the advanced mathematics paper. However, this guy was not only walking on flat ground, but also jumping on roofs and vaulting over walls. He did not use any draft paper from beginning to end. He did the multiple choice questions in his head and did the multiple choice questions faster than flipping a coin. Nan Man Pei smiled. The female student turned her attention back to the television with a lack of interest. She had lost interest. Qinze pushed the paper in front of Li Donglai. Mark the paper. Generally, there are answers to the mock college entrance examination questions. Li Donglai was stunned and said, "How do you know that this is a mock college entrance examination question paper?" This question paper was created by the school's teachers. It simulated the difficulty of last year's maths exam for the students to practice. Generally, the teachers would give the students the reference answer and the question paper together. The students also looked at Qinze. Qinze pointed at the question paper. Fudan University Affiliated High School. I studied here in high school. Old tricks. I've been there before. Nan Man Pei heard this and looked up. He smiled faintly. So, you're schoolmates. Li Donglai rolled his eyes and sneered. Then why didn't you get into Fudan University? Your grades were not good, so you went to the University of Finance and Economics. Qinze's smile suddenly froze. Talking about this old story was definitely not pleasant. Qinze went to primary school, middle school, high school, and even kindergarten with his sister. With the spirit that a clumsy bird flies first and hard work makes up for its clumsiness, Qinze went from primary school to middle school, then to high school. Under the advice of his grandfather, he could barely keep up with his sister's footsteps. However, when it came to the college entrance examination, Qinze realized that there was no cure for his clumsiness. Hard work could only make up for his clumsiness. Qinze's face darkened. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If I ask you to check the answers, then check the answers. So what if he went to the University of Finance and Economics? Not everyone can get into the University of Finance and Economics. His tone was not polite and even had a hint of threat. Li Donglai was stunned. The female student raised her eyebrows. Nan Man Pei said softly, Donglai, match the answers. Li Donglai wanted to say a few more words, but when he saw that Nan Man Pei had spoken, he shrank back and ran upstairs to get the reference answers. In the living room, Li Donglai held the test paper in one hand and the answers in the other. His eyes wandered back and forth between the test papers and the reference answers. The multiple choice questions were all correct. Fill in the blanks. There was nothing wrong with it. Answer questions. What the F***ck, the answer process was even more detailed than the reference answer. Ugh! Li Donglai's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. He didn't say anything for a long time. Nan Man Pei looked at his expression and understood. He smiled faintly and lowered his head to look at the documents. The female student's vision and judgment were poor. She said impatiently, Silly girl, how was the paper? How many points did you get? Li Donglai gulped and said with difficulty, 150 points. Psycho. The female student rolled her eyes and looked at Li Donglai as if he was an idiot. She snatched the test paper and the answers and compared them herself. Ugh! In the course of a few minutes, her eyes widened slightly, and then her mouth unconsciously opened slightly. The expression of, I've seen a ghost, froze on her face. Aunt. Aunt, let him help me with my homework. The female student was shocked. She couldn't find a single flaw in the entire test paper. Even the most difficult and demanding questions were perfect. What kind of monster was this? How could he have such calculation ability? Nan Man Pei shook his head. You have to learn piano during the summer vacation. Don't be distracted. Didn't you want to learn taekwondo? Little Chin has practiced martial arts before. You can learn from him. Nan Man Pei said. Li Donglai's eyes widened and he said in surprise, Aunt, you really agree to let me learn taekwondo? Provided that your grades improve. Nan Man Pei looked at his watch and said, I'm going out to buy some groceries. Donglai, take little Chin to his room. Let's have lunch here. The last sentence was directed at Chin Zhe. It was definitely not a question. The queen's strength didn't lie in her imposing manner. Her voice was cold and gentle, but she would do whatever she said. That was the real strength. Chin Zhe noticed the watch on her wrist. It was a Cartier women's watch. It was made of rose gold and inlaid with 18 diamonds. It was a limited edition crocodile leather wristband. It was released in 2007. It was sold for $1 million. After so many years, it had increased in value. Logically speaking, with Chin Zhe's identity as a commoner, he shouldn't know about such a luxurious watch. But there was a time when Chin Baobao longed for an expensive watch, so he bought a few magazines to read at home. He wanted to pick a watch for himself. His sister took a fancy to the watch that topped the list at first glance. Unfortunately, it was too expensive to afford. Chin Zhe learned about the existence of the women's watch from his sister's nagging. In the end, Chin Baobao picked a watch that cost 5,000 yuan after much deliberation. He didn't expect the queen to be a woman of good taste. After she left, Chin Zhe followed the teenager upstairs. Li Donglai's room was the last one on the west side. Unsurprisingly, it was much bigger than Chin Zhe's small room in both size and decoration. After entering the room, he glanced around. There was a double bed against the wall, a wardrobe opposite, a desk in front of the window, a lamp, a desktop computer, a stack of textbooks, and a black ceramic teacup. The room was clean and there were no suspicious tissues on the bed. Chin Zhe had a rough idea of Li Donglai's character. He wasn't an otaku. He didn't like to be clean, but he wasn't sloppy. The computer screen was lit up. The image froze at the end of the LOL game. The crystal exploded and two bright red words, failed. He liked to play games. There were dumbbells, grippers, and weighted sandbags in the corner. Was he a fitness guy? What are you looking at? Li Donglai glared at Chin Zhe. He looked even more vicious. Close the door. After Chin Zhe closed the door, he said, let me make it clear to you. In the future, you teach me and I'll play. You take the money, but don't put on the airs of a teacher. Don't peek at my aunt and don't hit on my sister. If you're obedient, I don't mind you being an eyesore in front of me. If you want to snitch to my aunt and make a good impression, I'll kill you. In the end, he sneered and said, I've seen more tutoring teachers than you have. In junior high and senior high school, his family hired several tutors for him. Li Donglai did not have the capital to refuse, but he had his own countermeasures. The male tutors did not give him a good face, but the female tutors were slightly better. Whatever they said went in one ear and out the other. After a long time, the tutors also gave up. They were too lazy to supervise a paralyzed mud like him. Everyone minded their own business. Chin Zhe stepped forward, raised his right arm, and directly gave the arrogant teenager a slap. Paw! The slap was so powerful that Li Donglai staggered and was dumbfounded. You motherf***er. After regaining his senses, he flew into a rage and threw a flying kick at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe kicked out as fast as lightning, hitting the guy's abdomen first. The guy was at least 120 pounds. He was sent flying and hit the door with a bang. He curled up and clutched his stomach, his eyes bloodshot. With your temper, you didn't get beaten to death. That means your family background is not small. Qin Zhe sneered. I've been wanting to beat you for a long time. Speaking of fighting, Qin Zhe was not a vegetarian. In middle school and high school, he was a thorn in the eyes of the teachers. However, he didn't fight because of himself. The reason was Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao was like a delicate rose that attracted crazy bees and butterflies. There were always local bullies and bad students who flirted with her. Qin Zhe inevitably became his sister's shield. When he just entered middle school, he was forced to fight with the third-grade hooligans who didn't know how to control their strength. His nose and face were swollen. When he entered high school, his strength increased. However, he still won more than he lost. His father was a serious person, but he didn't say anything about this matter. His parents not only didn't blame him, but also praised him for being reliable. Protecting his sister and picking a fight were two different things. The situation improved when he entered university. Firstly, the good-for-nothing Qin Zhe didn't get into Fudan University. Secondly, college students were rational and mature. They were no longer hot-headed middle school students. Harassing girls was punishable by expulsion. They might even be sued. Femme fatale. Qin Zhe understood this when he was in middle school. Li Donglai was obviously a middle school student. Qin Zhe didn't mind giving him a beating. At most, he would give up his education. He didn't have the intention to beat a drowning dog. That kick just now was enough to make this guy lie on the ground for a long time. If he continued, he would suffer internal injuries. At this moment, the door opened. A girl named Ziki stuck her head out. Apparently, she heard the noise and went upstairs to check the situation. When he saw Li Donglai lying by the door and complaining about his grievances, he was stunned. Just when Qin Zhe thought she was going to denounce him, the young girl giggled and took pleasure in his misfortune. Oh, you got hit? Li Donglai panted. Mind your own business. The girl clicked her tongue. Aren't you known as the king of duels in school? You're invincible among your peers. Li Donglai said angrily, I'm not as good as others. Why do you care? The young girl rolled her eyes and despicably kicked him while he was down. She then turned to Qin Zhe and said, Handsome, continue. He's just asking for a beating. Just don't beat him to death or cripple him. She shrank her head and left. The next moment, she turned back and reminded, Don't hit his face. If my aunt sees it, you're done for. Qin Zhe blinked. What's going on? She's your sister. It's none of your business. Li Donglai cursed. Qin Zhe didn't say anything and kicked this guy's butt again. He was in so much pain that his face twitched. He begged for mercy. Hero, don't hit me. Don't hit me. She's my sister. My biological sister. There's such a biological sister? Qin Zhe was shocked. We didn't see eye to eye since we were young. We hated each other. Li Donglai was crying. Don't hit me. It really hurt. This guy was too ruthless. Chapter 70. There was a saying that among siblings, the relationship between siblings was the most difficult to deal with. Qin Zhe didn't know if this was true. Anyway, he and Qin Bao had been together for more than 20 years. Overall, they were quite harmonious. As the younger brother, he had to protect the older sister. If there was a conflict, he had to give in to the older sister. If he couldn't bear it, he didn't have to bear it anymore. This was Qin Zai's experience. He didn't give one-sidedly. Qin Bao still cared for her younger brother very much. Although she always said, the younger brother's things are the older sister's, and the older sister's things are the younger brother's. However, after Qin Zai went to university, his clothes, computer, and mobile phone were all paid for by Qin Bao. Therefore, Qin Zai couldn't understand the way Li Donglai and his sister got along. He was too lazy to ask. Every family had its own difficulties. Qin Zai sat in front of the computer and checked Li Donglai's fighting record. The tragic record of 3-11-9. He picked up the high school exercise book at the corner of the table and flipped through it casually. After a moment, he sneered. 15 questions, 11 wrong. I have a rough idea of your results. He pointed at the computer again. 3 kills and 11 deaths. I also know your IQ. Your IQ is F*king up. Li Donglai's soft spot was touched. He was like an angry cat, full of the temper of a young master. Qin Zai swung his hand and smashed the exercise book on Li Donglai's head. He didn't use much strength, and there was a crisp sound. Li Donglai clutched his head and grimaced. His stomach was still aching. The previous kick had left a deep psychological shadow on him. He was known for being crazy and ruthless in school. At this time, he didn't have the courage to fight Qin Zai one-on-one. You're asking for a beating. Qin Zai sneered. Say something. Can't you study properly? If I say no, will you still beat me? Li Donglai probed. Beat him up, Qin Zai said concisely. Li Donglai thought for a moment. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him, so he gave in. I'm really not cut out for studying. If you want me to study hard, that's fine, but you have to promise me one thing. Qin Zai scoffed, you still want to bargain with me? Tell me. Hero, your skills are so powerful. Have you practiced martial arts before? Sort of. Li Donglai's eyes immediately lit up. He asked curiously and urgently, Wing Chun or Tai Chi? Xing Yi or level 8? Southern or northern? Fist or leg? Do you have inner strength? Do you know the inch punch technique? Qin Zai was dumbfounded. Li Donglai's eyes were like a pair of big light bulbs, blinking as he looked at him. He was a little different from the other rich kids because he happened to have seen some things, so he was very interested in the mysterious knowledge of martial arts. You've been reading too many novels. Qin Zai felt that this young man was seriously ill. Li Donglai was anxious, isn't that so? You kicked me away. Ordinary people don't have this kind of strength. Hero, I'm half an expert in fighting. Who has real skills and who is just for show, I'll know when we fight. I've learned a little martial arts, but I'm not a master. Of course, I can beat 10 of you. Li Donglai struggled to get up from the ground. He said loudly, Master, please accept this disciple's bow. Qin Zai was shocked. He rolled his eyes, let me say this first. I don't know the 18 dragon subduing palms or Buddha's palm. Li Donglai scratched his head and laughed, I can still distinguish between reality and fiction. Although his aunt paid for his tutoring, Li Donglai insisted on giving Qin Zai a gift. In the end, Qin Zai received 800 yuan from this kid and paid it on WeChat. According to Li Donglai, his monthly allowance was 1,000 yuan. Qin Zai was shocked. With the size of this villa and Nan Man Pei's Cartier watch, Qin Zai could speculate that this kid's family was not simple. For such a young master to have a monthly allowance of 10,000 yuan, Qin Zai would believe it. Isn't 1,000 yuan a little too shabby? Master, I'm telling the truth. Li Donglai swore. Your sister's allowance, shouldn't you add a zero to it? Qin Zai said. Li Donglai was stunned. Master, you're really good at predicting things. Qin Zhe said with a sorrowful face, raising a poor man and raising a rich daughter. My family is the same. The two guys who were in the same boat looked at each other and felt sad. They couldn't wait to hug each other and cry. It was the first day of tutoring. Qin Zhe didn't plan to go all out immediately. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and smoked with Li Donglai one after another. They chatted and got to know each other. The computer was playing last night's I Am a Singer variety show. Through the exchange, Qin Zhe learned that the beautiful student downstairs with a bad temper was called Pei Ziki. He also knew why the siblings had different surnames. Li Donglai said he followed his father's surname and his sister followed her mother's surname. Nan Man Pei was their aunt. As for their father's and aunt's work, Li Donglai didn't say much, and Qin Zhe didn't ask. But from Li Donglai's disdain and anger when he talked about his father, as well as his sadness and sadness when he talked about his mother, Qin Zhe was able to see the whole picture. Li Donglai's relationship with his father was definitely very bad, and his mother, who didn't live with him, had most likely passed away. It was also possible that she remarried. But it didn't make sense. Looking at the situation of the room, it was obvious that he lived here. Even if his parents divorced, he should live with his father or mother. How could he live with his aunt? The reasonable explanation was that his mother died and he didn't get along with his father, so he lived with his aunt. No wonder the brother and sister were so angry. The computer was playing the scene of Qin Bao Bao singing farewell song. Li Donglai even hummed along. The online update is too slow. Every time I want to listen to this song, I have to go online and watch the show. Li Donglai complained. Qin Zhe nodded. The online resources should be updated in a few days. He had already authorized it to the music chart. He estimated that the copyright fee would be paid tomorrow or the day after. This was only limited to the online copyright. The other copyrights were still in his hands. Li Donglai looked at the screen, exclaiming and drooling. Damn, this woman is so beautiful. Her figure is so good. I really want to sleep with her. Slap. There was a crisp sound of his scalp being shaved. Li Donglai held his head, feeling wronged and confused. Master, why did you hit me? Does a master need a reason to hit his disciple? At noon, Pei Ziki's roar came. Li Donglai, tutor, come down for lunch. She didn't know Qin Zhe's name, or rather, she didn't remember it at all. A villa was a villa. The kitchen was spacious and clean, with all kinds of kitchen utensils. It was too empty and lacked the feeling of a home. It wasn't as warm as Qin Zhe's small house. Qin Zhe didn't feel honored at all when the queen cooked the dishes herself. Because they didn't taste good. The dishes were cooked according to the rules, and the taste was barely satisfactory. They could only be said to be edible. Qin Zhe wasn't surprised. It was good enough that she could cook. A beautiful woman wasn't necessarily virtuous. There was a femme fatale at home who had lived for 25 years. At most, she knew how to add oil before cooking. Sugar and salt had to be tasted to distinguish. In addition, Wang Zijin was also a woman who didn't know how to cook. Why did the old man say that a woman who is too beautiful is not suitable to be a wife? There was a living example at home. After the meal, Qin Zhe spent half an hour writing a dense business plan. Of course, Li Donglai majored in science. Otherwise, why would he ask Qin Zhe, a science student, to help him? Whether it's learning martial arts or improving your grades, you have to memorize the contents of this business plan and do it with your heart. I'm too lazy to supervise you. If you don't meet my expectations, I'll beat you up. I'll say it first, so that you won't blame me for not teaching you. Qin Zhe slapped the business plan in front of Li Donglai. You have to walk your own path. You may have a good family background, but you can't change the fact that you're broken. If you want to stand out, it's useless to rely on others. You have to rely on yourself. Li Donglai held the business plan in the palm of his hand as if he had received a treasure. Not only was there a plan for his grades, there were also detailed training methods to improve his physical fitness. Master, I think that these are too basic. Are there any moves that can defeat the enemy in one hit? You haven't learned how to walk, and you only know how to run. Qin Zhe sneered. Then, in front of the 8th grader, he punched the wall. With a dong sound, the paint on the wall peeled off and a few small cracks appeared. Li Donglai opened his mouth wide in shock. Without a strong body as a foundation, you're still a weakling no matter how many moves you learn. Qin Zhe said indifferently. The elders have emphasized countless times that a strong foundation must be built. It's not a casual remark. This pretentiousness. Li Donglai was speechless. Qin Zhe sat in Nan Man Pei's car and went home. Of course, the driver was not the queen, but the queen's chauffeur. At 2:00 in the afternoon, Nan Man Pei came downstairs in an office lady's suit. She wasn't wearing a skirt, but a pair of pants. In the living room, Li Donglai was holding a business plan and reading it, concentrating on memorizing it. Pei Ziki said angrily, "Go upstairs and memorize. You're so noisy." Li Donglai rolled his eyes. "You wretched girl, shut up." Nan Man Pei walked over. "What are you looking at?" Li Donglai handed it over obediently and restrained his arrogance. "Auntie, I'll study hard in the future." Nan Man Pei took the business plan and laughed without looking at it. "Did the sun rise from the west?" Pei Ziki sneered. "He's scared of being beaten up." Li Donglai turned his head and said angrily, "You talk too much." Nan Man Pei said gently, "What happened?" Li Donglai stammered. "I scolded Sure. Qin Gu in the room and got beaten up. I'm the worst." Nan Man Pei nodded and looked down to read the business plan. The siblings were stunned by his nonchalant attitude. Li Donglai was famous in school for being a troublemaker, but he was not expelled. Whether it was the school or his parents, Auntie could handle it. If Auntie couldn't handle it, there was still their father. The business plan was very detailed. It evaluated Li Donglai's level and set a goal for the next 10 to 20 days. It was not exaggerated. It was a complete and reasonable plan. Nan Man Pei said, "Not bad." She patted his head and left. Chapter 71. Sunday, 10:00 in the morning. Qin Bao Bao returned home with her bag and shopping bags in her hands. She was stunned by the scene in the living room. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin sat side by side on the sofa. 2 laptops were placed on the coffee table. The clicking sounds of the mouse. "Sister Ziwei, don't run down the tower. You'll get beaten up." Qin Zhe had just finished speaking when he helplessly added, "You're dead." Wang Zijin pursed her lips. Hey, don't fight with me for a soldier." "Hey, did you just flash in to fill in the gaps? You said you couldn't miss a soldier." "You can't touch that soldier, so I'll fill in the gaps for you." "You're so extravagant." Let's go back to the city." "Hey. Why are you standing in their base without moving?" "I'm standing to recover my health." "As long as you're happy." Qin Bao Bao poked her head out to take a look. The 2 of them were playing a game. "Sister is back," Qin Bao Bao announced loudly. However, her brother and her best friend ignored her. "Hey." Qin Bao Bao emphasized her tone. "You're back." Wang Zijin looked up and smiled. She continued to focus on her game. Qin Zhe simply ignored her. "Zijin, you know how to play games. The sun is rising from the west. It's quite fun. They were silent for a long time. Qin Bao Bao sat at the side and watched her best friend and brother maneuver in the game. For some reason, she felt a sense of melancholy. This seat originally belonged to her. Half an hour later, the game ended. Of course, she lost. Wang Zijin collapsed on the sofa in exhaustion. She didn't forget to gossip. How was your blind date? Don't mention it. He asked me all sorts of questions the moment we met. He asked me what I did for a living and how many boyfriends I had. I said I didn't have any boyfriends. His eyes immediately lit up like a wolf's. Qin Bao Bao sighed tiredly. Qin Zhe sneered. Is this what my mother meant when she said that he was young, promising, and had a strong character? Qin Bao Bao said tenderly, that's right. No man in the world has a better character than R.A.'s. Qin Zhe chuckled. Wang Zijin felt incredulous. There's such a person. Qin Bao Bao pursed her lips. A man in his 30s who has money, a car, savings, and a successful career will most likely be proud. Seeing that I'm young, you must think that I'm inexperienced and deliberately want to show off. Let's not talk about these annoying things. My mother is good at everything, but her taste in men is terrible. Qin Zhe said expressionlessly, I want to record this and send it to the old man. Annoying. Qin Bao grumbled as she moved her but closer to her brother and coquettishly said, A's, big sister bought new clothes for you. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. How can that be? Qin Bao Bao diligently massaged Qin Zhe's shoulders and reflected on herself. Big sister said something wrong. I apologize. You're a great person and don't hold a grudge against a little girl like me. Qin Zhe did not know whether to laugh or cry. The dissatisfaction and resentment that touched his self-esteem were eliminated by this little vixen. Qin Bao Bao had always been a woman who knew when to yield and when to stand tall. At 3:00 in the afternoon, the stock market closed. Except for the heavy warehouse of infrastructure stocks that remained lukewarm, the two military stocks and the internet stocks that he bought offset each other's gains and losses. He still made a profit of more than 10,000 yuan. In the past, Qin Zhe did not even dare to think about making a profit of more than 10,000 yuan on the stock market in a week. Qin Zhe did not intend to tell his sister immediately. He had his own plans. If Qin Bao Bao found out, with her habitual thinking of brother's things are sister's things, she would most likely throw a tantrum and cheat him of his money. A few days ago, he heard from her that she had recently taken a fancy to a LV bag that cost 20,000 yuan. Qin Zhe wanted to save more capital to make a fortune in the future bull market, so he could not give the money to Qin Bao Bao to spend. Monday, Xing Yi Entertainment. Qin Bao Bao had just arrived at the company when her agent, Li Yanhong, walked into her office and said, Bao Bao, Manager Lu from the marketing department is looking for you. What's the matter? Qin Bao Bao asked. It seems to be about the copyright of your songs. Manager Lu wants to talk to you. Li Yanhong said in a low voice. Song copyright. Qin Bao Bao was a bit confused. She was a newcomer and did not understand many of the tricks of the entertainment company. Li Yanhong took her to Manager Lu's office, knocked on the door, and pushed it in. Manager Lu was a middle-aged man in his 50s with a big belly that could not escape from middle-aged people. Little Qin, you're here. Manager Lu smiled and greeted Qin Bao Bao and Li Yanhong to take a seat. Qin Bao Bao smiled sweetly and said, Manager Lu. Manager Lu could not help but take a few more glances. Little Qin, you've been singing on Singer recently, right? I have attention and my results are very good. Especially those songs, each of them is a masterpiece. The company needs talents like you, fresh blood, so that it can continue to develop and grow. It's only right to spend a lot of effort to nurture you. Qin Bao Bao smiled but did not say anything. Manager Lu talked for a long time and finally got to the point. I called you here because of the copyright of the songs you sang on the show. Little Qin, I know you're a newcomer, but here, I'll criticize you. The company spent a lot of resources to nurture you. As an artist of the company, you must know how to repay the company. You sold the online copyright of those songs to the top Chinese music chart without permission. Do you know that you broke the rules? What do you want the company to think of you? What do you want the company to think of you? It's a very bad example for future newcomers. Qin Bao Bao was stunned by his reprimand. Li Yanhong smiled bitterly and said, Bao Bao, why didn't you tell me about this? If I knew, I would definitely have advised you. Qin Bao Bao was even more confused. What online copyright? I don't know. Li Yanhong took out his phone, opened the top Chinese music chart app, and handed it to Qin Bao Bao. Here, your songs are all here. Invisible Wings and Legend are 6th and 9th on the monthly chart, respectively. Fairy Tale is 2nd on the daily chart, 1st on the weekly chart, and 4th on the monthly chart. Qin Bao Bao's first reaction was that her copyright had been infringed, but on second thought, the other party was a big online music platform. How could they put up songs without copyright? The only explanation was that her brother had sold the copyright and kept it from her. What a scheming boy. Manager Lu, I'm sorry. The copyright of these songs is not mine. So this matter has nothing to do with me. Manager Lu waved his hand. Forget about the songs that have already been sold. Next time, don't do anything on your own. Artists, focus on your work. The company will help you with other things. Fortunately, the copyright of Li Song is still there. I don't see it on the top Chinese music chart. As he spoke, he took out a contract. Take a look. If there's no problem, sign it. Qin Bao Bao didn't take it. She hesitated and said, This is. Manager Lu didn't seem to be satisfied with Qin Bao Bao's reaction. Of course, it's an authorization letter. The company will help you with this song in the future. It just so happens that an online music platform we're working with is interested. They're willing to pay 50,000 yuan for the online copyright. Qin Bao Bao flipped it open and took a few glances. Good Lord, this contract wasn't as simple as the online copyright. It was all the copyright authorization. In other words, if Qin Bao Bao signed this contract, Li Song would belong to Star Art Company. Li Yanhong wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Bao Bao smiled and said, Manager Lu, the copyright of the song really isn't mine. All the copyright belongs to my brother. I don't have the right to make the decision. Manager Lu said in a deep voice, What's so difficult about this? Do you think your brother won't agree to it? Besides, this is also for him to generate income. Since we're talking about this, the company has another task for you. In the future, you'll be responsible for communicating with your brother about the copyright of his songs and authorizing it to the company. You're the company's artist. The company's interest is your interest. Qin Bao Bao laughed in her heart, but on the surface, she smiled humbly. Manager Lu, this contract is useless even if I sign it. Legally, I can't represent my brother. Why don't I ask first? Manager Lu nodded impatiently. Qin Bao Bao lowered her head and typed a message. Come out here. I promise I won't beat you to death. Qin Zhe replied with a horrified emoji. Qin Bao Bao, did you sell the copyright of the song? Qin Zhe, Qin Bao Bao sent a knock on the head emoji. How much did you sell? Qin Zhe stammered, not much. Qin Bao Bao was angry. Don't play dumb with me. Let's get down to business. The company wants me to sign all the authorizations for the song Li Song. In the future, all your songs have to be licensed to the company. They're only giving you 50,000 yuan. Qin Zhe was silent for 10 seconds before he said concisely, "Tell him to go *T himself." Qin Bao Bao understood. She turned off the phone screen and put on a professional smile. "Manager Liu, I'm sorry. My brother sold the online copyright of Li's song as well. As for the copyright of the songs in the future, he said he'll give priority to the company." She didn't say anything definite and left a way out for both parties. Manager Liu looked extremely unhappy and showed signs of anger. His tone became heavier. "We'll talk about the songs in the future. Don't appear on the next episode." Qin Bao Bao raised her eyebrows. "Why?" "To be honest, the company arranged for you to appear on Singer to save a spot for Su Lu. Now that her album is almost ready, she needs to use Singer to promote her album and build her reputation," Manager Liu said lightly. "But I didn't get eliminated. If I suddenly don't appear on the show, what will the audience think? The production team won't agree." Qin Bao Bao suppressed her anger. Manager Liu said impatiently, "Just find a random reason. You're not feeling well or something happened at home. Do you still need me to teach you? You're the one who's king in trouble at home." Qin Bao Bao's beautiful vixen face darkened. She narrowed her eyes. She was really angry. The company's interests are my interests. What a nice way to put it. Where were you when I needed the company? You said you'd arrange a composer for me, but in the end, Su Lu just casually took the job away. If it weren't for my brother's painstaking efforts, Qin Bao Bao imagined it herself, writing songs for me, I don't know how long I'd have to wait. Now you want to steal my songs. Dream on. Qin Bao Bao even thought that even if she signed the copyright agreement just now, Manager Liu would still ask her to withdraw from the show. If that happened, she would really have to suffer in silence. "Manager Liu, I'm very healthy and there's nothing wrong at home. So I won't withdraw from the show." Qin Bao Bao didn't even bother to show an expression. "Also, the marketing department is in charge of the company's business, but I'm a contracted artist. My work arrangements are not under the management of the marketing department." Manager Liu slammed the table and said angrily, "What do you mean by that? Qin Bao Bao, you haven't become a big star yet, and you're already so arrogant." Literally. Qin Bao Bao stood up and left the office without looking back. Li Yanhong chased after her and complained, "Bao Bao, your temper, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you're too sharp. Can't you be more tactful? Don't make the relationship so stiff." Qin Bao Bao strode forward. "This is my temper, I can't change it." She suddenly stopped and turned to look at Li Yanhong. "What's going on? Who is this Manager Liu? Does he need to tell me what to do with my work arrangements?" The matter of the song copyright was pardonable, but she was not a member of the marketing department. Whether she withdrew from the show or not, it was not his turn to overstep his authority. Strictly speaking, Li Yanhong was actually Qin Bao Bao's boss. Her work arrangements had to be listened to. But Li Yanhong saw Qin Bao Bao as an opportunity for her to change her luck, so she poured out her heart and lungs. Li Yanhong was secretive. She looked around and whispered, "Let's go back to the office and talk about it." When the two returned to the office, Li Yanhong closed the door. Without any scruples, she spoke loudly. "Su Lu's album is about to be released. The company has invested a lot of resources to help her promote it. Singer is one of them. This show is too popular now. Originally, the company wanted you to temporarily fill in the position, and at the same time, gain some face, and find an opportunity to promote you in the future. We didn't expect you to get to this point." "Who knew?" Li Yanhong looked at Qin Bao Bao like a hungry wolf looking at a cute little white rabbit. "In this way, you're blocking Su Lu's path. Qin Bao Bao suddenly understood. She said sneakily, Su Lu and this manager Lu have an affair. My great aunt, you have bad taste. Li Yanhong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Su Lu is an A-list celebrity, one of the company's signboards. Even manager Lu has to look at her face. Speaking of this, she unconsciously lowered her voice. It's the vice president, Kong Xian. Su Lu is his person. Originally, firing you was just a matter of a sentence, but the president appreciates you very much. Yesterday, he praised you at the meeting. Qin Bao Bao has A-list potential. You're a rare talent. If the company's artists can be as good as you, star art will break out of the country soon. What the? Qin Bao Bao said in her heart. Thank you for the president's praise. Chapter 72. The bigger the company, the more intense the factional struggles were. It was the same everywhere. Qin Bao Bao used to work for a foreign company. That was where the infighting was in full swing. In the same office, there were at least 3 different factions. Therefore, she didn't feel too bad about it and wasn't surprised by it. Could it be that if she changed companies, she would be able to be an outsider? That was impossible. Star Art Entertainment. Vice President's office. Manager Lu knocked on the office door and a man's voice came from inside, "Come in." This was a luxurious office, filled with the fragrance of cologne and cigars. Behind the wide Nanmu desk, there was a 4-meter-tall shelf that took up the entire wall. It was filled with books, porcelain, and bronze works of art. Opposite the door was a huge floor-to-ceiling window, very suitable for overlooking the scenery. Sunlight shone through the glass onto the Italian stressless leather sofa. Star Art Entertainment's vice president, Kong Xian, was sitting in the office chair, reading a document. He looked up at Manager Lu and didn't say anything. Manager Lu said respectfully, "President Kong." Qin Bao Bao didn't agree. Kong Xian was 35 years old this year. He had regular facial features. Of course, for a man of his age, his temperament was more attractive to women than his appearance. When a man was over 30, as long as he didn't abandon himself to mediocrity, he would more or less have something called temperament. Reaching the peak at 40, there was a saying, a man at 41 is a flower. Kong Xian was young and sat on the vice president's throne. In addition to his ability and skills, he also had a good father who was one of the shareholders of Star Art Entertainment. Kong Xian looked at the document and said lightly, "Got it." Manager Lu knew he should leave. He just came to report the situation. This was what Kong Xian asked him to do. The office door closed again. Kong Xian reached his hand under the desk and patted the woman's head, "Come out." The woman with exquisite makeup came out from under the desk and complained, "My legs are sore from squatting." If the scene just now was exposed online, it would cause a huge uproar. Because this woman was Su Lu. Su Lu was 30 years old this year. After graduating from high school, she didn't go to university. When she was 20, she was discovered by a talent scout and started her acting career. As an artist, she was undoubtedly successful. After 10 years of struggle, she gained both fame and fortune. Correspondingly, she had also paid a huge price. Because of work, she had not had a boyfriend until now. She was Kong Xian's lover. In the entertainment industry, this was all too common. The number of female celebrities who had never slept with him could be counted on one hand. She, Su Lu, had no background or capital. If she didn't rely on her body, what could she rely on? Su Lu felt that her 10 years of hard work could be enough to write an epic novel. Therefore, she looked down on newcomers like Qin Bao Bao from the bottom of her heart. "Xian, I want to be on the show." Kick Qin Bao Bao out. Su Lu sat on Kong Xian's lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. Kong Xian said, "You think I haven't tried? That Huang guy rejected my suggestion at the meeting yesterday. Su Lu said coquettishly, I don't care. Kang Xian smiled and said, don't worry, he can't suppress me. The chief planner of the program is my classmate, so I personally called him to ask for his help. I'll update you in the afternoon. Su Lu revealed a charming, feminine smile. Shall I come to your house tonight? No, my wife is back from a business trip. Don't contact me for the next few days. Su Lu wriggled her body in protest. Kang Xian smiled and said, don't make a fuss. You'll have to pay for it tonight. The sun was blazing outside the window, and the central air conditioner was blowing cold air. Kang Xian hugged Su Lu with one hand and caressed her thigh with the other. His thoughts drifted away. He deliberately suppressed Qin Bao Bao, not just to help Su Lu. A certain big shot in the industry once said that the entertainment industry was his backyard. These words were domineering, and Kang Xian deeply believed them. Qin Bao Bao was a woman he liked at first sight. Kang Xian knew that haste made waste. To conquer a woman, he had to conquer her heart first. First, he had to polish off the edges. The newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger. Forcing it would have the opposite effect. For example, when Su Lu entered the company, she was also a pure little flower. She refused to sell her body. Kang Xian was very patient. He quietly supported her, lifted her up to the clouds, and then threw her down from high. This fall shattered all her reservations and fantasies. When Kang Xian made another request, Su Lu did not say anything and gave her body and mind for the sake of her future. It had been 5 years. Today was different from the past. Kang Xian was no longer a vigorous young man. Qin Bao Bao was also more outstanding than Su Lu. He did not want to cast a long line to catch a big fish. He wanted to control Qin Bao Bao as soon as possible. 4:00 in the afternoon. Qin Bao Bao took out the key to open the door. She kicked off her high heels and threw her bag on the sofa. Like an aggressive tigress, she pounced on Qin Zhe, who was browsing the financial statements of a listed company. Where's the money? Hand over the money and I won't kill you. Qin Bao Bao grabbed Qin Zhe's neck and said fiercely, otherwise, I'll pull you out and hit your D**ck 100 times. Qin Zhe straightened his waist, and his sister, who was riding on him, almost fell down. Her delicate body was thrown high, and she hurriedly let go of her hand to support herself on the sofa. He took the opportunity to flip over, and turned from passive to active. He pressed his sister down on the sofa and twisted her hands behind her back. He sneered disdainfully, Qin Bao Bao, where did your confidence come from? Qin Bao Bao could not struggle. Her face was red with anger, and she condemned, you black-hearted thing. I poured my heart out for you, but you secretly made a fortune behind my back. You're not a good thing. Qin Zhe sneered, I'm selling my own songs. It's none of your business. I don't care. Qin Bao Bao acted shamelessly, you're heartless and ungrateful. I'll criticize you in the name of the party. Qin Zhe complained, I've been a member of the Communist Youth League all my life. You can't criticize me in the name of the party. Qin Bao Bao probed, how much? 3 songs for 300,000. Because of your rising fame, the copyright of Farewell Song also rose, and it was sold for 150,000. A total of 450,000. 450,000. Qin Bao Bao's eyes seemed to be flashing with red banknotes. She swallowed her saliva and said happily, A's, I want to buy a bag. I want to change my computer. I also need to change my phone. Let's go buy some clothes this weekend. My little BMW seems to need maintenance too. Let me think, what should we eat tomorrow? A 5-star buffet. Japanese food. Seafood. Qin Zhe squinted and shattered his sister's dream with one sentence, sorry, I've invested all my money in the stock market. Qin Bao Bao's excited expression froze. Qin Zhe added without changing his expression, and it's trapped. Qin Bao Bao's heart was hit 10,000 times. A moment later, Wang Zijin came out of the room, pointed behind her, and lowered her voice. What's wrong with her? She covered her head and cried as soon as she entered the room. Qin Zhe said lightly, ignore her, she'll be fine after crying. Qin Bao Bao was forgetful. To put it nicely, she was free and easy, but to put it bluntly, she was heartless. More than half an hour later, his sister's voice came from the room, muttering, my number one enemy is online. Qin Zhe was stunned, speak human language. Qin Bao Bao held her phone and ran out in a panic. Su Lu is the guest for the next episode of I Am a Singer. She posted on Weibo. Qin Zhe looked at her and was stunned, and then. Blockhead. His sister put her finger on his forehead and pushed hard. My position was originally hers, you know. His sister said angrily, last time, the teacher who wrote the song for me was intercepted by her. Don't you think I know what she's up to? She wants to see me get eliminated and take over my position. Now, the company's higher-ups have two opinions. One is to remove me and promote Su Lu. The other is to support me to continue. Qin Zhe touched his chin. Anyway, your excellent songs are not resources of Star Art Entertainment. Star Art Entertainment is happy to see you become a popular singer without spending any money and then use you to make a lot of money. That's why there are more people supporting you. But even so, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with this. Qin Bao Bao gritted her teeth. Am I the kind of person to endure humiliation? I'm going to take my revenge. I'm going to PK her. Qin Zhe was shocked. I don't know if you're enduring humiliation, but I know your brain must be damaged. Su Lu is an A-list celebrity. Where do you get the confidence to eliminate her? Qin Bao Bao, did your confidence increase after winning a few rounds? I'm a little fairy. Qin Bao Bao twisted her waist. She was full of confidence. Qin Zhe took out his phone and opened Weibo. Su Lu posted on Weibo, I received an invitation from I Am a Singer. I'm looking forward to singing on this platform. I want to exchange, learn, and compete with the teachers. By the way, I'm here with teacher Gong Ming's new song. Yes, everyone is familiar with it. It's an ancient style song. I hope you can support it. Attached picture, I Am a Singer's invitation letter. There were hundreds of thousands of comments under the Weibo post. An astonishing number of replies. This was an A-list celebrity with more than 10 million followers. Of course, not all of them were her fans. Zombie fans definitely made up a large portion. The difference between an A-list celebrity and a small-time celebrity. Qin Bao Bao's Weibo followers, 480,000. Su Lu's Weibo followers, 9 million. Wow, Su Gongming's new song. Flourishing Clouds is an unsurpassable classic of ancient style songs. It's also Su Gongming's best work. Teacher Gong Ming has been quiet for a while. Is he okay? Yeah, he hasn't released a good song for many years. I'm worried. 10 years of polishing a sword. I believe Su Gongming can reach new heights. What a big gamble. Please invite Su Lu to participate. Su Lu is one of the stars of Star Art. She's popular, but her singing, lip-syncing scum. Trash. What are you saying? Get lost if you don't like it. A woman who's looking for trouble. Who cares if she sings well or not? I'm a die-hard fan of Su Lu. I support her unconditionally. Even an A-list celebrity is here. Will the king be far away? The program team is going against the heavens. I'm in Shanghai. I'm going to buy tickets. Qin Zhe realized something very awkward. It was Su Lu's awkwardness. Her popularity was high, but she was a controversial celebrity. Many people liked her, and many people hated her. This was not contradictory. There were too many controversial big shots in the entertainment industry. Su Lu's reputation was not good. She used to debut as a singer. Later, she was exposed to lip syncing. Her popularity plummeted, and she switched to film and television. In other words, although she had the popularity of an A-list celebrity, she did not have the support of an A-list celebrity. In fact, many A-list celebrities did not have the support of an A-list celebrity. Why? Because popularity could be hyped up. Some female celebrities relied on negative news to become a B-list celebrity. Could you say that her support was at the level of a B-list celebrity? Su Lu's Weibo fans were more than 20 times that of Qin Bao Bao. However, some people followed her to criticize her. Some people followed her purely because they liked celebrities. For a celebrity, it was good enough if 10 out of 100 fans were die-hard. The rest were rational fans, anti-fans, zombie fans, and soy sauce fans. Qin Bao Bao had her advantages. She did not have any negative news. Her fans were very pure. They liked her voice, her songs, and her big breasts and long legs. To be honest, Qin Bao Bao was not without hope. At 7:00 in the evening, Qin Zhe made dinner for his two sisters. He went out, hailed a taxi, and went straight to Queen Pei's villa. He called Nan Man Pei in advance. The queen said that she was not at home and asked him to do as he pleased. He did not need to call in advance. The tutoring time could be decided by Qin Zhe. He just needed to communicate with Li Donglai. This meant that he was going to be a hands-off boss. As Nan Man Pei said, "I don't care about the process. I only care about the results." At 7:40, the taxi arrived at the villa area. Li Donglai stood at the entrance of the neighborhood, looking forward to it. "Master, I got you an access card. You can come directly in the future. You don't have to pick me up every time you go out." He handed Qin Zhe a white card. The property management was very strict. Cars and people needed access cards to pass through. Unauthorized people were not allowed to enter this residential area. Li Donglai's grades were a mess. He was at the bottom of the class for a long time. Qin Zhe's plan was to cut him down and start from scratch. With Qin Zhe's level, it was more than enough to teach a high school trash. After getting Qin Zhe's promise to teach him peerless martial arts when he finished his homework, Li Donglai changed his uninhibited nature and devoted himself to studying. He stopped playing games and listening to songs. Occasionally, he saw Qin Zhe watching the program Singer on the computer. He drooled at Qin Bao Bao's figure. At 9:30 in the evening, Qin Zhe finished today's tutoring. Li Donglai sent his master downstairs. In the living room, Li Donglai's sister was talking on the phone. "Don't talk nonsense with me. Doesn't your dad have connections in the TV station? Get me a live ticket. If you can't do it, then don't be my sister." "Of course. I'm Su Lu's fan. How can I not support my idol singing on stage?" "What, you like Qin Bao Bao? That vixen is so annoying. Her breasts are so big that it's unscientific. They're obviously filled with silicone. So what if she sings well? It doesn't change her nature as a vixen. Look at her face. Isn't she just a seductive vixen?" Li Donglai, that idiot, every time he looks at her, he drools. Pei Ziki was lying on the sofa. Her hands were resting on the glass coffee table. Her two slender legs were crossed. If he had to give this student a score, Qin Zhe would give her 8 points. In a few years, she would have the qualifications to become a goddess with 9 points. She was still too young and inexperienced. However, a young girl had the advantages of a young girl. Her waist was slender like a newly sprouted willow branch. She had a delicate oval face, short hair, and rippling almond eyes. Li Donglai heard her words and sneered. Anyway, he was used to being scolded. He led Qin Zhe straight out. When they reached the entrance of the neighborhood, a Maserati was slowly driving into the neighborhood. Qin Zhe couldn't help but take a few more glances. This thing was expensive and belonged to the high-end series of cars. The slender cabin cover curved sharply like a shark leaping out of the water. The anti-spying glass blocked the view inside. In the past, when Qin Zhe saw this kind of luxury car, he would always curse in his heart. There must be some pot-bellied uncle driving a beautiful girl inside. At this time, the car window rolled down. In the driver's seat was not a pot-bellied uncle, but a tranquil and beautiful queen. Her Majesty the Queen was dressed in a professional suit today. She lacked the gentleness of someone who was suitable for home and family, and instead, she gave off a capable and sharp aura. "You're going back?" Nan Man Pei smiled. "Yes," Qin Zhe said. "I'll send you back," Nan Man Pei said softly. Qin Zhe hesitated for a moment before opening the door and going in. He actually didn't want to hitch a ride with the queen. He always felt oppressed when he was with this woman with such a strong aura. This came from the difference in life experience and social experience. However, she had a charm that made people want to explore and get close to her. Chapter 73. On the way back, both parties were silent. Nan Man Pei didn't speak, and Qin Zhe didn't take the initiative to speak either. Soothing music was playing in the car. It was Qin Bao Bao's Fairy Tale. The music chart had a download function, and each song cost 1 yuan. When they were about to reach their neighborhood, the Maserati slowed down. Nan Man Pei smiled beautifully. "Qin Zhe, where did you learn all these skills?" "I learned them blindly," Qin Zhe said. "Do you believe that I'll turn around and throw you into the Huangpu River?" Nan Man Pei threatened softly. A queen was a queen. She was so charming even when she said harsh words. "I learned martial arts for a few years. There used to be a boxer in our neighborhood." Qin Zhe said half-truthfully. "Can you teach Sister Pei later?" Nan Man Pei's voice was soft, with a strong Shanghai accent. Qin Zhe felt that Queen Bei was particularly seductive today. "Sister Pei, don't joke with me." Qin Zhe smiled bitterly. Nan Man Pei nodded. The Maserati stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood. When Qin Zhe opened the door, she suddenly said, "I checked your background. It's ordinary, but interesting. Your sister Qin Bao is a new singer. I heard that all the songs she sings are written by you." Qin Zhe closed the door and narrowed his eyes. "Sister Pei, it's just a tutor. There's no need for that." Nan Man Pei seemed to find his bitter and resentful look very interesting. She giggled. That was called flirtatious and radiant. Nan Man Pei turned around and tilted her head. "You're Donglai's teacher. As your aunt, shouldn't I check on you?" This action of hers added a sense of delicateness to the air of a young girl. Qin Zhe gritted his teeth. "You were the one who wanted to investigate me, weren't you? Did you secretly search through my 18 generations of ancestors?" Nan Man Pei sighed sadly, "But I can't find out which school you are from." Qin Zhe said angrily, "What sect?" "I only know a few moves." Even if the queen occasionally displayed the playfulness and charm of a young girl, Qin Zhe would still be on guard. The atmosphere in the car became silent. Nan Man Pei said indifferently, "Why aren't you scramming? Do you want me to invite you out of the car?" Without another word, Qin Zhe pushed open the door and rushed out. In a flash, he ran more than 10 meters away, turned around and waved his hand, disappearing into the darkness. For several days in a row, the news of Su Lu joining singer with a new song was all over the place. All the major web portals and online media platforms pushed at least 3 news articles a day, trying to write articles in different ways. Su Gongming's new song is coming soon. Su Lu battles the music world again. Singing Stars show might be her way to heaven. The #1 ancient-style singer battles again. After flourishing age, can Su Gongming create glory again? Explosion. Su Lu practiced singing for years, just to return to the music world. Su Lu joins I Am a Singer. The show will welcome its first A-list star. You see, this song, Wang Yuding, Chen Xiaotong, and Qin Baobao can't sing it, but she sings it like it's the sound of nature. The online comments were hot, with both praise and criticism, but it couldn't resist the media's flattery. Although the haters scolded, they were looking forward to it. An A-list star joined the show with a new song, and it was the work of the former ancient-style master, Su Gongming. For a moment, Su Lu's limelight instantly overshadowed Huang Yuding, Li Rongxing, Lu Xuegong, Chen Xiaotong, and Qin Baobao. The program team of Singer launched a poll on the official website for the most likely guest to be eliminated this week. Su Lu, 300 votes. Lu Xuegong, 4,250 votes. Huang Yuding, 4,330 votes. Li Rongxing, 6,806 votes. Chen Xiaotong, 8,003 votes. Qin Baobao, 12,470 votes. In the comments section below the poll, here's the marinated powder. Marinated powder +1, +2, +3, +4. Keep the formation below. +10086 at My Lulu is mighty, she's at the top of the list. That's right, Su Lu is an A-list star after all, and her popularity is higher than Huang Yuding, Li Rongxing, and Lu Xuegong. Begging for a child with a lot of money. Bah, begging for tickets, who can get a live ticket? I'm going to support my idol. I saw the news and followed her here. I don't watch variety shows, but Su Lu is my goddess. This episode of I Am a Singer can't be missed. No, I have to watch it in the future. With Su Lu joining the show, who can compete with her? Being popular doesn't mean that she can sing well. In terms of status in the music industry, not to mention Huang Yuding, Lu Xuegong, and Li Rongxing, Su Lu is way ahead of her. Let's start the poll. Let's bet that Su Lu lip syncs, 1 point deducted. Pfft, Qin Baobao is at the bottom again. This girl is so pitiful. My goddess has always been looked down upon by others, but she still stands strong. Why is my goddess at the bottom? Lu Xuegong was okay by her last time. That was an accident. Farewell song was too amazing. Who would have thought that rock could be sung like that? But this kind of hit song can't be repeated. Oh, another original hit song at the level of Farewell song. Do you think it's possible? What the poster above said makes sense. Although I'm drooling over the long legs of the big-breasted girl, once Qin Baobao loses her advantage of being an original, or if her original songs are not as good as the previous ones, her popularity will definitely plummet. This is the disadvantage of a newcomer, she has too few fans. The audience's eyes are sharp. The guest for the next episode has been confirmed to be Su Lu, so let's analyze the situation. Contestants, Su Lu, Huang Yuding, Lu Xuegong, Chen Xiaotong, Li Rongxing, and Qin Baobao. At this point in the program, the guests are either popular singers or former queens. Su Lu is even an A-list celebrity. It's not a singer like Li Zongda who is not famous in the mainland, nor is it a half-baked singer like Xue Mei. Does Qin Baobao have any hope of beating these guests? It's almost impossible. Most netizens agreed with this analysis post. Someone reposted this post on Weibo and Qin Baobao. Ha ha ha, Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao cries, fairy tales are all lies, already at. You guys are too much, already at. She's too strong, too much, already at. Adding fuel to the fire, I like it, already at. That hurts, buddy, already at. The netizens burst into laughter. They were afraid that the world would be in chaos, so they all joined in and reposted the comments, then at Chin Bao Bao. His sister yelled in the room. Everyone looks down on me. Chin Zhe shouted in the living room, it can't be helped. How long have you been in the industry? How long have they been in the industry? The audience's teasing of Chin Bao Bao seemed to have become a daily occurrence. Chin Bao Bao ran out of the room with a sad face and pretended to wipe her tears. If you can buy me a Louis Vuitton bag, I believe that I can be revived immediately. Get out of here. Chin Zhe sighed, lamenting her misfortune and angry at her failure to fight. Chin Bao Bao said pitifully, that's too much, I really feel that my future is dark. Sob sob sob. Get out of here, don't disturb me watching the stock market. Chin Zhe was mentally and physically exhausted these days. He had to take care of his sister's acting career and work hard in the stock market at the same time. He dared not be careless at all, because he never knew that the stock that would fall the next day would be his. Chin Bao Bao wanted to come over and peek at the profit and loss, but Chin Zhe pressed her forehead and threw her onto the sofa. The angry sister grabbed Chin Zhe and gave him a round of punches. She was afraid that he would retaliate, so she ran away after hitting him. Back in the room, Chin Bao Bao was still indignant. She secretly took a picture of Chin Zhe and posted it on Weibo. We agreed to be each other's angel, but I'm in deep trouble on the internet. You have the nerve to invest in stocks. Looking at childhood from afar, she attached a picture of Chin Zhe sitting in the living room and looking at the computer, but his face was pixelated. There were more than 300,000 followers of Chin Bao Bao. When they saw their goddess's post, they were shocked. When they took another look, they realized that the legendary younger brother had appeared. They seemed to have been injected with chicken blood and were particularly excited. Oh! The legendary younger brother. Why are you pixelating? If it's art, please don't pixelate. If it's not suitable for children, please don't post it on the internet. Bao Bao is so beautiful. Her younger brother must be a handsome guy. I don't have a boyfriend yet. Please date me. I hate pixelation. Pfft. Sister is not as important as stocks. My heart is attacked 10,000 times. Let's ask for a song. Talented gold medal composer. I'm very curious. Which god removed the pixelation? Chin Bao Bao can do it. Push your younger brother out to block the arrow. Let's help Chin Bao Bao at him. Invest your sister's shares. Go and write songs. Looking at childhood from afar. Invest your sister's shares. Go and write songs. Looking at childhood from afar. Invest your sister's shares. Go and write songs. Looking at childhood from afar. Invest your Chin Bao Bao shares. Go and write songs. Looking at childhood from afar. Invest your long-legged sister's shares. Go and write songs. Looking at childhood from afar. Chin Zhe was stunned. His phone kept ringing. He picked it up and saw hundreds of Weibo notifications. They were all at him. He didn't want to get involved in the entertainment industry. It didn't feel good to be the center of attention. It was too stressful. No one liked to be surrounded by people like a panda. Many celebrities were annoyed. Paparazzi would take photos of them wherever they went. If they fell, they would be accused of domestic violence. If they didn't hold arms with their husband or wife, they would be questioned about their marriage. Even if they farted, they would be exposed. However, since he was a celebrity and a public figure, this was the price he had to pay. He looked up at his sister's room. The door wasn't closed. Chin Bao Bao was sneakily observing the living room. When she met his gaze, she retracted her head guiltily. Qin Zhe picked up his phone and posted on Weibo, "Life and death are nothing. If you don't accept it, do it. I have an ancient song." Qin Bao Bao, damn, what a big tone. Are you trying to challenge Su Lu? An ancient song. Are you serious? You can write all kinds of songs. I don't believe it, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Even if he can write an ancient song, he's not as good as Su Gongming. He's a senior composer. Senior composer my ass. You're calling him senior in front of the composer who wrote Farewell Song, Fairy Tale, Legend, and Invisible Wings. Last time he posted on Weibo, "Life and death are nothing. If you don't accept it, do it." Then Farewell Song was born. 666 Ugh. He's bringing more hate to Qin Bao Bao. He doesn't know the rules of the entertainment industry. This brother of his is a scammer. Let's wait for Su Lu's fans to flood Weibo. Go to Qin Bao Bao's Weibo and watch. Life and death are nothing. If you don't accept it, do it. Lulu loyal player, identification complete. In the room, Qin Bao Bao was lying on the bed, looking at Weibo with a bright smile. Star Art Entertainment, practice room. After Su Lu finished practicing, her assistant immediately handed her a bottle of water. She opened it and gulped down a mouthful. She was a little tired. A new song was troublesome because the singer was completely unfamiliar with it. Anyone could sing a few lines, but it would be difficult to sing it well. She had to constantly practice and familiarize herself with it. Not forgetting the lyrics and not going out of tune were the basics. When she heard the melody, she could sing the corresponding lines. That was the real accomplishment. How's the response online? Su Lu asked. The company has been buying news for you. The assistant was all smiles. The response is naturally very good. Many people are looking forward to your singing on the show. The popularity is enough. Next, it's up to your performance. What do you think of my song? Su Lu asked again. It had been a long time since she felt so worried. This song is the result of teacher Gongming's 3 years of hard work. It's also the title song of your album. Of course, the quality is good. The assistant quickly flattered. Su Lu nodded in satisfaction. The company had spent a lot of resources to prepare her album. The title song was Su Gongming's ancient song, Ink Painting. It was a high-quality song. Although it wasn't as good as a gold song, how could a gold song be released so easily? It was already very rare. Therefore, Su Lu was very proud of her decision to join Pop Star. She had hit a bottleneck in her film career. Only by making a breakthrough in her singing career could she hope to go further. She was already 30 years old. In the future, her situation would only get worse. The entertainment industry would always be the world of young people. How many celebrities of the previous generation could play the lead role? The assistant was playing with her phone when she suddenly laughed. Sister Su, look at the online poll. Qin Bao Bao is at the bottom again. This group of netizens is so funny. They even tagged her. Su Lu laughed. Ignore her. Let's see how long she can laugh. Chapter 74. Thursday, at the TV station. At the recording studio of I Am a Singer. Qin Zhe sat in the middle of the crowd. Above his head, the neon lights were dazzling. It felt like when he was in junior high school, the school organized the whole school to move small benches to the field to watch anti-Japanese war movies. Qin Zhe participated in the recording of a variety show for the first time. The ticket was given to him by Qin Bao Bao. It seemed that the program team gave the singer a free live ticket. Qin Bao Bao thought of her best friend first. Wang Zijin said that she still had a script to finish and couldn't find the time. His sister reluctantly gave it to Qin Zhe. Out of novelty, Chin-se gladly accepted it. There were still 10 minutes before the recording. The hundreds of audience members were chattering. No one was using their phones because their phones were taken away by the security. Those who had 2 phones couldn't use them either. There was a signal jammer in the studio. Beside him, a few young men were whispering excitedly. When will Sulu come on stage? I specially came to see Sulu. Hey, it's still early. Look at the big screen later. The results of the singers' lot drawing will be shown. I didn't expect that they could even invite a big shot like Sulu. This is much more interesting than a concert. Sulu's status in the music industry isn't high. We've all heard her singing before. I like Chin Bao Bao more. Her voice is nice and she's beautiful. Most importantly, her body. TSK. No matter how beautiful Chin Bao Bao is, I'll always be the man she can't get. *T won't be noble just because no one cares. Definitely. How could the big shots let go of such a beautiful woman? She has so many good songs. Why would the entertainment company promote her for no reason? Bah, don't insult my goddess. Didn't she say that it was all written by her brother? To hell with your brother. Please don't say it. Who would believe you? The songs she sang were of different styles. How could one person write all of them? That's just a fig leaf. I can't possibly say that I slept with my boss in exchange for resources to rise up the ranks. Young man, you're too young. Chin-se sighed to himself. People were too prejudiced against the entertainment industry. Perhaps it was not prejudiced, but the truth. But even if they knew that a female celebrity's jade-like arms were pillowed by thousands of people, and her lips were tasted by tens of thousands of people, there were still people who chased after her like crazy. The human heart was so complicated that it was difficult to describe it with words. A staff member went up on stage and held the microphone. The recording of the program is about to begin. We are entering the countdown. Everyone, please remain silent. The countdown ended and the recording began. Jia's beautiful figure appeared on the big screen behind the stage. The background was backstage. As usual, he chatted and joked with the guests. The program was very effective, and the audience laughed loudly. Then, it was time to knock on the door. Sulu was wearing a light blue off-the-shoulder dress and white high heels. She was a young woman in her 30s. She had a graceful bearing and exquisite makeup on her face, making her look even more beautiful and flawless. The moment Sulu appeared on the big screen, the audience cheered. Sister Sue, I'm your fan. Can you give me a hug? Jia was as surprised as a little girl. Of course. Sulu smiled warmly as the two hugged. Sister Sue, the internet said that you brought a new song this time. Is it true? Jia pretended to be curious. Yes, it's teacher Su Gongming's new song. He spent 2 years composing this song. By the way, let me tell you a secret. This song is the title song of my new album. Sulu winked at the camera and acted cute. Jia exclaimed and exaggerated, slow work produces fine work. 10 years of polishing a sword. Sister Sue, I'm really curious and looking forward to it. Her acting was exaggerated. Sulu nodded and used this opportunity to promote her new album. Everyone, you must support my new album. The audience bought it. Don't worry, we'll definitely support you. I'm looking forward to it. Is Sulu good at singing? Of course. The news said that Sulu has been practicing her singing skills for years. There are pictures to prove it. Moreover, the title song of the album is the work of teacher Su Gongming for 3 years. It'll definitely be good. Then I'll support you too. Jia praised Sulu as usual and led her to the hall to meet the other singers. The show entered the lot drawing segment. The audience was looking forward to this segment. Since the start of Singer, the lot drawing segment had been very interesting. Li Rongxing had been acting cute to get a good draw. Next, Qin Bao Bao's lot drawing result was the most interesting. This episode's lot drawing results: Huang Yuding vs Chen Xiaodong, Lu Shuigong vs Li Rongxing, Su Lu vs Qin Bao Bao, Su Lu vs Qin Bao Bao. I bought a watch last year. Qin Bao Bao's luck is simply unbelievable. Qin Bao Bao is going to fly to the sky and stand side by side with the sun. It's a matter of character. In the first episode, she fought with Huang Yuding. In the second episode, Xue Mei. In the third episode, Lu Shuigong. In the fourth episode, damn, it's the A-list star, Su Lu. I'm also drunk. How can she win? Why did she get Su Lu? I'm silently sweating for the big-breasted girl. It's Su Lu. I'm also drunk. Bao Bao, it's a tragedy again. The audience was slightly in an uproar. With different expressions, they all expressed sympathy for Qin Bao Bao. This segment was interesting. Some people on the internet had already ridiculed Qin Bao Bao's luck. She had drawn big names one after another. The interesting thing was that she survived every time. In the first episode, she lost to Huang Yuding, but successfully returned to the stage in the revival round. In the second episode, she defeated Xue Mei with a crushing number of votes. In the third episode, she shocked the music industry with a song, and the king of rock and roll was defeated by her. In the last 3 episodes, Qin Bao Bao quickly rose from an unknown newcomer to the status of a new female singer. Her popularity now was not inferior to Xue Mei's. In this episode, she would face the A-list star, Su Lu. The audience whispered. The director threw the camera backstage and asked the staff to go on stage and shout, "Everyone, please be quiet. Be quiet." The audience's discussion stopped for a while. Qin Zhe listened attentively. Everything could happen once, but not twice, but twice, but not thrice. Was Qin Bao Bao's luck really that bad? The first time was a coincidence, the second time was not justifiable, and the third time was still the same luck. It could only mean one thing: human factors. The program team was messing with her. Qin Zhe guessed. But the program team would not do anything to Qin Bao Bao for no reason. The answer was obvious. Star Art or Su Lu was using their connections to secretly mess with Qin Bao Bao. Although I Am a Singer was known for its fair and just reputation, fairness was relative and not absolute. Qin Zhe had reason to suspect that the program team did something behind the scenes during the drawing of lots. As for how they did it, he could not figure it out for the time being. The task of 500 points was indeed not simple. Not long after, Yin Jia came out. She was dressed up and walked out of the backstage in high heels. The camera was aimed at her. Yin Jia gestured to the director and the camera opened. Yin Jia smiled sweetly. "Hello, everyone. Welcome to I Am a Singer, broadcast by Xingji Cosmetics. I am the host, Yin Jia." The audience applauded very cooperatively. Camera 2 pointed the camera at the audience. Yin Jia said, "Everyone has seen the result of the drawing of lots. Huang Yuding is a popular singer in the music industry. Today, what kind of beautiful music will he bring to us? Let's welcome Huang Yuding." Loud applause. Huang Yuding walked along the long trapezoidal stage to the center. The lights above his head scattered into countless light beams. They danced in the air and then gathered again to hit him. His outfit today was a bit strange. He wore bell-bottoms from the 70s, an old-fashioned floral shirt, and his hairstyle was also split. This outfit was a bit interesting. The music started. The audience consciously shut up and kept quiet. My hometown is getting younger and younger. Only my father's face is old. I look at this unfamiliar hometown seriously. It's not how I remember it. The passing years have been washed away, and everything has changed. I'm like a guest from afar, passing by here. It was a folk song from the 70s. It told the story of a prodigal son and his hometown. The prodigal son, who was working hard outside when he was young, returned to his hometown after many years. His father was old, and his hometown changed with each passing day. The shadow of the past could no longer be found. The song was filled with deep sadness and melancholy. Huang Yuding added pop elements and corrected a few mistakes in the original song. The brand new buildings stand proudly under the sun. The old walls that have collapsed under my feet. The colorful ones are easy to get tired of chewing. The black and white memories stay in my youth. Like those outdated but classic old feature films. I see the clock again. I know I'm almost home. The wind blows away the leaves and throws the soul to spring. This is the hometown I'll eventually return to. Not many young people had heard this song. They only felt that the song was sad and melancholy. It made them feel inexplicably sad. They couldn't help but immerse themselves in the anxiety and longing of a prodigal son returning to his hometown. However, some older people's eyes turned red. This was a song from their era. It was the feelings of their era. How many people left their hometown and struggled for decades? Some were submerged in the tide of the times, while others stood at the head of the tide. Whether they failed or succeeded, when they returned to their hometown with sadness or the joy of success, things had changed. Their hometown was no longer the same as before. Children didn't know each other when they met. Huang Yuding's adaptation was undoubtedly successful. He had touched the hearts of many people. The music stopped, and applause rang out. Huang Yuding bowed slightly and left the stage. According to the rules of the program, singers couldn't canvass for votes before or after the performance. They were all well-known singers. It was very likely that their words would affect the audience's choice. Many audience members had never heard this song before. At this time, they were discussing excitedly. What song is this? I've never heard it before. It's a very old song. I heard it when I was young, but the original song wasn't so good. That's right. Who is called Leader Huang? He's a big shot in the music industry. When the online resources are released, I must download it. It's good. After the adaptation, the quality is close to that of a masterpiece. No, it's a masterpiece. Damn, I feel like I'm stuck. I miss home. I didn't go home for the Spring Festival last year. I suddenly want to go home. My hometown has changed a lot over the years. It's a little unfamiliar. On the stage, Yin Jia said loudly, "Let's welcome the next singer, Chen Xiaotong." The surrounding lights suddenly turned dark. A round lamp shone on the center of the stage. There stood the middle-aged Chen Xiaotong, the former queen. When Chen Xiaotong was young, she was also a well-known beauty. As time passed, fine crow's feet appeared at the corners of her eyes, and her figure was plump. However, her charm was still very strong. It was a fatal temptation to mature women. Reality proved that there were many mature women who were mature women. Chen Xiaotong sang a Cantonese song. Her voice was beautiful, and her breath was deep. However, Huang Yuding was in front of her. Her song couldn't surpass her competitors. Soon, the votes were out. Huang Yuding defeated Chen Xiaotong with a score of 60 votes. Chen Xiaotong entered the revival round. The second group of singers, in terms of song selection and performance, were not as amazing as the first group. Li Rongxing couldn't counterattack Lu Shuigong, who was good at singing rock, and entered the revival round. The third group, Sulu vs. Qin Bao Bao. The highlight of this week's episode came on stage with a new song. Sulu's fans were excited. On the other hand, Qin Bao Bao's fans were worried. Qin Bao Bao had almost no chance of winning. Chapter 75. More than half of the lights went out, but the stage was lit up. Beams of light shone on the beauty who slowly walked onto the stage, illuminating the ink-stained cheongsam she was wearing. The mountains and ancient pines were tall and sturdy, and the scene was distant. The beauty was like a flower, adding a classical and elegant beauty. The audience burst into cheers. They were really stunned by her outfit. So beautiful. My goddess. The outfit is stunning. Her figure is still a lot worse than Qin Bao Bao's. Sulu is so beautiful. This outfit, TSK, completely beats any uniform. China's cheongsam is still the best. After this episode, Ma Bao will come out with something similar to Sulu's. A moment later, the gentle sound of a guzheng rang out, followed by an eru, a piano, a flute, the shower's first break, ripples on the lake's surface, half a lifetime of tiredness, all in vain. On the bluestone, an oil paper umbrella. Thin smoke on a painted screen, it's hard to paint your face. Ink painting, it's hard to hide your face. Sulu's voice was ethereal and ancient. The tune was good, the lyrics were good, and the person was good. The classical music was filled with a unique sad and melancholy atmosphere. China's traditional music was different from Western music in terms of melody, scale, timbre, rhythm, and so on. It was about purity. The guzheng was the guzheng, and the eru was the eru. A single instrument performance gave the audience a pure sense of hearing, light, slow, sad, and many other characteristics. There was no noise of rock and roll, no chaos of accompaniment. It was simple and pure. It was another kind of auditory enjoyment. The audience closed their eyes in intoxication, quietly listening to the beautiful notes of the classical instruments and Sulu's magnetic and sad voice. Backstage. Huang Yuding closed his eyes and listened to the music attentively. Li Rongxing nodded to himself. Not bad. It's very flavorful. Chen Xiaotong echoed, you've outlined the classical taste in an instant. Lu Shuigong was a rock musician. He wasn't good at classical music, but he could appreciate it. He commented, the tune is nice. It's gentle and melodious, but it also gives people a touch of sadness. The lyrics are also well written. Listening to the song, it's as if I'm in the ancient times of Jiangnan, holding an umbrella, walking on a bluestone road, a small bridge overflowing water. A scroll of ink painting is spread out before my eyes. A few dancing snow in a broken bottle. The more I think about it, the harder it is for me to write a river. I'm afraid that if I use too much force, I'll provoke Zhijianmo. In the end, I couldn't draw out that sadness. I'll draw a strand for you. A window can't hide me. I can't cut a ray of light. Ink painting, it's hard to hide your beauty. I'll make a painting for you. His voice gradually deepened until it disappeared. The song ended. Sulu flirtatiously flipped her hair and bowed slightly. Thank you, everyone. Clap, clap, clap. The applause was like a storm, but it was also like the waves of the sea, surging endlessly. The camera deliberately swept past the audience's faces, recording their excited and enthusiastic facial expressions. When the camera swept past Qin Zhe, he symbolically revealed a touched smile. Sulu left the stage. The audience's applause and cheers stopped, but the residual heat was still there. They were talking to each other. This song is so artistic. Sulu also sang well. I like ancient songs. They're so artistic. The feeling is so wonderful. Just for this song, I'll definitely buy Sulu's new album. I'm turning into a fan. I'm turning into a fan. Su Lu's singing is good. How could she have lip-synced before? Hey, which singer hasn't lip-synced before? She's just unlucky to be exposed. But why do I feel that the lyrics are a bit forced? They're flashy but not practical. Bah, what do you know? F***ck off. I'm from the Chinese department. Do you think I don't know? The lyrics are forced, and the words are gorgeous. The song is good, but not as good as I imagined. It can't give me the artistic conception of Jiangnan's water town. I'm a bit disappointed. This is already very good. I don't think it's worse than Prosperous Times. I don't dare to say that it's a hit song, but it's definitely a masterpiece. If you're not satisfied with this, why don't you write a song? You can no canub. Qin Zai's eyes and ears were sharp. He suddenly heard a few young people talking in the back row. Hey, Qin Bao Bao seems to be singing an ancient song this week. Who told you that? Didn't you follow Qin Bao Bao's Weibo? Yes, but I didn't see her post anything related to it. Oh, it's not Qin Bao Bao's Weibo. It's her brother. A girl said in surprise, she really has a brother. I think so. She said so herself. She also interacted with her brother on Weibo. It's unknown if it's true or not. I think it's fake. Is her brother that good? He can write rock songs and love songs. People on the internet have long said that there can't be such a good person. It's rare even among the songwriters in the industry. Who knows? Anyway, she's next. In the end, 10 minutes later, Qin Bao Bao did not go on stage. Something seemed to have happened backstage. Yin Jia also left. What happened? What's wrong? It hasn't started yet. It's a recording. It's normal for something to happen. Let's wait. Many audience members stood up, looked around, and discussed. After another 5 minutes or so, Yin Jia returned to the stage and said with a smile, "Audience, our band's pianist was accidentally injured and has been sent to the hospital. A new pianist is about to fill in. Everyone, please calm down." With an explanation, the audience was no longer panicking. But Qin Zai's heart skipped a beat. He felt that he was doomed. He then left his seat in the name of going to the toilet and went backstage. The entrance was guarded by staff members. The audience was not allowed to enter. Non-staff members are not allowed to enter. The staff member guarding the entrance pointed to the warning sign and blocked Qin Zai's way. The lighting engineer, cameraman, and other staff members all looked over. Go back to the audience. You can't enter here. A middle-aged man with a staff member waved his hand unhappily, indicating that he was chasing him away. I'm a staff member of Star Art Entertainment. I have something to discuss with Qin Bao Bao. Go and inform her. Or you can return my phone and I'll contact her myself. Qin Zai lied without batting an eyelid. Star Art Entertainment had 2 singers backstage. Other than their respective managers, there would definitely be other staff members accompanying them. Qin Zai's words were very trustworthy. The staff member looked at him suspiciously. He was too young and unfamiliar. Qin Zai pointed to the staff members on the left and smiled, "I'll stand with them. Don't worry." "Oh right, my name is Qin Zai." "Wait a moment." The staff member greeted his colleagues and signaled them to look after Qin Zai. He opened the door and disappeared into the long corridor. At this time, in the waiting room, the cameraman turned off the equipment. This was an accident during the recording of the program. They couldn't film. In the spacious and bright room, Li Yanhong and the director were in an argument. Why did the equipment hit his head all of a sudden? Li Yanhong said loudly. This won't do. The replacement player has never played the music score before. What if he makes a mistake when playing live? Will the audience still vote for Bao Bao? The director said helplessly, no one can do anything about this. His head was hit and he was sent to the hospital. How about this, remove the zither part? Qin Bao Bao said anxiously, that won't do. The zither takes up a large part of the score. Without the zither accompaniment, the effect of the music will be greatly reduced. When the band's pianist was resting backstage, his head was accidentally hit by the sound system above his head. He fainted on the spot and bled all over the floor. He was sent to the hospital. The pianist was also a zither player. The director became impatient. This won't do, that won't do. Why don't you find me a zither player? Li Yanhong criticized, shouldn't your program team be on guard against such accidents? Why hasn't the replacement player played the score before? The director rolled his eyes. You don't say. I've been doing programs for so many years, but I've never encountered such a situation. Besides, that's a new song. If you change it to another song, the replacement player will immediately play it. Qin Bao Bao bit her lip. Her delicate and beautiful face was full of worry. The program team had a replacement player, but she was singing a new song and the tune was also new. If it was any other song, a professional band teacher would have played it before. There was no need to practice. Now, there were two solutions. First, the replacement zither player could take over. This plan was very risky. No matter how good a zither player was, it was impossible to play a new song directly. It was easy to make mistakes. Second, remove the zither from the accompaniment. But this way, the level of the music would be poor and the mood would not be enough. On the big sofa, Su Lu was leisurely drinking the yogurt from the advertiser. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised. If there were not so many people, she was afraid that she would not be able to hold back her laughter. This was retribution. Let's see what you can do, Qin Bao Bao. Su Lu had no reason not to gloat. Qin Bao Bao was her opponent, whether it was on stage or in private. She was very confident. But if Qin Bao Bao failed because of the lack of a zither player, she would be happier. The other singers could only watch from the sidelines. They could not do anything about this. Besides, their song was not a new one. It was okay to change the pianist. There was no pressure. Li Yanhong sighed and looked at Qin Bao Bao. Bao Bao, why don't we remove the zither player? Qin Bao Bao's face darkened. She said firmly, no. She turned to the director. Can you give the zither player more time to practice? The director rejected her directly. The program has stopped recording for 20 minutes. The audience outside is very upset. They've been waiting for a long time. Besides, playing once or twice won't have much effect. Qin Bao Bao insisted. Even if the effect isn't great, it's better than nothing. Su Lu said, Qin Bao Bao, the director said that the audience outside is very upset. We can't delay everyone's time because of you. I have an event tonight. I can't delay it. Qin Bao Bao's eyes were sharp. Su Lu sneered. You're a newcomer. There are many rules that you don't know. You need to understand that you're always the one who has to adapt to the rules, not the other way around. Newcomers must be humble. Do you understand? Everyone tacitly looked down. It was Star Art's family business. It was not convenient for them to interfere. They could only watch the show. Qin Bao Bao looked around. No one spoke up for her. No one supported her. They were not even willing to give her 5 or 10 minutes. She was alone and helpless. It was hard for her to do anything alone. She felt wronged and sad. At home, she was a little princess. Her parents doted on her. She even had a younger brother who laughed and played with her. In school, she was a famous person. There were countless boys who fell for her. She also had many close friends. In the workplace, she had a boss who favored her and took care of her in all aspects. Life could be said to be smooth sailing. But when she entered the entertainment industry and entered a higher circle, all kinds of conspiracies and schemes came flooding in. She then realized how difficult it was for her to go higher and further without a foundation. Qin Bao Bao's current feelings were, Bao, feeling wronged. At this moment, a staff member walked in. He looked around and said, "Miss Qin, there's someone outside who wants to see you. He says he's an employee of Star Art." Qin Bao was stunned. She did not remember that other than the driver and Li Yanhong, there were other employees of Star Art accompanying her. With her current status, she did not have the qualifications to have a bodyguard. She also did not have her own personal assistant. Su Lu frowned. "Did you get it wrong? He's looking for me, right?" The staff member scratched his head. "I didn't get it wrong. He's looking for Miss Qin." Could it be that he's not an employee of Star Art? It was also possible that she had been fooled. He was actually a fan of Qin Bao. "His name is Qin Zhe," the staff member added. "Ah!" Qin Bao suddenly screamed. She left her manager, Li Yanhong, and ran out in her high heels. Li Yanhong was stunned and followed her out. The others looked at each other. Chapter 76. Qin Zhe waited outside the door for a few minutes. When the door opened, his sister looked around and waved at him. He immediately entered the door. Behind the door was a long corridor that extended in all directions. Qin Bao stood behind the door with a gloomy face. She bit her lip and looked at him without blinking. She looked like a little girl who had been wronged. This attitude, Qin Zhe understood in his heart. It was how his sister looked when she was in a bad mood. The pianist was injured and sent to the hospital? His sister nodded. Then there should be other pianists to fill in. His sister said, "That's my new song. The replacement pianist hasn't played it before. The production team didn't give me time to practice." "I'll do it," Qin Zhe said seriously. Qin Bao blinked. "I'll play it," Qin Zhe said. "The replacement pianist is not reliable. I'll do it myself." Qin Bao was still at a loss. She tilted her head and looked at him. Qin Zhe sighed silently. They were siblings and knew each other too well. How could his sister not know how good her brother was? "I can play the guzheng. In school, I joined a music club and practiced the guzheng. It's just that you don't know." Qin Zhe lied. When Qin Bao heard this, a smile bloomed on her face. She hugged Qin Zhe's waist and said, I knew it. You're the only one I can rely on in the world." Li Yanhong, who had followed them out, saw this scene. She was so shocked that her face changed drastically. She ran over in a panic. Bao. She pulled Qin Bao away on her own initiative and looked at Qin Zhe vigilantly. If nothing unexpected happened, Qin Bao was destined to have a bright future. With her looks, it was impossible for her to have a boyfriend. At the very least, she couldn't reveal it to the public. As her manager, he had to strictly control any man that had an intimate relationship with her. When necessary, he had to destroy these dangerous factors. Qin Bao made a face at her brother and did not explain to her. She pulled Qin Zhe up and said, "Let's go and tell the director." In the lounge, the front desk staff ran in. "Director, the audience outside is very dissatisfied. We can't delay any longer." The director also became frustrated. "Where's Qin Bao? Why isn't she back yet?" Tell her to quickly make a choice. Either we replace the guqin player or we remove the score. Newbies were troublesome, especially newbies who became famous overnight. They had the characteristic of newborn calves who were not afraid of tigers. They did not care about the rules and did not know how to respect their seniors. It was difficult to communicate. Just then, Qin Bao walked in with Qin Zhe. She raised her voice and said, "There's no need to replace the zither player, and there's no need to remove them. I have a better candidate." Everyone looked at Qin Zhe. The director frowned. "You're from Xingyi Entertainment?" Qin Bao Bao was just about to nod when she heard Su Lu say, "He's not. I've never seen him before." Xingyi Entertainment was a management company. There weren't many professional bands. Su Lu had interacted with them before. She immediately exposed Qin Zhe's identity. The director said angrily, "How can someone who's not a professional go on stage? His psychological quality is not good enough, his level is not good enough, and the effect of the program is not up to expectations. Who's responsible? Nonsense. He can do it. I guarantee there won't be a problem." Qin Bao Bao was very confident in her brother. "I've learned the guqin for a few years." Qin Zhe lied. The substitute player looked at Qin Zhe and questioned, "The guqin is not like other instruments. It's not easy to learn. It's even harder to master it. I've seen the score. It's hard for someone who's not a professional to play it well." The guqin had an elegant name, 7-string guqin. It was one of the oldest instruments in China. It was the first stringed instrument in China. It was known as the father of Chinese music. The guqin and the guzheng were similar in shape. In terms of familiarity, the guzheng beat the guqin. Many people only knew about the guzheng and not the guqin. The main thing was that it was difficult to play. It only had 7 strings. As everyone knew, the fewer the strings, the more monotonous the music. If one wasn't a hardcore player, it would be difficult to play the guqin well. Everyone present chuckled. This Qin Bao Bao was a bit funny. The things he did made people not know whether to laugh or cry. It should be the newcomer's lack of stability. After encountering an unexpected situation, he didn't actively cooperate with the program team. Instead, he was dissatisfied with both plans. Then, he found a half-baked amateur to be the substitute player. How could an amateur compare to a professional? This was a recorded program, not a private talent show. In everyone's eyes, Qin Bao Bao's style was incompatible with them. Qin Zhe glanced at everyone and said, "There's nothing wrong with it. I composed the music. Why can't I play it?" "The music I composed, the music he composed." The director was stunned. Li Rongxing suddenly jumped up from the sofa. Su Lu straightened her back and looked stunned. Huang Yuding and Lu Shuigong looked at each other. Chen Xiaotong said a sentence in Cantonese. This sentence contained too much information. Since Qin Bao Bao debuted, he had made a name for himself with many original works. His popularity skyrocketed and he was now a C-list celebrity. How long had it been? It had been a full month. As for the source of Qin Bao Bao's songs, there were many theories online. For example, Qin Bao Bao was the lover of a big shot in the industry, so Star Art poured resources to support him. This theory was widely accepted by the public. Qin Bao Bao's male fans loved and hated it. Qin Bao Bao said himself, "My brother wrote all my songs." Everyone present naturally leaned towards the first theory. But Su Lu was a smart person. She knew that the company did not give Qin Bao Bao any resources. Then the person in front of him, Qin Zhe, nodded and threw out another bomb. "All of Qin Bao Bao's songs were written by me." The lounge fell into silence for a moment. After a short silence, the experienced director was the first to react. He rushed over and shook Qin Zai's hand enthusiastically. Hello, hello. How do I address you? Qin Zai. Qin Zai smiled and shook his hand. I've heard a lot about you. The director was excited and his face was full of smiles. Our program team once had a meeting to discuss you. We all want to know which big shot wrote the songs. Many people in the industry are guessing that Qin Baobao's composer is very popular online. My work is not worth mentioning. Qin Zai was not used to his enthusiasm. He was nervous and almost blurted out classical Chinese. Qin Baobao chuckled. Li Rongxing was lively and squeezed in to join in the fun. Handsome, no, master. Let's play a song. You can name the price. Huang Yuting reacted and shouted, count me in. Chen Xiaotong was not to be outdone. Count me in. Her accent was thick with Cantonese. She walked over from the sofa and looked at Qin Zai eagerly. After joining I Am a Singer, her career ushered in a second spring and her popularity skyrocketed. After this season, if she could come up with a few good songs and release a single, she would have a firm foothold. On the other hand, even if she was popular now, it would not take long for her to return to her original state if she did not have good works for a long time. There were many examples of people who became popular overnight in the entertainment industry. After becoming popular, there were even more examples of people who became invisible. Why? Because there were no good works. The audience was very forgetful. They needed to keep familiarizing themselves. Popularity was the life of a star. Creating rumors and buying news could also familiarize themselves. But after a long time, it would be counterproductive. Some female stars were jokingly called carpet stars. This was the after effect of not having any works and forcing themselves to be familiar. Su Lu's face was ugly. With such a master, playing the guqin was not a problem. The key was that she smelled a trace of danger. The source of Qin Baobao's songs was also discussed by the company. The marketing manager even had the idea of buying these songs. She suddenly turned her head and asked the assistant, what song did Qin Baobao sing? The assistant was confused. I don't know. We were not present when she rehearsed. Qin Zai felt that he was still too inexperienced. He was a little unaccustomed to the enthusiasm of several stars and the pressure brought about by being the focus of attention. I have no opinion, but she has to agree. The quick-witted Qin Zai threw the responsibility to his sister. Qin Baobao laughed and said, how would I dare to make the decision for you? You are the boss at home. Several people suddenly laughed. Qin Baobao said again, you can ask for a song, but you have to talk to my agent. After all, she had worked in the workplace before. Even if she did not want to, she would not say anything. At the same time, she gave them hope that if there was a suitable song in the future, the price would not be a problem. Everything could be negotiated. If it was successful, others would owe her a favor. At the front of the stage, somewhere in the front seats. What the hell is the program crew doing? Pei Ziki was lying on the soft seat, waiting impatiently. It's been almost half an hour. What's going on? Anyway, we heard Su Lu sing. Why don't we leave first? The girl next to her also muttered discontentedly. Not only them, but the other audience members also had a lot of opinions. The longer they waited, the more anxious the audience became. At first, the staff could still appease them, but later, the crowd was excited and could not be appeased. Less than 100 people left. No one was willing to wait foolishly. No, Qin Baobao hasn't sung yet. I want to vote for Su Lu and watch her defeat Qin Baobao. Pei Ziki rejected. Her best friend's father was the deputy director of the Shanghai Radio, Film and Television Bureau. Today, she was able to sit in the front seats because of her relationship with her best friend. Pei Ziki was a fan of Su Lu, but she was not a die-hard fan. As for Qin Bao Bao, she naturally disliked her. The reason was probably because she was too similar to the woman at home. She had a vixen-like face and a vixen-like temperament. What made her even angrier was that Li Donglai, that idiot, was actually so obsessed with Qin Bao Bao. He was obsessed with a woman who looked so similar to that woman. As the audience's impatience grew, Yin Jiao finally went on stage and apologized. "I'm very sorry to have kept everyone waiting." The program continues. Below the stage, the assistant director was counting down. 3, 2, 1. Yin Jiao, thank you, Su Lu, for bringing us the new song. Everyone, what do you think? The camera turned to the audience. It's good. The audience was also very supportive and applauded. It was as if the situation just now had not happened. Let's welcome the next singer, Qin Bao Bao. Chapter 77. Qin Bao Bao is here. She's still so beautiful. Her figure is so good. Look at her long legs. How can they be so long? Su Lu is not as beautiful as her. I have to admit that. She's so unlucky. She has no chance of winning against Su Lu. It can't be helped. How many fans does Su Lu have? Half of them are here because of her. She's got the upper hand. I'm also here because of Su Lu, but I'm her anti-fan. I'm here to slander her. But to be honest, the song just now was really good. What if Qin Bao Bao sang another farewell song? If she sang another farewell song, it's hard to say who would win. But she chose to sing an ancient-style song. Isn't she putting her face up for Su Lu to slap? Li Shuigang is not convinced. This was Qin Bao Bao's fan. It's really hard for her to win this time. Li Shuigang was a miracle. A miracle can't happen again. However, it's not like she has no hope in the revival round. Li Rongxing can't beat her, but Chen Xiaotong can at least try. Chen Xiaotong can't do it. The Queen of Music is back in popularity and her singing is good. Qin Bao Bao has no advantage. Qin Zhe followed the band teacher to their seats. The camera was not focused on them, but on Qin Bao Bao, who was slowly walking up the stage. But the audience present could see them. Pei Ziki sat in the front row. She glanced at the band teacher and looked away. Suddenly, she was stunned and turned her gaze back. That was, Qin, what was it again? Pei Ziki didn't remember Qin Zhe's name, but she recognized Qin Zhe's appearance. After all, Qin Zhe was a handsome guy on campus. He was no longer a passerby who would be forgotten at a glance. Why was he here? Was he the band teacher of the TV station? Pei Ziki was very curious. She remembered that Qin Zhe was a student at the University of Finance and Economics. How could a college student appear in that position? This was completely illogical. She suddenly remembered that her brother's tutor was hired by her aunt. At that time, she thought that her aunt had hired a tutor through some recruitment website, but now it seemed that it wasn't that simple. However, how could a university student catch her aunt's eye? Pei Ziki was lost in her thoughts when she suddenly heard soothing and melodious music. She was immediately attracted by it. Not only her, but everyone in the audience was stunned. This prelude was unexpectedly pleasant to listen to. Drums, flutes, triangles, and guqin intertwined to form clear and melodious notes, like flowing spring water. Especially the guqin, which had a clear sound quality, gave people a strong classical flavor. The soundtrack covers Chinese and Western instruments. Guqin is the main instrument. Only with it can it perfectly integrate Chinese and Western instruments. Without it, the soundtrack will lose its classical flavor. The blue and white brushstrokes drawn by the embryo turn from thick to light. The peony depicted on the bottle is just like your initial makeup. Through the window, I understand your thoughts. Let the brush rest halfway on the rice paper. Pei Ziqi's face froze for a moment before he straightened his back from the soft chair and stared unblinkingly at the radiant baby Qin, as if he was listening attentively. The audience behind her were mostly like her. They looked casual at first, but when the music started, they felt that the accompaniment was very pleasant and charming. Then Qin Bao Bao sang, and the lyrics rolled on the teleprompter. The beautiful lyrics, the classical melody, and the magnetic voice mixed with a hint of softness. She instantly attracted the audience. The sky is waiting for the misty rain, and I'm waiting for you. Smoke rises in spirals, thousands of miles away. At the bottom of the bottle, Han calligraphy imitates the elegance of the previous dynasty. Take it as a foreshadowing for me to meet you. The sky is waiting for the misty rain, and I'm waiting for you. The moonlight is fished out, and the ending is fainted. Like the blue and white porcelain handed down from generation to generation. There's a smile in your eyes. At the band's position, Qin Zhe closed his eyes, and his hands followed the rhythm of the zither strings. Hook, pick, wipe, pick, hold, push, hit, and pluck, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a smile, and he gradually entered a good mood. The band teachers beside him looked over in surprise. This young man's level was not bad. Before going on stage, Qin Zhe exchanged with the system for advanced zither playing skills, and he could completely master this song. This song was indeed written by him, but he was only a transit station. The real composer came from a parallel space. The first time he heard this song, he was shocked. But now, as a member of the accompaniment, the feeling was completely different. The charm of music was indeed endless. Can Su Lu's song really be compared with my blue and white porcelain? Does my sister really have no chance of winning? Don't you think ink and painting is too crafty? Don't you think the lyrics are a bit forced and blindly pursue rhetoric? Well, let us speak with facts. Please continue to listen. Qin Zhe's zither suddenly, like a storm, climbed to the peak little by little, and then turned sharply down. The white and blue koi fish jumped at the bottom of the bowl. When I copied the song style, I thought of you. The secret you hid in the kiln for 1,000 years. Extremely delicate, like an embroidery needle falling to the ground. The banana outside the curtain provokes the sudden rain, the door ring provokes the copper green. And I passed by that Jiangnan town and provoked you. In the splash ink landscape painting. You were hidden from the depths of the ink. The audience was intoxicated. Their emotions were unconsciously immersed in a touch of sadness. Seeing such a picture, the scenery in front of them spread out, the dark sky, the misty rain, the Jiangnan town looming in the rain and fog. The light rain hit the banana leaves, the closed door, the door ring dyed with a layer of copper green. The misty rain in Jiangnan, the small bridge, the flowing water, the bluestone road, and there should be a girl holding an oil paper umbrella. She should have the hazy and agile like the misty rain in Jiangnan. She was wearing a court lady's dress. She walked through the bluestone paved, long path. The girl holding the oil paper umbrella, the umbrella painted with painting ink. She should be a passerby, but she seemed to be looking for something. Maybe she was looking for the way home, or maybe she was looking for the love of 1,000 years. In this small town, in the kiln, looking for the secret of 1,000 years ago. There was a need for a male lead here, but there was no need for a male lead here. It was sorrowful, resentful, and elegant. The sky is waiting for the misty rain, and I am waiting for you. The smoke rises in spirals, thousands of miles away. At the bottom of the vase, the Han calligraphy imitates the elegance of the previous dynasty. Take it as a foreshadowing for meeting you. The sky is waiting for the misty rain, and I am waiting for you. The moonlight is fished out, fainting to start the ending. Like the blue and white porcelain handed down from generation to generation, it is beautiful. Your eyes are smiling. The gentle and euphemistic sound of the zither became lower and lower, gradually disappearing. After the song, Qin Bao Bao suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes wet. Pei Ziki suddenly came back to her senses, from the sad and sorrowful atmosphere filled with the misty rain of Jiangnan. She slowly shivered, goosebumps all over her body. The hundreds of audience members at the scene were all silent. No one seemed to be able to come out of the melancholy and sorrow of the song. Many emotional girls covered their mouths and cried. Backstage, Huang Yuting was excited. The melody is gentle and euphemistic, elegant and refined. The lyrics are even better. The person who wrote this song is definitely a genius, a genius. Li Rongxing was even more exaggerated. How can there be such a beautiful song? How can the lyrics be so well written? It's sad, and moving. Oh my God, I want to cover it, I must cover it. Chen Xiaotong pointed at Qin Bao Bao on the screen and said empathetically, I'm stuck in the song and can't get out. Lu Xuegong couldn't help but think of the song, Farewell Song, that caused him to fail miserably. Thinking of the young man he met just now, he couldn't help but admire him. A genius, a genius. Su Lu's expression was very good. If it weren't for the camera, she would have flipped the table. This song. She had no hope at all. Qin Bao Bao adjusted her mood and said in a nasal voice, Thank you, everyone. A moment later, applause broke out. Everyone stood up at the same time and gave a warm applause. They didn't say much, just kept applauding to show their admiration. Their expressions were enough to show their surprise, admiration, appreciation, and support at the moment. Qin Bao Bao stood in the center of the stage and accepted the applause with a smile. Yin Jia went on stage, wiped her red eyes, and said with a smile, Yin Jia really cried just now. The audience unanimously agreed. No one knew if this girl was acting or if she was sincere. Then, Su Lu went on stage. She and Qin Bao Bao stood in the center of the stage. It was time to vote. The votes of the two rose one by one. Soon, Su Lu surpassed Qin Bao Bao and she was firmly in the upper hand. Su Lu turned to look at the big screen and breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't help but smile. I'm voting for Su Lu. I'm her fan, of course I'll support her. I support Qin Bao Bao. Her songs are 2F** King amazing. From Invisible Wings to Blue and White Porcelain, every song is amazing. Hey, Su Lu is in the lead. What's going on? Su Lu is an A-lister. She sings well. Bullsh** T, how can her song be compared to Blue and White Porcelain? Do you have ears? Su Lu, Su Lu. Qin Bao Bao, Qin Bao Bao. The audience wanted to fight. Pei Ziqi furrowed her brows as she held onto the voting device, hesitating. Her best friend nagged, Hey, I'm voting for Qin Bao Bao. She sings so well that I cried. Ziki, who are you voting for? Aren't you Su Lu's fan? Why are you hesitating? Looks like Qin Bao Bao has no chance. Su Lu has more votes than her. Pei Ziki said angrily, Shut up. The melody and lyrics of Blue and White Porcelain appeared in her mind. She recalled the urge to cry just now. She gritted her teeth and voted for Qin Bao Bao. I'm only interested in the song, not the person. Although I'm voting for you, I still hate you. In the middle and end of the voting, Su Lu's support rate showed signs of weakening. On the other hand, Qin Bao Bao's momentum was strong and soaring. Qin Bao Bao caught up. Qin Bao Bao overtook her. Su Lu's face darkened. She was very anxious. She came here with a new song to promote her new album. Whether it was her self-development or her self-esteem, she could not lose. The new song that she had painstakingly worked on was overshadowed by a song of the same genre on the show. Was she still going to release her new album? The company had given her so many resources. Hurry up and vote for me. What are you doing? I'm an A-lister. Do you have the nerve to call yourselves my fans? Suddenly, Eun Jia said loudly, "Okay, the voting is over." On the big screen, the voting results were out. Many people's expressions changed. Many people were so excited that they wanted to dance. Qin Bao Bao, 208 votes. Su Lu, 186 votes. More than 100 votes abstained. Eun Jia announced, the final result is Qin Bao Bao wins. Applause sounded. The audience cheered. The atmosphere was lively. Chapter 78. Backstage, at the corner of a corridor. Qin Bao Bao pulled her brother sneakily and looked around. She was so angry that she gave Qin Zhe a punch. Then she smiled like a flower and kissed him on the cheek. She said with a smile, "Today's performance was good. I'll give you a kiss as a reward." Are you surprised? Qin Zhe laughed. Are you crazy? You pulled me here just to say this. Qin Bao Bao really wanted to kiss him. His sister's way of venting her happiness was to kiss Qin Zhe. This was Qin Bao Bao's habit. But her habit couldn't be shown in public. Otherwise, tomorrow's news would be shocking. Qin Bao Bao kissed the male pianist in public. As the younger brother, Qin Zhe didn't understand why his sister was so excited. Qin Bao Bao had suffered a lot during this period of time. She regarded Su Lu as her number one enemy. Unfortunately, her PK target was really Su Lu. Then, the piano player, that wretched boy, was coincidentally smashed into the hospital. Qin Bao Bao's worldview was about to collapse at that time. We ordinary people are so happy today. Ignoring her brother's helpless gaze, baby Qin was high on her own. She twisted her butt and danced a hot dance, her eyebrows flying. Your brain is damaged. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes and said, I have to go first. There's a tutoring later. Qin Bao Bao waved her hand and said disdainfully, quit your crappy tutoring. Your sister is a big star. Can't I raise you? Damn, this woman opened a dye house just because you gave her some color. Why don't you go to heaven? Qin Bao Bao had to stay until the end of the program, so she couldn't accompany Qin Zhe back. Qin Zhe looked at his sister's back. She was slender and graceful, pleasing to the eye. Qin Bao Bao suddenly turned her head and met Qin Zhe's sneaky eyes. She charmingly rolled her eyes and asked, the director seems to want to recruit you to the TV station. What do you think? I'm not interested. Qin Bao Bao, let me tell you, the program team is making trouble for you during the drawing of lots. You should pay attention. Qin Zhe warned. Qin Bao Bao put on a pitiful expression. Emperor, there are always wicked people who want to harm Qinxie. Qin Zhe mocked, beloved concubine, perhaps because you haven't served me in bed for many days. The heavens are angry and the people are punishing you. Qin Bao Bao curled her lips. Then why don't you secretly provide for yourself? Do you still need big sister's help? Baby Qin, our friendship is over. For the first time, Qin Zhe was defeated by his sister's words, and he ran away with his tail between his legs. Qin Bao Bao put her hands on her waist and laughed 3 times. After leaving the TV station, he took a taxi and went straight to the luxurious villa area. After hanging out with Li Donglai for a long time, he desperately found that this guy's aptitude was really ordinary. Qin Zhe had to teach a math problem 3 times before he could understand it. He changed the mode and set traps in the question, which was the so-called blind spot question, so he was caught unprepared. On the other hand, Li Donglai's aptitude for physical training was excellent. After 100 push-ups, his face was not red and he was not out of breath. He also didn't meet the white-bearded grandpa or the old beggar who sold the Buddha's palm. Otherwise, he would be pulled by the sleeve and said, "Young man, your bones are amazing and your aptitude is excellent. Why don't you save the world with me?" He was a good seedling to be a hooligan. Qin Zhe really wanted to run to the hall and suggest to Nan Man Pei, "Let your nephew practice martial arts. If not, he can be an athlete. Studying is really misleading." After thinking about it again and again, he didn't dare to act rashly because he couldn't figure out Nan Man Pei's methods for the time being. At 3:00 in the afternoon, the setting sun was magnificent and coquettish, just like the woman sitting on the sofa in front of him. She was wearing home clothes. After losing her fierce temperament, she was like an elegant and dignified jade guanyin. She smiled at Qin Zhe, who was coming downstairs, and said, "You're back." "Yes." Qin Zhe looked at the queen, whose temperament had changed greatly, and said tentatively, "Sister Pei, you're not driving me today." Nan Man Pei looked at him with amusement and said, "Do you want me to arrange another driver for you?" Qin Zhe was surprised and said, "That's good." Nan Man Pei said angrily, "Go away." The flirtatious expression that she unintentionally revealed was exceptionally alluring. After a few teasing words, Qin Zhe was about to leave when he happened to see Pei Ziki coming home with a backpack. The short-haired and pretty student was slightly stunned and said, "Did you play the piano on the TV stations 'I Am a Singer' this morning?" Qin Zhe pretended not to understand and said, "What are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean." Pei Ziki curled her lips and was too lazy to argue with him. She turned to Nan Man Pei and asked, "Auntie, what's this guy's background?" Nan Man Pei smiled and said, "Little Qin is an ordinary person." Pei Ziki curled her lips again, carried her backpack, and went upstairs. "Aren't you in a hurry to go home? Let's chat with Sister Pei." "Okay." Qin Zhe sat on the sofa. He also wanted to know more about this woman's background. Nan Man Pei looked at the TV. The content was news simulcast that most young people would not watch. There was a pot of Westlake Longjing tea on the coffee table. Nan Man Pei did not speak, so Qin Zhe did not speak. He secretly felt that the queen was deliberately leaving him out to attack his mind. "Do you watch news simulcast?" Nan Man Pei poured a cup of tea and handed it to Qin Zhe. Occasionally, Qin Zhe answered honestly. News simulcast was a never-ending episode that could be followed for a lifetime. Moreover, news simulcast was called the Divine Dictionary of the Shareholders for a reason. 30 minutes of content was very informative. It depended on how much you could get. It's always good to watch news simulcast. It's meaningful. Nan Man Pei smiled. Qin Zhe complained in his heart, "How can this be related to the spirit of revolution? Sister, you have no limits. You seem to be very dissatisfied with me." Nan Man Pei stared at him. "Absolutely not." Qin Zhe denied. "Because I investigated you." Qin Zhe was silent. "I didn't experience the anti-Japanese war, the war of liberation, the long march where the entire army was almost wiped out. Of course, I didn't experience the Great Famine of 1942. Also, there was the counterattack against Vietnam, the war of resistance against America and aid Korea. When my grandfather was young, China was divided by warlords. The flames of war burned the plains and the people had no way to make a living. In order to fill his stomach, he joined the warlords. With his family's martial arts, he dared to fight and became a small leader in a few years. Later, the Northern Expedition wiped out the warlords and the National Party unified China in name. However, at that time, there were internal and external troubles, and the people's livelihood did not improve. In desperation, He gathered a group of defeated soldiers and took over a mountain, becoming a bandit leader. He killed and set fires, but he never ate the grass near his nest. Instead, he reported the safety of the area. This is all from my sister. When my grandfather passed away, I wasn't even born yet. My grandfather had a brother with the surname Lee. At that time, there was a Red Spear Society in SD, which was secretly the armed force of the Red Party. After the outbreak of the anti-Japanese war, the brother joined the Red Spear Society and traveled a long distance to join the main force. Later, the new China was established. Because of this relationship, my grandfather was not wiped out by the main force of the Red Army. Qin Zhe was very untimely with his obsessive-compulsive disorder. He was thinking about how old Nan Man Pei's grandfather was at that time. The Qin dynasty was destroyed in 1912. The Mukden incident happened in 1931. If the old man was still alive, he would be 100 years old. Before Nan Man Pei was born, his grandfather had passed away. Her Majesty looked about 30 years old. Well, the age was indeed suitable. Wait, Li Donglai, Nan Man Pei seemed to have seen through his thoughts and said softly, yes, he was Li Donglai's father's grandfather. Because of this deep relationship, my father was a local tyrant in the north. No matter whether it was clean or not, as long as it was a profitable business, he would be involved in it. In 1994, he offended someone he couldn't afford to offend, so he was shot. He left me a family business that was not a blessing or a curse, but it was enough for an ordinary person to live on for 8 lifetimes. I also have an elder sister who married into the Li family, but she died many years ago. Dong Lai and Ziki didn't like their stepmother, so they moved to live with me. Qin Zhe was stunned and didn't know what to do. Didn't you say that you were just going to chat? Her Majesty, you're telling me the ins and outs of all 18 generations of ancestors. Damn it, what did I do to deserve this? Can you take back what you said just now? It was true that Qin Zhe was very curious about the background of Pei Nan Man and the siblings. He was prepared to have a big talk with the queen. However, when the queen spat out her family background like she was spitting out beans, he realized that he really didn't know much about women. In this society, 80% of the resources are given priority to all kinds of people with connections, and the remaining 20% are fought over by the poor. What do you think? There were too many opinions, and I didn't know if I should say MMP. He had a stomach full of angry words, but he didn't say it out loud. It was too childish, and he was afraid that Queen Bey, who had been in society for many years, would look down on him. That's human nature. Every rich generation works so hard just to make their son or grandson a rich second or third generation rich second or third generation rich third generation rich. People's great desires are irreproachable. Qin Zhe changed to a more mature way of saying it. Nan Man Pei nodded and smiled, truth. Actually, every time I see a certain second-generation rich kid driving a luxury car to show off his wealth on the internet, I'll curse his mother and say, if it weren't for this old man, who do you think you are? Qin Zhe smiled. This is the so-called angry youth. Later, I realized that this was useless, and it still couldn't change your identity as a loser. Other than being a keyboard warrior, it was useless. Now, it's even more impossible. I think I have the ability to become a rich first generation. You also know that my sister is Qin Bao Bao. She is already a star, and in the future, she will make a lot of money. My children in the future will definitely be rich second generations. Nan Man Pei keenly caught the loophole in Qin Zhe's words, and smiled faintly. You are you, and your sister is your sister. In the future, when you marry a wife and she marries, you will be 2 different families. Qin Zhe was stunned and found himself speechless. He really didn't think about the future. Qin Bao Bao's marriage always felt like a fantasy. Sister Pei, why are you telling me this? This was obviously not on the same level as the world he was in contact with. Qin had not been in contact with many worlds. The world of business tycoons, the world of political tycoons, the world of rich second-generation officials, and even the world of healthcare, he had not been in contact with it. We are even. Nan Man Pei said with a smile, I'm afraid that you have chauvinist cancer. The internet says that chauvinist cancers like you are very scary, similar to Chinibu. If you want to find a girlfriend, it's best to listen to everything the man says. You can't be selfish and self-centered, or you will be hated. In terms of character, you must be a saint and wholeheartedly devoted to the man. Qin was dumbfounded. His mind was full of curses, and he didn't know how to vent. You even know about chauvinist cancer. My queen is amazing. It's not like your character at all. Qin pondered for a moment and thought about the wording. I'm Qin, male, and I like girls. My parents are still alive, and I have an older sister who is studying at Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. I have never had a girlfriend, and I am eager to leave singleness. 3 generations of my ancestors have been good people. I can't compare to you, who is loved by everyone. Bootlicker. Nan Man Pei laughed. I wouldn't dare. After the founding of the country, you are not allowed to become a fairy. Nan Man Pei said helplessly, I will send you back. No need. I can go back by myself. There's no need to trouble you. Qin didn't dare to sit in her car. He would bring her back to the Huangpu River and put her in a sack to sink, a child who was still sifting through knowledge in school, a woman who was like a goddess and a queen, ended their short, heart-to-heart. Chapter 79. The next day, I Am a Singer was broadcasted. Qin Bao and Qin watched it with Wang Zijin again. Compared to the show, Qin enjoyed this moment more. Qin Bao sat on his left and Wang Zijin on his right. 2 beauties with different styles, he felt a bit of joy. Wang Zijin clicked on the bullet screen. Because of Qin she also learned to read the bullet screen and found it quite interesting. Only Qin Bao hated the bullet screen. Her brother and best friend had nothing to do with it and were just watching the show. She was the person involved. People on the internet dared to say anything. Every time she saw it, she felt uncomfortable. Correspondingly, her tolerance improved a lot, but she still had some grudges in her heart. The bullet screen was very lively. The show was first recorded live, then broadcast on TV, and then on the internet. But now, there were far more people watching TV than computer. I heard that Qin Bao won again. Someone on the internet said so. *T. You believe in the internet? Front row. Qin Bao is the best in the world, Fake Pig Trap is the second best in the world. Wang Zijin chuckled. Qin turned his head and glanced at his sister's impressive size. Qin Bao's face darkened. She chopped the back of Qin's neck with her hand. The host, Yin Jia, knocked on the door of the VIP room. Su Lu opened the door with a gentle smile. Wow, Su Lu, my goddess. I haven't heard Su Lu sing in a long time. I didn't expect her to join a singer. I'm looking forward to it. Su Lu is still so beautiful. I heard that Su Lu came with an original song. I'm really looking forward to her and Qin Bao's competition. It's 1 in 6 probability. How can it be so easy? A scheming person who lip syncs. She actually has the face to return to the music industry. How can she be so thick-skinned? Disgusting. Do you have any manners? What's wrong with lip syncing? Who hasn't lip synced before? That's right. You're a keyboard warrior who won't let go of the past. She was indeed a controversial female star. As soon as she appeared, the bullet screen was flooded with comments. The anti-fans and true fans couldn't wait to get into the screen and fight. Wang Zijin looked at the computer and asked curiously, "Bao Bao, did you really pick Su Lu?" Qin Bao Bao said gloomily, "That's true. The production team is stirring up trouble. They are operating in the dark." "Did you win?" Wang Zijin asked again. "Of course. Don't you know who wrote the song?" Qin Zhe interrupted. "It's obviously because I'm good at singing." Qin Bao Bao was not convinced. "Say that again." Qin Zhe narrowed his eyes. Your Majesty, Qinxia was just bragging. Don't be angry, it's all thanks to you. Qinxia is basking in your glory." Qin Bao Bao, who lacked the dignity of her older sister, immediately admitted defeat. Singing an ancient song. Qin Zhe wrote it. Wang Zijin was stunned. She was quite surprised. How could Qin Zhe know everything? He could write rock songs, love songs, and even ancient songs. Especially the latter. Without a certain literary foundation, it was impossible to write good lyrics. At this time, the contestants began to draw lots. Qin Bao Bao unfortunately picked Su Lu. The bullet screen exploded. The audience was also speechless. What the hell, Qin Bao Bao is so lucky. In the first episode, she picked Huang Yuding. In the second episode, she picked Xue Mei. In the third episode, she picked Lu Xuegong. In the fourth episode, she picked Su Lu. I'm kneeling to Qin Bao Bao. At this moment, 666 is the only thing that can express my inner amazement. Qin Bao Bao's path to stardom is really uncertain. She's bound to lose. Yeah, Su Lu came with an original song and is also an A-list celebrity. How can she compete with her? Qin Bao Bao is in danger. Unless she can come up with another amazing song like Farewell Song, but the possibility is not big. Good songs are hard to find. It's not easy to come by. It's okay, there's still the revival round. Qin Bao Bao's popularity is not what it used to be. If she doesn't make a mistake, she's not necessarily weaker than Qin Xiaotong. This round's elimination will be between her and Qin Xiaotong. Qin Zhe suddenly remembered that he still didn't know who would be eliminated in this episode, so he asked his sister, who will be eliminated in this episode. Qin Bao Bao blinked and said proudly, "Guess." Being stared by Qin Zhe, she became timid again. Qin Xiaotong. She's the least popular. Damn it, where's my sister's dignity? Sure enough, one's mouth is soft. Huang Yuding strode onto the stage under the shining lights. My hometown is getting younger and younger. Only my father's face is old. I'm looking at this strange hometown seriously. It's not how I remember it. Everything has changed because of the passage of time. I'm like a guest from afar who passed by here. Bullet screen, it's so good. Why haven't I heard this song before? It's an old song from the 70s. I heard it when I was a child, but the original is not as good as cult leader Huang's cover. This song is going to be popular. When will the online resources be released? I'm Huang Yuding's fan now. He's a great singer. On this stage, he and Lu Xuegong are the best singers. He's so talented. This cover is amazing. I want to see Li Rongxing's exaggerated expression. This guy is so funny. Li Rongxing can't afford to be hurt. It's okay. It's not shameful to lose to Huang Yuding. He won't be eliminated anyway. This episode's eliminated should be Qin Bao Bao. Yeah, she's so unlucky to have picked Su Lu. In terms of popularity, Huang Yuding and Lu Xuegong are not as good as her. Then Li Rongxing went on stage to sing. His singing was good, but he was not as good as Huang Yuding. Unsurprisingly, he lost. Then it was Lu Shuigang and Qin Xiaodong's PK. Lu Shuigang lost to Qin Baobao last time, so he didn't dare to be careless. He used his special ability to sing rock and roll and won easily. Finally, Su Lu, who was wearing an ink-colored cheongsam, went on stage. This dress is beautiful. It's so beautiful, my goddess. I still like Su Lu. Damn, does she have to be so seductive? This cheongsam stunned me. Honey, take the credit card. Su Lu will buy 10 pieces of this dress. Su Lu started to sing. Her voice was light and she was born with a good singing voice. She debuted as a singer. The first break in the rain. The ripples on the lake. Half a lifetime of tiredness in vain. An oil paper umbrella on the bluestone. Thin smoke on the painting screen. It's hard to paint your beautiful face. Ink painting, it's hard to hide your face. A few dancers break the snow in the bottle. After Su Lu started to sing, the comments on the bullet screen rose like snowflakes. There were all kinds of exclamations and admiration. This song is good. It's so good. It's so good. This song is my best antique song this year. It's perfect with Su Lu's cheongsam. It's really artistic. The song is even better. Su Lu is going to rise in the music industry again. I want to buy her new album. Someone even wrote a long comment. There are many antique songs in China, but they are all sung by online singers. There are very few people in the music industry who sing antique songs. There are 2 reasons. First, the lyrics are difficult to write and the song is difficult to compose. To write an antique song with an artistic conception, the literary foundation is too high. Second, the song is difficult to compose and fit the lyrics. When online singers sing antique songs, the lyrics are up to standard, but the artistic conception of the song is far from perfect. Su Lu's song is mellow and quiet. It's like crying, and it goes straight to the heart. The lyrics are a little lacking, but it's still an excellent song. Teacher Su Gongming is a professional. Thumbs up. I'm inexplicably melancholic and depressed. I'm completely immersed in it. At this moment, someone jumped out. A bunch of idiots. You have the nerve to praise her with such standards. You haven't heard Qin Baobao's songs, right? The audience was stunned. They were either curious or angry. It caused a war of words. Looking at the computer screen, the audience was probably having a war of words with her. Qin Baobao smiled and bared her 2 small canine teeth. She was quite proud. A's. She stretched out her hand. Qin Zhe cooperated and high-fived her. Wang Zijin looked at her and then at Qin Zhe. She said, I feel like I'm being excluded by you too. Soon, Qin Baobao appeared. Her style was simple and plain as usual. White slim pants, black t-shirt, and light makeup. Women's clothes were particular about matching and styling because clothes made the person. If the clothes looked good, the person would also look good. The simpler the clothes, the more difficult it was to wear. Qin Baobao didn't have this problem at all. It was a simple outfit, but it brought out her hot and youthful side. Her outfit was the costume designer's suggestion. The middle-aged costume designer often looked at Qin Baobao and sighed. Back then, I was also a hot flower, but now I've fallen under the butcher's knife of time. The sound of drums, allegro, and zither played light, like the tinkling of flowing water. Hey, the accompaniment is good. Nice, it feels good. Light, melodious. What zither sound? It's not a piano, right? It's very classical. It should be a zither. Nice. When the accompaniment started, the audience commented on it. But soon, everyone stopped talking. The blue and white strokes outlined by the embryo turn heavy and light. The peony painted on the bottle is like your initial makeup. Through the window, I understand your thoughts. The blue sky waits for the misty rain, and I'm waiting for you. Smoke rises in spirals, thousands of miles across the river. At the bottom of the bottle, Han calligraphy imitates the elegance of the previous dynasty. Take it as a foreshadowing for me to meet you. The blue sky waits for the misty rain, and I'm waiting for you. The moonlight is fished out, and the ending is fainted. Like the blue and white porcelain handed down from generation to generation, it's beautiful. Your eyes are smiling. Chapter 80. White and blue koi fish jumping at the bottom of the bowl. While copying the song calligraphy, I thought of you. The secret you hid in the kiln for 1,000 years. Extremely delicate, like an embroidery needle falling to the ground. Banana leaves outside the curtain provoke sudden rain, door rings provoke verdant. And when I passed by that Jiangnan town, I provoked you. In the splash ink landscape painting. You were hidden from the depths of ink. Weibo was silent without warning. Who would have thought that the fearless keyboard warriors would have moments of silence? Until the song ended. The silent bullet screen finally came back to its senses and then exploded. Qin Zhe and his two sisters once again saw the phenomenon of being flooded with bullet screen comments. The white subtitles mixed with blue, red, purple, and other colors covered the program. Damn, a song almost made me orgasm. What the F*** CK? Blue and white porcelain. Ancient style. Original. Original, original again. Your mother, you made me cry. I feel so bad. Damn, I hate this kind of song the most. It unreasonably pulls you into a sad and gloomy atmosphere. Stop talking. Let me savor it for 3 minutes. My Bao Bao is amazing. I won't hate it this time. This song is really amazing. Who said that Qin Bao Bao is going to be eliminated? I'm the first one to disagree. My face is swollen. It hurts. This song is so artistic. Jiangnan Water Town, drizzle, long bluestone road winding by the riverside town, blue and white porcelain depicting peonies, Jiangnan women wearing court ladies' clothes. I can't help but think of this picture. I love this woman. I want black fungus too. Qin Zhe happened to see this and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Qin Bao was so angry that she pinched Qin Zhe's arm mercilessly. Qin Zhe dodged, but Qin Bao did not give up. Sister Ziwei, if it weren't for you, I would have taught Qin Bao Bao a lesson. Qin Zhe didn't forget to drag Wang Zijin to play with him. While they were playing, he turned his head and was stunned. He saw Wang Zijin staring at the computer with tears all over her pale oval face. Sister Ziwei. Qin Zhe looked at his sister and said softly. Wang Zijin hurriedly wiped away her tears and pretended to be relaxed. She smiled and said, "It's nothing. This song is too good. I feel a little emotional." Qin Zhe saw his sister quietly mouthing to him, "Female hipster." Oh right, Wang Zijin was a female hipster from Peking University's Chinese department. Hipsters were a kind of disease, especially female hipsters who were terminally ill. They were sentimental and meticulous. They could easily be immersed in all kinds of sad plots and get into character in a second. If you found a girl crying for no reason on the road, either she had fallen out of love or her hipster disease was acting up. In order to alleviate Wang Zijin's hipster disease, Qin Zhe cleverly changed the topic. Qin Bao Bao, your singing is still a little flawed. Qin Bao Bao tilted her head and had an expression that said, "Let's see how your mouth will bloom. First of all, your lung capacity is very good. This is the foundation of being an excellent singer. Secondly, your singing method, whether it's breathing or the rhythm of your breathing, is perfect. But I want to say that your songs lack emotion. Take this blue and white porcelain for example. There is emotion, but it's not strong enough. When you switch between high and low notes, you are really just switching between high and low notes. The change in emotion is not big. When you are in the low notes, you should have mixed in the sadness and sadness. When you are in the high notes, the emotion will not decrease but increase. But you did not do that at all. You are like a crow that fell from the sky. What do you mean? Qin Bao Bao blinked her beautiful eyes. A uniform straight line. Qin Zhe lectured, a real soulful singer first moves himself, then moves the audience. You only move yourself, but it's not enough to move the audience. You should sing until everyone is sad and crying. Only then will your achievement be complete. His sister pursed her lips. I'm sorry I didn't sing until everyone was crying. Today was Friday. His sister, who had not played games with Qin Zhe for a long time, suddenly found her conscience. She felt that she had neglected her single brother during this period of time, so she proposed to play a game with Qin Zhe. But today's Qin Zhe was no longer the loser who played games and played forums. During the day, he was tutoring, watching the games, and paying attention to his sister's popularity. He really did not have time to immerse himself in games. When he was free, he was more willing to curry favor with Wang Zijin and see if he could woo this sister. Because everyone lived together, Qin Zhe was embarrassed to use sugar-coated bullets. Think about it, if he threw out those mushy words and did not get a response, then he would sit in the living room and stare at each other. Wouldn't he die of embarrassment? That was why it was said that distance makes the heart grow fonder. If he did not get a response after throwing out sugar-coated bullets, it was fine. He could just leave and hide his identity and reputation, and try again the next day. The way they got along with each other was different, so the way they pursued had to be changed accordingly. Qin Zhe adopted the plan of love grows fonder with time. There was no other meaning behind it. Late at night, Wang Zijin took a shower. Qin Bao Bao was in the living room doing simple stretching exercises, bending over to touch the tips of her feet. Her but wrapped in denim shorts became rounder, like a ripe peach. Qin Zhe was lying on the sofa, admiring his sister's exquisite and curvaceous figure, and thinking about the future. Ding, the system issued a new mission, touch Qin Bao Bao's butt. If you succeed, you will be rewarded with 90 points. If you fail, you will be deducted the same amount. Long time no see, the Demon Beast mission, moral integrity was something people did not have, and the system did not necessarily have either. If God gave me another chance, I would turn around and go back to sleep. I would never admire Qin Bao Bao's figure. Qin Zhe's mind was full of shit. The last Demon Beast mission was to kiss Qin Bao Bao's lips while she was sleeping. Seeing Qin Bao Bao's cramp, Qin Zhe pretended to look at the scenery as he approached his sister. Then, he quickly touched her butt. Before his sister could react, he muttered, "Go away, go away. Don't block the way." Humph. Qin Bao Bao was indeed attracted. She snorted at him and moved a few steps away. She continued stretching herself. Qin Zhe turned back to the sofa, full of pride, and opened the system interface. The mission showed, incomplete. His smile suddenly stiffened. Can you still play happily? What do you want? Qin Zhe wanted to open up his brain and beat the system, but considering that he was the one who was injured. Forget it. It was not difficult to touch his sister's butt. It was not that Qin Zhe had not spanked her before. But the system obviously would not play word games with him. In summary, spanking was not touching. His sister could endure being spanked by him, but touching her but was another meaning. Spanking could be understood as teaching his sister, but what was touching her butt? Was it obscene? Qin Bao Bao would probably fight him to the death. A simple touch did not count as touching her, but did he have to touch her but like on TV, with a face full of, "I'm teasing you"? Qin had to admit the fact that he had desires in his heart. Just now, when he looked at his sister's perfect butt, he had a little more thoughts. Qin insisted that it was just a simple flash of inspiration. Then the question was, should he touch her butt or not? Qin opened the system interface and saw his remaining points at a glance, 205. This was including the 90 points he got the other day at Nan Man Pei's house when he pretended to be cool. It cost him 150 points to exchange for the advanced skill of the ancient zither. With his current points, he could only exchange for one more advanced skill at most, and then he would face financial exhaustion. And Singer was only the 4th episode. If there were a few more changes in the middle, he might not have enough points to deal with the situation. Therefore, this mission must not be given up. Then the question was, how could he touch his sisters but without anyone noticing? It would be a little difficult to do it without anyone noticing, look at the gray plane, and then quickly touch it. No, unless his sister had no sense of touch. Otherwise, even if the alien UFO came, it would not be able to hide the fact that his brother touched her butt. And he had tried it just now. It did not work. "Girl, I see that you are a natural beauty, especially your amazing butt bone. Can you let me touch your bone and weigh it?" That would not work either. A slap would come. Suddenly, Qin had an idea and remembered a joke on the internet. He suddenly had an idea. "Sister, something has happened to my body recently." Qin coughed to attract his sister's attention, and then pretended to speak in a heavy tone. Qin Bao was still very concerned about her brother. Hearing this, she hurriedly said, "What's the situation? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Do you want your sister to send you to the hospital? It's a difficult disease." Qin thought for a while and raised his right hand. "I don't know what's wrong with my hand. Sometimes, I can't control myself and do some strange things. It's not out of my heart at all." As he spoke, he slapped himself without warning, the kind that was crisp and loud. His sister was shocked. She hurried over and said in a panic, "Ah, it's true. Yes, it's completely out of my control." Slap. He slapped himself again. Is it ADHD? Obsessive-compulsive disorder? I'll check online. Qin Bao took out her mobile phone. Qin saw that he was almost done laying the groundwork. Without changing his expression, he reached for his sister's butt. He did not forget to repeat, "It should be OCD. Anyway, I can't control it either." Qin Bao reacted very quickly. She blocked it with one hand and slapped her brother's face with the other. Of course, she cared for her brother and did not use too much strength. "What should I do? My hand is also out of control." Qin Bao slapped himself, took a few steps back, and sneered. "I almost believed you. Damn pervert. Damn, why didn't you follow the script?" Qin covered his face and wanted to cry. Fairy tales are all lies. Wang Zijin changed into her pajamas and came out of the shower. Her hair was wet and scattered. Under her nightgown, 2 white and tender calves were slender and smooth. She saw the siblings in the living room and was stunned. Then, she laughed and said, "What's wrong with you two again?" Qin Bao lay on the sofa with her legs crossed and her arms crossed. Her little face was fierce, and she looked like she was still angry. Qin sat a little further away from her dejectedly. He did not dare to approach her, and his face was full of frustration. After a month of living together, Wang Zijin could acutely sense the changes in the relationship between the siblings. She could tell when they were fooling around and when they were really fighting. Qin Bao glanced at Qin from the corner of her eyes. Then, she got up and pulled Wang Zijin back to the room. "Zijin, let's go. Don't bother with this pervert. Wang Zijin was led into the room by her. She did not forget to turn her head and cast a puzzled look at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe opened his mouth. What can I do? I'm also helpless. He had not completed his mission and suffered a double loss. Chapter 81. On Tuesday, Qin Zhe accompanied Qin Bao Bao to the recording of the show. The recording of Singing Star was more interesting. The singers could choose their own time to rehearse between Monday and Thursday. The so-called rehearsal was for the singers and the band to work on the details and problems of the music. The show was recorded on Thursday and aired on Friday. Qin Bao Bao had an appointment with the program team on Tuesday. Her manager, Li Yanhong, had something to do at home and could not leave. Her sister took this opportunity to bring Qin Zhe over to broaden his horizons. Qin Zhe was not willing to go to the TV station, but Qin Bao Bao dragged him along. These few days, Qin Bao Bao and her brother had a cold war. She felt that her brother was desperate and thirsty. She had planned to ignore him for at least a week, but considering that she wanted to continue on the stage of I Am a Singer, she needed to rely on him. So Qin Bao Bao took advantage of the fact that Wang Zijin was not at home and held a family meeting behind closed doors. To be precise, it was a scolding meeting. She scolded Qin Zhe for a full hour. In view of Qin Zhe's good attitude and admitting his mistakes, Qin Bao Bao forgave him. Dragon Television. Rehearsal venue. Qin Zhe followed the newcomer, Qin Bao Bao, into the TV station building as an intern at Xingyi Entertainment. The staff member who received Qin Bao Bao arranged for her to stay in a spacious and bright lounge. Miss Qin, please wait a moment. Unfortunately, Teacher Li is rehearsing right now, so you might have to wait a little longer. The staff member said and left in a hurry. The singer who was eliminated in the previous episode was Hong Jingyao, who was once popular all over the country. As a senior, he was getting old. The other singers who were in the revival round with him were Li Rongxing and Lu Xuegong. Li Rongxing was a popular male singer. He was handsome and had good singing skills. Lu Xuegong was at his peak. If he were to compete with these two, he would definitely be eliminated. As the saying goes, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. A few minutes later, the staff member led another guest in, Su Lu. The staff member smiled and said, "The wind blew today and brought all of you here." Su Lu was wearing a light blue dress, and her makeup was exquisite. She was a woman in her 30s, and her charm and temperament were at the peak of her life. Qin Bao Bao sat upright on the sofa. Her eyes collided with Su Lu's sharp ones, and sparks seemed to crackle in the air. Su Lu hated Qin Bao to the core. For the time being, Qin Zhe didn't feel any hatred toward Star Art's top actress. Instead, he sized her up with interest. His perception of the entertainment industry was average and he didn't chase after celebrities. When it came to celebrities in front of him, he would at most feel a sense of novelty. As for excitement, there wasn't the slightest bit. The staff member was a middle-aged uncle. After chatting with the two beauties for a while, Qin Zhe found out that he was the assistant director of the program. After chatting for a while, the assistant director stood up and said goodbye. "You guys chat. You're all from Star Art, so you don't need me to warm up the atmosphere." He still had unfinished business at hand. At this moment, only Su Lu and her manager, Qin Zhe, and his sister, were left in the lounge. Su Lu's gaze wandered between Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao. She focused on Qin Zhe. Last time, this kid shocked the world and revealed his identity. She was very curious. Qin Bao Bao sat upright with no expression on her face. She didn't have any interest in talking. She was still angry at Qin Zhe. Qin Bao Bao didn't care about physical contact, but she had to have a proper attitude. Wretched behavior like last time couldn't be easily forgiven. As for Su Lu, she couldn't be bothered. There was silence for a long time. Half an hour later, the assistant director came in and said that Teacher Lee had finished rehearsing. Sulu stood up and said, "I have an announcement later. I'll rehearse first." The assistant director looked at Qin Bao Bao. Seeing that she didn't say anything, he nodded, "Okay, I'll get the band to prepare. Teacher Su, please come along." Everyone left. Qin Zhe poked his sister's waist and said, "You're not talking. That's not like you." Qin Bao Bao glared at her brother and said angrily, "Sulu is digging a hole for me to jump in. We're all from Star Art. She's a senior and I'm a newcomer. If I fight with her, I'll be disrespecting my seniors. I'll be arrogant. Believe it or not, as long as I object, she'll make a big deal out of it. She'll expose it online and ruin my reputation." Qin Zhe suddenly realized, it's all a trick. He didn't understand the tricks of the workplace. Fortunately, although his sister had low social skills, she had a high IQ. She wouldn't be so stupid as to fall into a trap. Exactly. Qin Bao Bao sneered, "You're too naive." Yes. Sister, you're right. I still have a lot to learn from you." Qin Zhe took the opportunity to flatter. He and Qin Bao Bao had a tacit understanding. When Qin Zhe was angry, Qin Bao Bao would act cute and beg for forgiveness. When his sister was angry, Qin Zhe would flatter her and beg for forgiveness. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. After an hour and a half, Sulu finally finished rehearsing. At this time, Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao were waiting anxiously. At first, Qin Zhe was still able to patiently watch the market. He looked at the stocks that hit their upper limit and immersed himself in the stock market. After the close at 3:00, he waited for another half an hour and became anxious. With Sulu's narrow-mindedness and vengeance, it was obvious that she did it on purpose. Qin Bao Bao gritted her teeth. The assistant director sent a staff member to invite them in. Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe walked through the corridor and arrived at the stage. Sulu sat on a chair with her legs crossed, leisurely. On the stage, the band's teachers were a little listless. After practicing for a few hours, they were exhausted. The assistant director gestured to them. "There's one more." "OMG. I can't. I want to rest. Ask her to come another day." "Director, you can't order people around like this." The band members grumbled. Qin Bao Bao's beautiful face was a little resentful and embarrassed. The band members were obviously against her. They were full of resentment. They were like employees who stayed up late to work overtime and finally went home to sleep. In the end, the boss blocked the door and said, "Everyone, work harder and work the day shift." Sulu was gloating at the side. She did it on purpose. These band members didn't dare to be angry at her, but Qin Bao Bao was a newcomer. They didn't need to worry about her. Qin Bao Bao took out the score written by Qin Zhe and handed it to the band members. "Sorry to trouble you." A delicate beauty spoke softly. Her seductive eyes were shining with hope and guilt. The band leader's heart softened. He took the score helplessly and glanced at it casually. He was surprised. This score was very complete. Not only did it have the overall score, but it also had the subscores. They just needed to play according to the subscores of different instruments. He began to read the score. As a senior musician, he didn't need to play. He could play the music in his heart just by looking at the score. He was immediately immersed in it and couldn't extricate himself. Leader, are you asleep? Don't be in a daze. Leader, let's start quickly. Finish early and rest early." The rest of the band members saw that he was silent for a long time and couldn't help but urge him. "Shut up." The leader turned his head and shouted angrily. He continued to bury his head in the score. The band members were stunned and looked at each other. After a while, the leader raised his head and looked at Qin Bao Bao excitedly. Another original. Qin Bao Bao thought to herself, when have I not been an original? Why are you so excited? The captain was in high spirits. He kept saying, what a great song. Which great master composed this song? Genius, genius. The two assistant directors, Su Lu and Qin Bao Bao, all turned to look at Qin Zhe. The band members quickly passed it around. 10 minutes later, everyone was glowing and excited. Su Lu's heart skipped a beat. The assistant director clapped his hands and urged, hurry up. He went over to take a look, but he wasn't a professional. In his eyes, the notes were just scribbles. At this time, he really wanted to hear the quality of Qin Bao Bao's new original. He wasn't the only one. The staff members present also couldn't help but be interested. Qin Bao Bao's work was definitely the best. Piano, guitar, flute. Several instruments sounded together. The accompaniment sounded. Everyone was stunned. Qin Bao Bao held the microphone tightly and sang with a soulful voice. This song, the assistant director's expression changed. The staff members present also changed their expressions. Su Lu's expression changed greatly. The two assistant directors looked at Su Lu at the same time. There was pity, playfulness, sighing, excitement. They knew that Su Lu and Qin Bao Bao didn't get along. When Su Lu walked out of the TV station, her face was still green. Her manager eagerly opened the door of the nanny van for her, but she didn't get in. She stood there and turned her head. If I were to fight with Qin Bao Bao, what do you think my chances of winning are? Su Lu felt the pressure. Under the premise that she couldn't use the company's power, she couldn't suppress Qin Bao Bao at all. There was no chance of winning at all. Didn't she lose to her in the last episode? The manager didn't dare to speak her mind and said perfunctorily, Sister Su, you're an A-list big shot. Your popularity isn't comparable to Qin Bao Bao's. It'll be easy to beat her. Don't feel burdened. It'll affect your performance. Su Lu said unhappily, even you're playing dumb with me. The manager sighed inwardly. How could they compete? There was no way to compare at all. Once Qin Bao Bao's song was released, it would definitely be a hit. When the audience heard the song, unless they were Su Lu's hardcore fans, no one would vote for her. The problem was that as an A-list celebrity, Su Lu's fans and anti-fans were equally divided. Su Lu gritted her teeth. Why don't I have such a musician by my side? The manager came up with a bad idea. Why don't we go back to the TV station and ask for the song score? We can say that the song belongs to the company and the company is going back now. Her intention was obvious. She wanted to take it by force. Su Lu said fiercely, what about the copyright? How are you going to deal with the copyright of the song? This excuse can fool the TV station, but don't you know the truth? When we get a court summons, will you go or should I go? The manager looked resentful and said, Qin Bao Bao is a newcomer. Unless she doesn't want to stay in the industry anymore, she'll have to take this loss even if she doesn't want to. Su Lu's eyes lit up. She shook her head and said disappointedly, CEO Huang appreciates her and will most likely support her. Once the public opinion gets out of hand, the company will be pressured by public opinion and may even ban me. As long as Qin Bao Bao showed the publishing rights certificate, the public opinion would definitely be one-sided. Then, the company's public relations would have to take measures. The best way to save their image was to deal with the culprit. If Qin Bao Bao didn't have any backing, she might really compromise. But the company's top management knew that CEO Huang valued Qin Bao Bao. At this moment, Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe came out together. The song was rehearsed twice and the people at the TV station were full of praise. Qin Bao Bao was in a good mood and agreed to let her brother hug her waist. Su Lu's heart skipped a beat and she took out her phone to capture the scene. In the photo, Qin Zhe hugged his sister and walked away. Qin Bao Bao turned her head and said something with a smile. Her sweet smile was clear in the high-definition camera. Then, Su Lu opened a recording. Qin Bao Bao's voice came out from the loudspeaker. She had secretly recorded it. Probably because the scene was a little noisy and she was a little far away, Qin Bao Bao's voice was slightly distorted. Big Sister Su. The assistant vaguely guessed her thoughts. Upload the photo and recording online. You don't need me to tell you how to do it, right? Su Lu sent the recording and photo to her assistant through Bluetooth. She looked at Qin Bao Bao's little red horse driving out of the TV station and speeding away with a cold smile on her face. The best way to defeat an opponent is to pull them to the same level as you and then use your own advantages to win. There are a lot of negative news about me and I'm indeed controversial. I can't change that. But I have plenty of ways to defame you. Chapter 82. On Wednesday morning, Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin finished their exercise. They took a shower and had breakfast. It was 7:30 in the morning. Qin Bao Bao was about to wake up. She didn't have the habit of exercising in the morning, but she had her own exercise program. She had 2 hours of dance practice every day. Now, the company had relaxed the requirements for her. She didn't have to practice singing and dancing like those backup female artists. Qin Bao Bao practiced dance every day, mainly to maintain her figure. In her own words, in order to prevent Qin Zhe from turning me into a fat pig, I have to keep exercising. Wang Zijin talked and laughed with Qin Zhe while eating breakfast. Under Qin Zhe's intentional diet, her gastric problems had improved a lot. Qin Zhe could clearly feel that Wang Zijin's feelings for him were no longer just love as dog. She really saw him as a friend. More than a friend, but not yet in love. Well, she might also see him as a younger brother. That would be a tragedy. He was trying to figure out Wang Zijin's thoughts. This sister was a bit hard to get. It was good to be dignified and generous, but she was destined to be stubborn in some aspects. Don't even think about playing the role of a domineering CEO. Maybe it would take time to develop feelings. No, it would take time. There were many kinds of love in the world, love at first sight, a blow to the heart. Wang Zijin was neither. She was a rational girl. If he wanted to capture her love, he probably had to gather bits and pieces bit by bit and open his heart naturally. A news app on his phone pushed the news at 8:00 sharp every day. Qin Zhe looked at it and was stunned. Qin Bao Bao and a mysterious man show their affection in public. Since this news app was more reliable, it was impossible for there to be outrageous fake news. Qin Zhe took it seriously and clicked to check it out. He skimmed through the article briefly. It said that Qin Bao Bao and a mysterious man were acting intimately and were photographed by someone at the TV station. There were pictures and the truth. As he continued reading, he saw a picture in the article. Qin Bao Bao was holding onto a mysterious man's arm, and the mysterious man was holding onto Qin Bao's waist. Qin Bao Bao tilted her head and smiled sweetly. That was not the point. The point was that the mysterious man was extremely familiar with it. F***ck, isn't this me? Qin Zhe recalled the day he left with his sister. He was wearing a light blue t-shirt and black casual pants. That's right, it was him. When was it secretly taken? Qin Bao Bao could barely be considered a C-list celebrity. It was normal for paparazzi to have their eyes on her. What are you looking at? Wang Zijin put her leftover steamed buns on Qin Zhe's plate. Seeing him frowning and pondering, she curiously moved her head closer. She and Qin Zhe were like real brother and sister. They gradually got along and blended with each other in the details of their lives. Qin Zhe picked up a bun, stuffed it into his mouth, and handed the phone to her. Wang Zijin looked at it and couldn't help but smile. "You're in a scandal." "Yeah." Qin Zhe drank his soy milk and didn't pay much attention to it. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin didn't take it to heart. It was normal for celebrities to have scandals. Who didn't have a few scandals? Some female celebrities were even more ridiculous. They would change their boyfriend after filming a movie. However, at noon, Qin Zhe found that he was wrong. The scandal between Qin Bao Bao and the mysterious man, Qin Zhe, became more and more intense. All the major websites, all the consultation platforms. It was very popular. Immediately after, a long article was published on the internet. The title was, "Qin Bao Bao's rumored boyfriend suspected to be a rich second generation." The full text was, "Yesterday, the popular female singer Qin Bao Bao was photographed at the entrance of the TV station showing off her affection with a mysterious man. The goddess is taken. Qin Bao Bao is an artist under Xing Yi Entertainment. In just a month, she became famous with a few original songs, a hot body, and a beautiful face." After the news was exposed yesterday, many otakus' hearts were broken. Here, I would like to say that it's normal for someone so beautiful to have a boyfriend. However, I would like to say that someone on the internet exposed Qin Bao Bao's mysterious boyfriend, who is suspected to be a rich second generation. Look at her luxury car. TSK, a beautiful, rich, and handsome man. It's a match made in heaven. Why are all the beautiful women in the world matched with tall, rich, and handsome men? How can otaku endure this? The article didn't seem to have any excessive wording. It was just complaining that a beautiful woman matched with a tall, rich, and handsome man. However, Qin Zhe felt a deep sense of malice. First of all, for celebrities who relied on their looks, whether male or female, once the existence of a lover was exposed, their popularity would be greatly affected. Fans couldn't accept their idols becoming someone else's thing. They felt that their idols were polluted and impure. Because of love, they hated and turned from fans to haters. Such examples could be found everywhere. Therefore, many celebrities chose to hide their marriages. Qin Bao Bao could become popular not only because of her original songs, but also because of her goddess-like looks and figure. It wasn't too much to say that she relied on her looks to make a living. In the article, in addition to the back view of Qin Zhe hugging his sister, there was also a picture. In the picture, there was no sign of the siblings. There was only a bright black Lamborghini with a mosaic license plate number parked in front of the TV station. There was no direct evidence to prove that this Lamborghini was related to Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe. However, there were too many keyboard warriors among the netizens. They were used to following the crowd. The evidence wasn't important at all. Life is already so difficult. Why do you still want to give me a blow? My goddess, you can't have a boyfriend. Qin Bao Bao is also a superficial woman. I suddenly don't like her anymore. When you're famous, you'll be with a rich man. This is a realistic society. I've always been a loyal fan of Qin Bao Bao. Because I think she has a very clean temperament and is beautiful. She's my dream lover. But why does every woman want to marry a rich man and be with a rich man? Materialism makes me despair. I won't support her in the future. Not long after, a certain entertainment gossip Weibo posted a long Weibo post. Recently, there's a very popular variety show, I Am a Singer. Star Art Entertainment's newcomer, Qin Bao Bao, has also become popular with this show. In just a month, her popularity has reached the C-list. Recently, someone exposed Qin Bao Bao and a mysterious man entering and leaving the TV station. They acted intimately and drove $1 million luxury car. It turned out that there was someone behind the goddess. The reason why Qin Bao Bao could become popular so quickly was because of several original songs that shocked the audience. From Invisible Wings to Blue and White Porcelain, each one was more amazing than the last. The source of the songs had always been a hot topic among the netizens. There were also many speculations in the industry. According to Qin Bao Bao herself, the source of the songs was her brother. Today, the tip of the iceberg was finally revealed. First, let's analyze what Qin Bao Bao said. From the first to the fourth episode, among the 5 songs, 3 were excellent and 2 were gold hits. The quality was frighteningly high. Some senior composers said that a person's inspiration was limited. It was a common phenomenon in the entertainment industry that good songs were hard to find. Then, could a person write so many high-quality original songs? The answer is yes. Unless it was a senior composer who had been in the industry for decades, it was impossible to accumulate such a number of works. In other words, for a nobody to write 3 excellent songs and 2 gold hits in just a month, it was too ridiculous. Secondly, let's analyze Qin Bao Bao's identity. According to reliable sources, Qin Bao Bao graduated from Fudan University. Not only is she a goddess, but she's also a top student. But if she didn't graduate from a professional class, it would be harder than ascending to the sky if she wanted to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry. Unless she took a shortcut, you know what I mean. At this point, the plot was laid bare. It was very clear that Qin Bao Bao relied on her connections or her body to get to the top. There was a lot of scolding on Weibo. There were those who loved her deeply and those who just wanted to join in the fun. There were also those who were hired by unknown opponents. To be honest, Qin Bao Bao disappointed me, very disappointed. Why can't she escape the stereotype of a rich man? Society is too realistic. Actually, it makes sense when you think about it. How can a newcomer get on the stage of singer? Someone must be supporting her from behind. We thought too highly of her and the entertainment industry. Anyway, we're used to it. Beautiful female stars are always like this. Qin Bao Bao's Weibo was also flooded with countless scolding netizens. I like you so much. It turns out that you already have a rich man. But why did you lie? Upstairs, don't joke. What do you want people to say? I have a rich second-generation husband, so I have so many original songs. It doesn't matter if you have a rich man, but you keep saying that your brother wrote songs for you. That's shameless. I'm here to watch the fun. Qin Bao Bao, quickly express your thoughts. Watch. Excited onlookers. Soon, the flames of war spread to Qin Zai's Weibo. This is someone's alternate account. I envy people who have 2 Weibo accounts the most. It's so interesting to do a double act. When I think of the 2 Weibo interactions that were exposed, I feel embarrassed for Qin Bao Bao. This woman is too fake. She said that her brother wrote the songs. Where's your brother? You should find him. Nonsense. There's no brother. Even if there is a brother, he's a scapegoat. Get out of the entertainment industry. Chapter 83. Star Art Entertainment, High-Level Meeting Room. In the middle of the room, there was a long yellow wooden table. From the general manager to the various department managers and deputy managers, there were about 20 people present. The head of the meeting, Star Art Entertainment's general manager cum CEO Huang Yitsong, slammed a document on the table, spittle flying everywhere. Kong Xian, what the hell are you doing? Shouldn't you clarify this kind of groundless rumor? Huang Yitsong was Star Art Entertainment CEO. Calling him CEO wasn't quite accurate. He was the general manager cum CEO appointed by the board of directors, but the CEO position didn't exist in Star Art Entertainment. It was a misconception that the CEO, general manager, and president were lumped together. Huang Yitsong was in his early 30s, younger than Kang Xian. Of course, he was handsome, but he wasn't too serious. He often had scandals with female celebrities, and his work was more offline. He was the playboy type. Fortunately, he was capable. Otherwise, even if he had a major shareholder as a father, he wouldn't be able to sit in this position. Kang Xian expressionlessly wiped the spittle off his face. He picked up the document and looked at it. It was a printed document about Qin Baobao's scandal online. CEO Huang, our PR team has already clarified it, but it's completely useless. You also know that netizens generally lack rationality. Moreover, the contract clearly states that she can't have a boyfriend. Speaking of which, Qin Baobao has breached the contract. I suggest we ban her. Ban your ass. Do you have evidence? You believe the rumors online. Huang Yitsong's style of speaking was also unusually fierce and offline. Kang Xian, you're the company's deputy CEO. Can't you see this? A Lamborghini parked outside a TV station, and the person involved didn't even enter the country. You believe this kind of unreliable news? Kang Xian lightly said, I know CEO Huang appreciates Qin Baobao, but it's also true that she's in a PR crisis. We're having a meeting now to decide how to deal with her. I personally suggest we ban her. Huang Yitsong unscrewed his thermos, took a sip of tea, and thought for a moment, okay, let's not talk about the scandal first. Let's talk about how to deal with Qin Baobao. Everyone has seen Qin Baobao before. She's not bad. She sings well too. She's a good seedling. I said that she has the most potential among all the artists we signed this year. Does anyone have any objections? Huang Yitsong looked around at everyone. Seeing them nod, he said, business is business. Since we have confirmed that she is a high-quality product, let's talk about the investment and cost. You are all veterans in this industry. How much money does it take to package and promote a C-list celebrity? Take Su Lu for example. Back then, how many resources did the company spend to promote her? On the other hand, Qin Baobao's investment was almost zero. All we did was provide her with the platform of pop star. In just a month, she was already considered a C-list celebrity. A small income for a huge profit. I don't think I need to tell you how this deal is. Every celebrity faced a public relations crisis. A few years ago, when Su Lu lip-synced, how much resources did the company spend to settle it for her? Could it be that they were going to ban a potential stock just for this? I don't think that's how business works. He looked at Kang Xian, who was expressionless. The purpose of this meeting is to hear everyone's opinions. I know everyone is busy, so I won't spend too much time on this. Let's make a decision. Those who agree with banning Qin Bao, raise your hand. Those who disagree, don't raise your hand. Kang Xian and his confidants raised their hands. Those on Huang Yitsong's side, as well as those on the neutral side, did not raise their hands. No one was a fool. They could see the situation clearly. Banning a potential newcomer for such a small matter was not worth it. The number of votes was less than half. The ban proposal was rejected. Huang Yitsong slammed the table and shouted, "Get the hell out of here and contact the media." At 2 p.m, Xingyi Entertainment's public relations released a statement condemning the rumors online and calling on netizens not to believe them. They also reserved the right to pursue legal responsibility. In short, it was a very formulaic statement with no sincerity. Under the influence of people with ulterior motives, not only did it not clear the matter, but it also made it worse. It's starting to wash the floor. It can't be washed clean. There are pictures and the truth. How do you expect us to believe your words? The Lamborghini is fake. Okay, I'll believe it for now. But who is that man? The fungus is already black. How can it be washed clean? Qin Bao Bao, get out of the entertainment industry. Get out of I am a singer. Qin Zai's phone kept ringing. It was a message from the Dorm 303 group. Zhao Baliang, did you see the news today? I didn't expect Qin Bao Bao to be such a person. Lu Ziqiang, get out. My goddess is not that kind of person. Zhao Baliang, yo, you've become Qin Bao Bao's brainless fan. Lu Ziqiang sent a funny emoji, love at first sight. Li Liang, booty legs and a seductive face. Anyone who sees her will fall in love at first sight. I'm not rich, otherwise I would also want to go undercover. Get out of here. Lu Ziqiang sent a furious emoji. Zhao Baliang, hurry up and apologize. Say you're wrong. Otherwise, we can't be brothers. Li Liang, it's normal. Which female star doesn't have a rich man? Did she find a poor loser and marry him? Don't make a fuss. Zhao Baliang, but why did she deceive the audience's feelings? She could have just said that the company gave her the resources. She obviously has a guilty conscience. What a bad character. Li Liang, that's true. It's a pity that her brother is the scapegoat. If she really has a brother. Lu Ziqiang sent a series of bashing emojis. Li Liang and Zhao Baliang ignored this brainless fan and continued chatting. Li Liang even sent a picture of Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zai side by side with a silly smile emoji. Did you notice that this man looks a bit like Qin Zai? Qin Zai. Zhao Baliang ridiculed mercilessly, he's a bit taller than Qin Zai. His hairstyle is a bit shorter and his posture is a bit straighter. Other than that, he's a bit similar. After more than 2 months of training and qi cultivation, Qin Zai's height had increased by a few centimeters. His physique was strong. At first glance, his back looked quite straight and handsome. Qin Zai's lips curled into a smile as he typed, "Stop fooling around, isn't this me?" Li Liang sent a laughing emoji, "I give you full marks for this." Zhao Baliang, 666. Lu Ziqiang, Qin Zai, get out of here. Li Liang joked, you don't say. Doesn't Qin Zai have an older sister? Qin Bao Bao has a younger brother. In fact, the two of them are biological siblings. I can't make it up anymore. Lu Ziqiang, there are at least 800 people with the surname Qin in Shanghai. My goddess said that her songs were all written by her younger brother. Look, this is someone else's younger brother. Our Qin Zai, I just want to laugh. Looking at his roommates ridiculing him, Qin Zai was angry and amused. He finally remembered that they weren't his friends on Weibo. The 3 roommates didn't use Weibo. If it weren't for Qin Bao Bao, he almost didn't use Weibo himself. Therefore, they didn't know the ID hashtag standing afar watching childhood hashtag. Qin Zai's heart skipped a beat and he typed, "Do you also think it's normal for her to be with a rich man?" Li Liang, of course. Like I said, if she doesn't have a rich man, should she marry a poor loser like you? How many female stars in the entertainment industry marry into rich families? How many female stars dream of marrying into rich families? Qin Bao Bao is not one of them. Locking the phone screen, Qin Zai came to a realization. Since Qin Bao Bao was with a rich man, and a rich second generation at that, and not a rich uncle in the traditional sense, it was a common thing in the entertainment industry. Why was the response on the internet so intense? It was as if an A-list star had an affair. This didn't make sense. The answer was obvious. Someone was hiring the internet water army to buy news and smear Qin Bao Bao. Popularity was the life of a star. If her reputation was damaged, her popularity would change. A newcomer who debuted not long ago, even if she quickly became popular, her foundation was still shallow. In layman's terms, although Qin Bao Bao gained a large number of fans, their loyalty wasn't high. It was easy for them to be affected by negative news and betray her. So who wanted to smear Qin Bao Bao's reputation? Qin Zhe had some guesses in his heart. There were only two possibilities. 1. Xing Yi Entertainment's competitor. 2. Qin Bao Bao's competitor. In the room, Qin Bao Bao was also on the phone with her manager. Her sister's tone was very harsh. What's going on? Is the company's PR a freeloader? What's the use of a few words? My Weibo is exploding. I don't know when I became so popular. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be in a good mood. Li Yanhong, Bao Bao, you don't really have a boyfriend, do you? *CK off my boyfriend, Qin Bao Bao said angrily. He's my brother. I'm urging the company for you. I'm keeping an eye on the PR team to buy news and hire internet water army for you. Please, sisterly. I'll be recording the show in a few days. The public opinion online has a big impact on me. Bao Bao, I've heard the song you rehearsed. Good, it'll definitely be popular. Public opinion will have an impact, but it won't affect it too much. Qin Bao Bao hung up the phone. She was so angry that her heart hurt. She angrily threw her phone on the bed. The door opened. Qin Zhe came in with mung bean soup and comforted her. Drink a bowl of mung bean soup. It'll cool down. He cooked different kinds of nourishing soups every day. Sometimes it was rose sago, sometimes it was snowy coconut milk soup, and sometimes it was barley mung bean soup. After it cooled down, he put it in the freezer. Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin both loved it. Qin Bao Bao took the bowl and drank a few mouthfuls. She glared at her brother and pursed her lips. At least you have a conscience. I know about what happened online, Qin Zhe said. It's all your fault. You always want to take advantage of me. Now it's all over. Qin Bao Bao felt wronged. Don't always push the blame to me. You agreed to let me hug your waist at that time. Qin Zhe didn't argue. He sat by the bed and massaged his sister's shoulders. You have to have confidence in your song. Speaking of the new song, Qin Bao Bao smiled. She was very confident. She didn't panic because of the new song. And the new song as her spiritual support was dedicated by her brother, who was diligently massaging her. Without her brother, Qin Bao Bao wouldn't be where she was today. Thinking of this, his sister suddenly changed her attitude and said softly, I'm not blaming you. I like you the most. Qin Zhe looked at her strangely. Based on the deep foundation of knowing each other since they were in diapers, his judgment was, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Qin Bao Bao was neither evil nor evil. She was purely trying to impress her brother. She sighed and said, You're 23. At this age, you should find a girlfriend. But you're the only male in the family. You can't go with the flow and indulge in women at such a young age. Most of the time, dating in college doesn't end well. Dating in society also doesn't end well because you don't have the capital. If you have a girlfriend and she asks you for a house and a car, what will you do? She meant that he should continue to be a single dog. That's what she meant. Our family doesn't lack houses. Qin Zhe said. Although the rich and powerful were all foreigners, the locals also had the advantage of being a local. They didn't lack houses. How do you not lack houses? Qin Bao Bao glared at him. Girls nowadays are so precious. They don't want to live with their in-laws. If you get married, will you let your parents move out? Qin Zhe found himself speechless. Hey, aren't you a single dog yourself? What's with this experienced tone? Speaking of which, why did you suddenly change the topic to my relationship? What are you trying to do? You're going off topic too far. Even if you want to find a girlfriend, you can't touch your sister's butt. Qin Bao Bao puffed up her cheeks. Her angry look was cute and charming. Qin Zhe laughed dryly. He really didn't know how to respond. Sister, please don't say any more. I'm embarrassed. Qin Bao Bao wanted to continue talking to her brother. At this time, her phone rang. It was her manager, Li Yanhong. Qin Bao Bao picked up the phone. Sisterly, Li Yanhong's voice was urgent. Bao Bao, something happened. What happened now? Qin Bao Bao raised her eyebrows. Chapter 84. Qin Bao and Qin Zhe looked at each other and frowned. What happened? Did I hook up with some rich guy again? Qin Zhe took out his phone, unlocked the screen, and went online to check. Li Yanhong shouted anxiously, No, it's not that. Your new song, what's wrong with my new song? Qin Bao Bao was stunned. You were rehearsing your new song at the TV station and someone recorded it and posted it online. Qin Bao Bao was stunned. It was as if thunder had struck her head. Qin Zhe's finger paused and his face changed. Ask her what's going on. Qin Bao Bao came back to her senses. Her face was slightly pale. She forced herself not to panic. How did you know? Which network? Weibo. A video posted by a smurf account. I'll send the link to your phone. Li Yanhong hung up. Li Yanhong shared a link to Qin Bao Bao's Weibo. An unknown smurf account posted a Weibo with a video. Title: Qin Bao Bao's new song is released. Don't ask me who I am, my name is Lei Feng. This Weibo post was posted 2 hours ago and the number of followers was increasing. There were already 100,000 views and more than 2,000 comments. Qin Bao Bao took a deep breath and clicked on the video. There was only a phone in the video. The phone played the recording. Although the voice was slightly distorted and there was a lot of noise, Qin Bao Bao immediately recognized her voice. The song and melody could not be wrong. No one could sing the song that Qin Zhe wrote for her. This song is not bad. It's very emotional. The voice is a little strange. Qin Bao Bao's voice. Did she lip sync in the past? It's a live recording. There's a lot of noise. The melody of this song is not bad. But it doesn't sound as good as before. It's really not as good as before. I can't tell how good this song is. Does this mean that Qin Bao is starting to go downhill? It's inevitable. Who can continue to rely on original masterpieces? Oh, masterpieces are so easy to compose. This means that Qin Bao Bao's glory days are coming to an end. Believe it or not, she'll have to sing someone else's song in the next episode. You've just had a reputation crisis, and now you're blowing up rehearsals. Who did Qin Bao Bao offend? If it's a song like this, then the next contestant will definitely be Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao was completely flustered. She subconsciously grabbed Qin Zhe's arm and sobbed, what should we do? In her most helpless and panicked moments, the person she thought of and relied on was her younger brother. The recording of the rehearsal song was exposed on the internet, which was undoubtedly a huge blow to Qin Bao Bao. What was important about an original song? A sense of mystery. It could also be said that it was a gimmick, one of the weapons that Qin Bao Bao relied on. Now that this song was exposed, it meant that the audience would lose its novelty. Everyone had heard this song before, but the key was that the demo was terrible. The sound was distorted, there was a lot of noise, and it wasn't clear enough. The netizens' experience was very poor. In the future, even if Qin Bao Bao sang this song well, the audience would think that it was just a so-so. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao were both newcomers in the entertainment industry. They didn't have enough experience in dealing with such problems, so they couldn't think of a solution in such a short time. Not long after, Sulu posted a video on Weibo. In the video, Sulu was dressed casually, but because she wanted to appear on camera, she had put on makeup. Today, I saw that our company's newcomer, Qin Bao Bao's rehearsals were exposed online. First of all, I want to denounce such behavior. I have a good relationship with Qin Bao Bao in private. She sings very well, and she's really hardworking. Those online who say that her singing is average and not good, your comments are too subjective. Take this song as an example. It's a rare masterpiece. I think we need to help Qin Bao Bao clear her name. The video switched to a well-equipped and softly lit recording studio. Sulu was wearing a monitoring headset. She sang. Write me a letter and tell me what color the sea is today. Accompanying your sea every night, how do you feel? Gray is not wanting to say, blue is melancholy. And you, the drifting one, the wild waves of your heart, where does it stop? Write me a letter and tell me what you want to dream tonight. Whether I'm in the dream or not, you don't have a choice. My heart is in my throat, I can't close my eyes all night. Why don't you get close when you're clearly in love? Listen to the sound of the sea crying, lamenting whose heart has been hurt again. But still not awake, the video went viral. It quickly became a hit. The views were off the charts. The netizens were amazed. Wow, this song is so good. It's so good. I've listened to it again and again. Give Sulu a like. She's so loyal. She takes care of the newcomer. My Sulu is amazing. The goddess sings so well. If you sing this song on Singer, you'll be invincible. Don't joke. This song is Qin Bao Bao's. Sulu doesn't own the copyright. After all, she debuted as a singer. There's nothing to say about her singing. In contrast, Qin Bao Bao's recording, what was she singing? It's completely incomparable. I understand now. Qin Bao Bao relies on original songs. Her singing is actually not good. Listen to my Sulu's song. There's no harm without comparison. With Sulu's singing, Qin Bao Bao still has the face to sing this song on the show. It had to be said that Sulu's voice was deeper. She was indeed more suitable to sing this song than Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zhe cursed. F***K, clear Qin Bao Bao's name. Clear the name of this song. If I believe you, I won't believe you. If he wasn't sure who was slandering Qin Bao Bao behind her back before, now he could completely deduce that it was Sulu. Sulu had always wanted to take back the guest spot on Singer from Qin Bao Bao. During the competition segment of the show, Qin Bao Bao had slapped her in the face with an ancient-style song. The hatred of being slapped in the face was irreconcilable. In professional terms, she had a motive. Buying news to slander Qin Bao Bao was only the first step. Exposing the recording of the show was the second step. Finally, filming this video in the name of clearing the name was the final killer move. Moreover, she only sang on her own Weibo and did not use it to make a profit. From a legal point of view, Sulu did not infringe. Looking at the comments online, it was clear that there was no harm without comparison. When this video was released, the audience clearly felt the difference between Sulu and Qin Bao Bao. Nonsense. One was a recording that was mixed with noise, while the other was a professional recording. Even the heavenly kings and queens couldn't handle it. As a result, the netizens supported her one-sidedly. Not only did she suppress Qin Bao Bao, but she also earned her reputation and affected her show. It was like killing several birds with one stone. What Qin Zhe could think of, Qin Bao Bao, who had been praised for her intelligence since she was young, naturally understood as well. Her sister was so angry that her whole body trembled. She wished she could kill Sulu. Fortunately, her IQ was still online. She forced herself to calm down and said through gritted teeth, "It's Sulu." She was also singing when we were rehearsing that day. She had the opportunity and reason to record it. She must have taken the photos too. Also, the water army that slandered me online was all her doing. No, she had infringed. Chinze raised his eyebrows. I remember that in the copyright of music, there is a broadcasting right. She posted it online without my permission. That's an infringement of copyright. He had paid special attention to relevant legal knowledge. Qin Bao Bao's eyes lit up and then dimmed. Even so, it could not restore her reputation. At least we can't let her have it easy, Chinze said hatefully. Sulu had been in the entertainment industry for so many years and knew the ropes well. She would not let others use her against her so easily. Soon, she deleted the video. She had achieved her goal. Chinze sighed. Qin Bao Bao grabbed her phone and called her manager to discuss countermeasures. Chinze went back to the living room and took an ashtray. He sat down at the desk and lit a cigarette with a pop sound. Then, he started smoking. Her sister sat on the bed and was talking on the phone. Her tone was quite agitated. Chinze held the cigarette between his fingers and turned to look at her. Then, he looked at the ceiling and his brain worked quickly. The situation was very bad. Her sister's reputation was in danger and the song that she had carefully prepared for the competition was exposed. If this continued, she would be eliminated in the next episode. The biggest consequence was not that Qin Bao Bao's career as an artist would be at a low point, but that Chinze's points would be reset to 0 and he would be in a vegetative state for the rest of his life. He had to think of a way to get out of this situation. F***ck, what happened to the relaxing life in the city? Speaking of which, the system's missions were really ridiculous. The Demon Beast mission was worth 100 points, but the mission to help Qin Bao Bao become the grand champion only rewarded 500 points. I might as well touch my sisters but a few more times. It's safe and enjoyable there. How do I get out of this situation? Post a statement to clarify that he was the one who hugged Qin Bao Bao's shoulder that day, not the rich kid. No, this would only make things worse. Chinze's face was not shown in the photo that day. It was hard to say. The rational netizens would realize this. However, if Sulu bought the news and said that Qin Bao Bao was lying and pushed her brother out to take the blame, most of the netizens would ignore this and make the situation worse. After all, public opinion was in the other party's hands. He had no money to buy the news and Star Art Entertainment was unreliable. Change the song. This was not a problem. He had a huge library of songs. However, the root of the problem was not that he did not have a song, but that Qin Bao Bao's reputation had been damaged and the audience might not buy it. Who knew how many fans had turned against her online? Chinze smoked as his brain worked quickly. First, he had to solve the problem of reputation. He definitely had to change the song. What song would be more suitable? Suddenly, a soft cry interrupted his train of thought. Qin Bao Bao had hung up the phone. She sat in a duck position, holding the phone with her left hand and wiping her tears with her right. She was sad and helpless like a little girl. Obviously, her manager, Li Yanhong, could not do anything about it. The room was filled with smoke. Chinze got up and opened the window to disperse the smoke. Looking at his sister with red eyes, he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Don't cry. I'll think of something. Chinze comforted his sister. Qin Bao Bao suddenly burst into tears. What can you do? You don't know how the entertainment industry works. You only know how to write songs. But Sister Lee said that even if I change the song, the audience won't buy it. They hate me. Boo-hoo, his sister's glass heart was broken again. She sobbed, snot and tears flowing down her face. She told me to be mentally prepared. I will definitely be eliminated in the next episode. Eliminated. 0 points. Qin shivered, a strong sense of fear welling up in his heart. Under the huge pressure, lightning flashed across his mind and he had a flash of inspiration. Chapter 85. Sister, I have an idea, Qin suddenly shouted. Qin Bao was so scared that her body trembled. Her eyes were red and tear-stained as she looked up at him timidly. I've thought of a way, Qin repeated. What idea? You scared me. Qin Bao pursed her lips and didn't look very happy. It was obvious that she lacked confidence in her brother. Qin had a plan. As the saying goes, whoever started the trouble should end it. The cause of the incident was that Qin Bao's intimate actions with him were secretly photographed and posted online. After a series of fermentation, the netizens created a narrative that Qin Bao relied on a rich man to get her resources and that her original songs were not written by her brother at all. Then, the internet water army fanned the flames and maliciously led to the destruction of Qin Bao's reputation. Now, when people talked about Qin Bao online, their first reaction was definitely, she's just a woman who relied on her body to get to where she is. How to break the situation? He had to clarify the matter. But the netizens might not believe him, and the internet water army would definitely cause trouble. Because of this misunderstanding, Qin denied the idea of himself coming forward. But, what if it was a video? What if there was evidence? In the living room, Qin Bao held the camera and aimed the lens at Qin in front of the glass coffee table. She asked suspiciously, will this work? It's better than doing nothing. Qin had 2 mobile phones in front of him, one black and one pink, which were his and his sister's couple model. Can we start? Qin Bao asked. Let's start. Qin nodded. I'm Qin Bao's younger brother. Well, I'm the author of all her original songs. In view of the recent incident on the internet, I'm here to make an explanation. That day, I was the one who accompanied Qin Bao to rehearse the show, The Man in the Photo. Some malicious people secretly took photos and created rumors and hired internet water army. I know who that person is, but there's no evidence, so I won't name him. I also know that I have no proof and that no one will believe me. Alright, let's speak with facts. As he spoke, Qin unlocked his 2 phones and opened the piano app that he had downloaded earlier. Qin Bao blinked her sparkling eyes. She was both expectant and curious, wondering what her younger brother was going to do. Qin only asked her to help him record the video. At this moment, a note sounded. After a slight pause, the following notes flowed out like flowing water. Qin Bao suddenly widened her eyes. This is a piano piece. Qin Bao had heard this piano piece before. Because it was too famous, it was one of the top 10 piano pieces in the world. It was composed in France in 1946. The author was a French romantic poet and musician. At that time, World War II had just ended. In France, all sorts of things were being done, and the people's lives were in dire straits. Although the war had ended, life was still so difficult that it made people despair. This song was born under such a background. The first half of the piano piece was melancholic and sorrowful, as if weeping and complaining. Every note made people feel depressed, as if life was hopeless. Just like French society at that time. But in the second half, the song suddenly changed, from melancholic to high-pitched, from sorrowful to excited. The syllables rose steadily, filled with the passion of struggle and the anticipation of the future. The piano piece, Goddess of Light, represented the composer's yearning for the future life, for the country, to rebuild their home in the ruins, and to find the truth in the suffering. He firmly believed that the darkness was short-lived, and that the French people would eventually usher in the light. Qin Bao Bao stared blankly, listening, her heart surging, as if she was getting to know Qin Zhe again. She never thought that her brother had such a godly skill of showing off. On the sofa, the man in front of her straightened his back, his fingers dancing like a butterfly. The side of his face was handsome, and his eyes were focused. Such a younger brother was really charming. Any woman who saw him would feel a rush of excitement. The last note slowly dissipated, and the piano piece ended. Qin Bao Bao subconsciously said, "Is it done?" Qin Zhe made a hush gesture and lightly said, "I don't want to play a song, that's all. I believe that there are many people who can play Goddess of Light, but there aren't many people who can write 6 excellent songs. After listening to the song I am going to play, everyone will believe me. I am indeed the composer of the song, and Qin Bao Bao does not have the possibility of having a sugar daddy, because all the songs were written by me." Qin Bao Bao was stunned. If there was a mirror at this moment, she thought that her expression would definitely not be able to hold it. "My brother is amazing, why don't you go to heaven?" Invisible pretentiousness is the most fatal. Qin Bao Bao gave Qin Zhe a look, telling him not to just focus on showing off. If he boasted, it would be easy to be slapped in the face. But Qin Zhe ignored her, his eyes were focused, and his expression was meaningful, as if he was really a grand pianist. After a while, his fingers once again danced on the virtual piano keys. A piano piece that Qin Bao Bao had never heard before was born. This was a very gentle piano piece, without the sadness of being lost, without the excitement of being jealous of the world, and without the advancement of yearning for the light. It was gentle and melodious, with a beautiful rhythm, affectionate, beautiful, happy, and comfortable. Qin Bao Bao could not help but close her eyes and listen to the song, outlining the image of a gentle and beautiful woman in her mind. She was talking with her lover, letting out a silvery bell-like laughter. The lively melody was like the bright and cheerful tone of a young girl. The song moved forward layer by layer, and the uncontrollable passion burned like a flame. When the music gradually became gentle, it was like a pair of lovers looking at each other holding hands, frozen in the gradually diffusing music. She was intoxicated by it, and did not even know when the song ended. "This song was composed by me at the beginning of the year. It's called To Qin Bao Bao." Qin Zhe's voice pulled her back to reality. To Alice was a piano piece that he had exchanged from the music library. Unlike other popular songs that were priced at 30 points, it required 60 points to exchange, which was double the price. There were also 10 great piano pieces in Parallel World. Qin Zhe liked the name of this one, so he exchanged it, and also exchanged for intermediate piano mastery. Together with Goddess of Light, he spent a total of 160 points. Goddess of Light was a free gift from piano mastery. It was easy to spend money, but difficult to earn money. Qin Bao Bao saved the video, and gently placed the video recorder on the sofa. "A's wrote this for me." Qin Bao Bao's phoenix eyes shone brightly. Qin Zhe nodded. With that, he was forcefully pressed onto the sofa by his sister, and then his face was covered in saliva. Qin Bao Bao straightened up and said happily, "Sister's kiss reward, are you surprised?" "Are you surprised?" Qin Zhe nodded. "Surprise, surprise." He thought to himself, what an old trick. Qin Bao Bao leaned on him, happily scrolling through Weibo that was constantly increasing in comments. "This way, sister will be cleared." "No, I don't need to be cleared. I've always been innocent. There are many similar smears in the entertainment industry. Look at the rumors on the internet." Qin Zhe sighed. When people become popular, there are many people who are jealous of your achievements. You also have to be careful of paparazzi. Don't go in and out of hotels with men. Even if there's nothing, it's still yellow mud falling on your crotch, and it's hard to explain. "Bah, you're the yellow mud falling on your crotch." Qin Bao Bao said angrily. When did you learn how to play the piano? Qin Bao Bao asked. I learned it in the school club. Qin Zhe casually found an excuse. Qin Bao Bao kissed him again, and said admiringly, Ace is so amazing. Chapter 86. On the internet, the scolding was still going on. The water army was incessantly stirring up trouble. The netizens were happy to watch the show and occasionally joined in the scolding. Qin Bao Bao, get out of the entertainment industry. So lame, lying to us that her brother wrote the song. Liar. Her singing is just a so-so. Look at her leaked recording. F***ck, what the hell was she singing? None of the singers in the show can beat you. If it wasn't for someone supporting you, you're nothing. I must be blind to like you so much. You have no self-respect. I've liked you for so long. Qin Zhe's Weibo was implicated. It's obviously a smurf account. She didn't even post more than 10 posts. I must be blind to believe Qin Bao Bao. Get out of the entertainment industry. Liar. Disgusting. Soon, someone noticed that Qin Zhe had updated his Weibo. Smurf account posted. Tisk tsk, she still has the guts to post. We won't believe anything she says. Hee, she wants to clear her name. F***ck, this, oh my god, silence. Qin Zhe's Weibo was silent. A few minutes later, Qin Bao Bao reposted this Weibo. Xing Yi Entertainment, Gym. Su Lu was sweating profusely in her sportswear. She sat in the lounge area drinking energy drinks with a towel around her neck. She was a young woman in her 30s, beautiful and charming. Although women at this age were at their most charming, she was still skateboarding after her 30s and couldn't stop. Her skin would gradually become rough, wrinkles would appear at the corners of her eyes, and her figure would become out of shape. These were the natural enemies of women after 30. In order to preserve a young girl's skin and figure, she needed to take good care of herself and eat a good diet. She also needed to exercise regularly. Of course, her mentality was also important. Su Lu felt that her mentality had been good for the past few days. She felt refreshed. Qin Bao Bao was finished. Her reputation was completely ruined. At this moment, she was probably fuming at home or crying. Su Lu had tasted it before. It was too bitter. She was very jealous. Qin Bao Bao not only stole her spot, but she was younger, prettier, and had more potential than her. Moreover, they were all singers. Everything was controlled by her and Kong Xian behind the scenes. As a price, she had almost been played to death these few days. Su Lu shuddered as she recalled the various things she had experienced last night. She touched her butt and cursed under her breath, damn pervert. She took out her phone and looked at the time. She planned to take a shower and end today's exercise. Ding. Kong Xian replied, come to my office. Remember to take a shower. Su Lu shuddered as she recalled the various things she had experienced last night. She touched her butt and cursed under her breath, damn pervert. Kong Xian had recently taken a liking to her. Outside the gym, Su Lu's assistant jogged in. Looking around, she immediately spotted Su Lu and rushed over. Big sister Su, bad news, bad news. Su Lu was unperturbed. She raised her head to look at her and frowned. Why are you so flustered? What's the matter? Qin Bao Bao posted something on Weibo. The assistant panted slightly. Su Lu sneered, let her be. She won't be able to cause any trouble. The assistant waved her hands. It's different this time, it's different. Su Lu's expression turned serious. She opened Weibo on her phone and searched for Qin Bao Bao. She was not a fan of that little wench. Qin Bao Bao had posted something 2 hours ago. To be exact, she had reposted it. It was concise and comprehensive, my brother. Watching childhood from afar, I saw the news online and was dumbfounded. I was the one who accompanied Qin Bao Bao to the TV station to rehearse that day. There was no such thing as a rich second-generation heir or a Lamborghini. Please, you posted a picture of a Lamborghini and I became a rich second-generation heir. Thank you, unscrupulous media. If you posted a picture of the Shanghai Central Building, would become the richest person in the country in minutes. I know you guys are also doing things for money. Although I'm not from the entertainment industry, I've seen too many similar methods. Buying news, hiring internet water army, these are the only methods. Let's not waste any more time. Everyone, please take a look. There were 5 electronic pictures of the copyright of the song. Qin Zhe had registered the copyright certificate online. He had blurred out the Zhe word. Su Lu clicked on the picture and her eyebrows twitched. She sneered. Go and contact the media. Say that Qin Bao Bao photoshopped the picture. Trying to cover it up only makes it more conspicuous. The netizens would not talk about evidence with you. This was not a court. 3 people could make a tiger. 10 people could turn a rumor into a definite fact. The picture was too vague. The assistant's expression did not look too good. She stammered, Sister Su, look at the next post. Su Lu swiped the screen and saw Qin Bao Bao's last Weibo post. She was shocked. Comments, 26588. Likes, 12209. This data was a little scary. Qin Bao Bao's fame was not even a C-list celebrity. But after posting on Weibo for 2 hours, there were actually so many followers. It was still, my brother. There was a video attached. She clicked on the video. The background was an ordinary living room. The furnishings were simple and neat. A man was sitting on the sofa. His face was mosaic. The man in the video said, I'm Qin Bao Bao's brother. Yes, I'm also the author of all her original songs. In view of the recent storm on the internet, I'm here to explain. The person who accompanied Qin Bao Bao to rehearse the program that day was me. I'm the man in the picture. Some people with evil intentions secretly took pictures and created rumors. They even hired ghostwriters. I know who that person is. Without evidence, I won't name him. I also know that there's no evidence. No one will believe me. Alright, we'll speak with facts. Su Lu sneered. Posting pictures was not safe. What about a video? So what if it was a video? You said you were Qin Bao Bao's brother, so you are. Even if you are, I can still defame you. Public opinion didn't need evidence or authenticity. Whoever had the right to speak would be the winner. But at this moment, the camera zoomed in. The man in the video tapped on 2 phones. A virtual piano appeared on the screen. What was he trying to do? Play the piano. Rely on this to play the piano. As if to verify Su Lu's guess, the man in the video muttered to himself. He gently placed his hands on the virtual piano keys of the 2 phones. In the next moment, flowing notes sounded. Goddess of Light. Su Lu was stunned. Of course, she had heard this song before. In her era, the school's loudspeaker would play this piano every lunchtime. The game was quite good. The 2 phones could actually display the original flavor of the game. Su Lu suddenly missed her high school days. She had seen Qin Bao Bao's brother before. She heard that he was the author of those original songs. Su Lu did not believe it at first. He was young, handsome, and looked like he had not graduated from university. How could he have such high musical attainments? Now she believed it. Based on this piano piece, his standard was at the top. Go and contact the media and internet ghostwriters. Ask them to increase their efforts. I don't believe Qin Bao Bao can make a comeback. It's just a piano piece. It's nothing. Su Lu was very calm. She quickly thought of a countermeasure. The assistant hesitated and whispered, "Watch the video first. Then you can consider whether hiring ghostwriters is still useful." Su Lu looked at her strangely. She did not speak and continued to watch. The piano piece ended. She thought the video was over, but when she looked at the progress bar, it was still a long way from death. I'm not just going to play a song. I believe that there are many people who can play Goddess of Light. But there are not many people who can write 6 excellent songs. After listening to the song I'm going to play, everyone will believe me. I am indeed the original writer of the song. Qin Bao Bao does not have the possibility of a sugar daddy, because all the songs were written by me. Seeing this, Su Lu finally had an ominous premonition. She felt that something was going to happen. Just as this thought came to her mind, a light note sounded. In the video, a pair of slender fingers moved, kind and pleasing to the eye. It was a piano piece that had never been heard before. The piano sound floated in the gym. The rhythm was bright and beautiful. It had an intoxicating charm. Someone turned off the treadmill and turned to look. Someone put down the dumbbell and couldn't help but come over, wanting to listen carefully to the piano piece. 1, 2, not long after, more than a dozen people gathered around Su Lu. They were Star Art Entertainment's employees, small celebrities who did not take any jobs, fitness trainers, etc. This piece is really nice. Yeah, I've never heard of it. Which foreign master's work is it? It should be a new work. I've studied piano for a few years, but I've never seen it. From the style, it seems to be hers. This young man is not bad. He can play such a beautiful piano piece using a mobile phone app. Big Sister Sue, where did you find this video? I want to listen too. Big Sister Sue, what's the name of this piece? The people around her whispered to each other. Su Lu suddenly realized that her mind was in a mess. She wanted to continue to smear Qin Bao Bao, but it seemed to be a bit difficult. How to smear? It was fine if there were pictures and the truth, but this video was too unbelievable. A self-composed piano piece, and it was so good. She did not doubt the authenticity of the piano piece. There were too many amazing people online. If you stole a piano piece from a master, you would be exposed in minutes. How could it be? How could it be? How old was he? How could he have such achievements? Even if Qin Zhe wrote another 10 golden songs, Su Lu would not be surprised. Self-composed piano pieces were amazing. There were too many people in the world who could play the piano, but how many could compose piano pieces? It was on a completely different level from pop songs. Chapter 87. There was a lot of discussion on the internet. Look, copyright photo. Is it really Qin Bao Bao's brother? Look at the signature, it's indeed surnamed Qin. Could it be that Qin Bao Bao's song was really written by her brother? Didn't those composers on the internet say that it's impossible? But his name is indeed Qin. There's no such coincidence in the world. I seem to have wronged my goddess. Bullshit, what can a few photos prove? Maybe it's photoshopped. Oh, right. Professionally identify the photos and see if they're photoshopped. It's definitely photoshopped. Qin Bao Bao is cleaning up the floor. Then, Qin Bao Bao updated her Weibo again and posted a video. Damn, amazing. The phone software can play such a nice piano song. It's very amazing. Goddess of Light. When I was in school, the school's loudspeaker played this song every day. I've been brainwashed. It's too awesome. It's not that there aren't people who use phones to play the piano on the internet, but it's really rare to see someone play like this. Professional level. It seems that someone is really slandering Qin Bao Bao. Why is there a mosaic? We want to see the real person. Little brother's fingers are so slender. Little brother, let me see what you look like. This brother is awesome. I want one too. Hey, what's wrong with playing the piano? It doesn't mean that the song is his original work. My cousin is in her second year of high school. Piano level 8. Are you an idiot? Your sister is an amateur level 8. This is at least a professional level 8. There's no comparison. Because I've also learned the piano. So what? It only means that he plays the piano well. Don't be misled. Those professional singers have professional piano skills, but even they don't have the ability to continuously compose so many high-quality songs in more than a month. Qin Bao Bao is misleading you. At this time, the second piano song sounded, and Qin Zai's self-narration. Original work. Is it true? Are you kidding? Composing a piano song. Are you joking? Bullsh**t. This is not the same thing as writing pop songs. At first, there were still people who expressed their doubts. But soon, no one spoke. Everyone who heard this piano piece, regardless of whether they knew the piano or not, regardless of whether they liked the piano or not, were all dumbfounded. In front of their computers and phones, their mouths were wide open in shock. Even if he didn't know how to play the piano, he still had a basic level of appreciation. Moreover, there was the previous song, Goddess of Light, as a comparison. Whether it was good or bad, it was clear at a glance. The result of the comparison was extremely shocking. This piano piece, which Qin Bao Bao's little brother claimed to be an original piano piece, actually, compared to the world's top 10 famous pieces, Goddess of Light, there was a faint tendency to be superior. That was terrifying. That was one of the top 10 songs in the world. It was a famous piano piece that had been tested and recognized by the world. Maybe we don't have the ability to appreciate music, just like how we like pop music and don't like piano music, but this doesn't mean that pop music is superior to piano music. So someone reposted this Weibo, China Musicians Association, professionals, come and listen. What do you think of this piano piece? Oh my God, it feels heaven-defying. China Musicians Association, 666, it's time to show your true skills. China Musicians Association, why do I feel that it's of a higher quality than Goddess of Light? It must be my imagination. China Musicians Association, I'll dig out a talent for you. By the way, I'll ask weekly, how is it compared to the top 10 piano pieces? China Musicians Association. This Weibo post became the trending topic on Weibo with an unstoppable momentum. The keywords, Qin Bao Bao's little brother, the world's top 10 piano pieces. It was like a meteorite smashing into the big lake of the internet, causing countless waves. Many people who didn't pay attention to Qin Bao Bao clicked on the topic and watched the video. Then, they were all shocked. But no one expected that at 7:00 in the evening, the official Weibo of the China Musicians Association would speak. In response to the call of the netizens, we watched the video and listened to the piano piece. The association immediately held a 2-hour-long meeting. Announcing the results of the meeting, the piano masters all said that they were scared out of their wits. By the way, the association would like to invite you to play a piano piece live. We need clearer works. Because the international piano competition will be held in October. That's right, it's decided on you. Looking at childhood from afar, the Music Association's Weibo was written very humorously, fully adapted to the internet soil. It was unknown whether the piano masters were scared out of their wits or not, but the netizens were scared out of their wits. F***ck, I haven't seen it before, right? International piano competition. Does that mean you're going to represent your country? Representing your country is bullshit. Do you think it's the Olympics? I thought you just had a good piano piece, but you told me you're going to participate in the international piano competition. Damn, international piano competition. 6 to no friends. I'm kneeling. Qin Bao Bao's little brother is going to be popular. The International Musicians Association's Weibo was like a shit stirrer, stirring up the internet. This matter quickly became the talk of the town. The International Musicians Association, the International Piano Competition, Qin Bao Bao's little brother. The matter started because Qin Bao Bao was with a rich man, but it was quickly covered up. No one cared about the authenticity of Qin Bao Bao's relationship with a rich man. Or rather, it was impossible. With such a cool and arrogant little brother, why would she need to accompany a rich man? Qin Zai's Weibo instantly became a hot topic. Some people jeered, some people watched, and some people heard the news and came to join in the fun. This really isn't Qin Bao Bao's side account. Nonsense, the International Musicians Association has already sent an invitation to participate in the International Piano Competition in October. Fight for the country. Suddenly it's so high and mighty. Fight for the country. You're exaggerating. Do you think it's the Olympics? What happened? I came here from the trending searches. Qin Bao Bao really has a little brother. What the hell is the International Musicians Association? What the hell is the top 10 piano pieces? Upstairs, you can slowly look for it online. Little brother, reply. The International Musicians Association invited you to participate in the International Piano Competition. Little brother, show your sister a photo. I really want to see his face. Qin Bao Bao is so beautiful, her little brother must be not bad. It just so happens that I'm heartbroken. I like men who can play the piano the most. Handsome. What do you think of the International Musicians Association's invitation? Looking at childhood from afar. If you're a man, be straightforward. Participate or not. Looking at childhood from afar. It's time to win glory for the country. Looking at childhood from afar. Almighty, please accept my kneeling. Little brother, brother-in-law pats your head and looking at childhood from afar. Do you want to participate in the piano competition? There was a lot of jeering in the comments, and Qin Zai's phone kept ringing. He had to close the Weibo notification and respond to the netizens. International Musicians Association. Recently, I've been helping Qin Bao Bao write songs. About the International Piano Competition, let's talk about it after. I am a singer. Just casually asking, do you get money for winning the competition? If you don't have money, I won't go. If you have money, I'll consider it. The netizens burst out laughing. Didn't he say that he was just asking casually? F***ck, if you don't have money, you won't go. So you've fallen into the trap of money. Pfft, this isn't a loss. So the International Piano Competition isn't as important as your sister's show. This little brother is true love. Qin Bao Bao. Please give me a dozen of such little brothers. He's talented and dotes on his sister. Oh my God, if he's a handsome guy, that would be perfect. Not long after, the International Musicians Association replied on Weibo, we'll wait for you. Contact us when you've decided. Qin Zai couldn't help but laugh. This official Weibo was quite cute. With the development of the internet, many relevant departments had registered official Weibo accounts on Weibo. Because it was an online platform, the comments couldn't be too formal and old-fashioned, and it was well received by the netizens. The so-called contrast cuteness. In the room, Qin Bao Bao lay on the bed, upset. She tossed and turned, and the bed was like a pig's nest. From time to time, she would look at her phone and follow the latest news. From time to time, she would stare at the ceiling in a daze. Today, she and Qin Zhe had crossed the line and touched the bottom line that should not be touched. It made her very frightened, uneasy, and embarrassed. How were they going to get along in the future? How were they going to live if word got out? If her father found out, both of them would be beaten to death. So annoying, so annoying. At this moment, her phone rang a few times. Weibo indicated that there was a new message. Qin Bao Bao unlocked the screen and opened Weibo. It was a group of netizens who had tagged her, "This little brother is true love." Qin Bao Bao. Damn, with a little brother like this, I'll give myself to him. Qin Bao Bao. Your little brother is really good to you. He wrote songs for you and painstakingly helped you clear your name. Qin Bao Bao. Something's not right. Your little brother is openly hugging your waist and showing affection on Weibo. Could it be that he's from the German orthopedics department? Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao felt like her unspeakable secret had been exposed. She subconsciously felt guilty and looked nervous. She quickly deleted the message. What was the German orthopedics department? Qin Bao Bao scrolled through the comments. She was proud and happy, and she happily rolled around on the bed. Ace was so awesome. Chapter 88. That night, at the dinner table, Wang Zijin found that Qin Bao kept putting food in Qin Zhe's bowl. The siblings were chatting and laughing, completely ignoring her. She felt that this pair of siblings were too childish. Sometimes they were good, sometimes they were cold. Shouldn't this be the behavior of children? They were already so old. Wang Zijin forced a topic. What's with the piano piece? When did Ace know how to play the piano? I didn't hear Bao Bao mention it. It's too amazing. The International Musicians Association invited you to participate in the International Piano Competition. What does she know? She's so heartless all day. She didn't even know that I learned Russian. Qin Zhe curled his lips. Hey, here we go again. You have to learn to respect your sister. Wang Zijin said angrily. Okay, let's not talk about this. Sister Ziwei, let's go to the movies this weekend. No, I have to write a manuscript. There's always time to watch a movie. Also, I saw a good barbecue restaurant online. Let's go eat. Is it as good as your cooking? I'm not sure. Wang Zijin said with a smile that was not a smile. Ace, are you trying to woo me? God, don't talk about it. Although I'm a man, I'll be embarrassed too. Life is so difficult. Why expose everything? Looking at his dumbfounded expression, Wang Zijin burst into laughter, her body trembling. She had seen all kinds of people. Those who wanted to woo her could form a strong company. There was nothing that couldn't be said. But such a big boy was much cuter than those men. Qin Zhe was trying to figure out how to answer Wang Zijin's fatal blow. She sighed. Actually, I'm very envious of you and Bao Bao. Fighting is what siblings are like. I'm an only child, but I have a few cousins. When I was young, we often quarreled, fought, and were at odds, but our relationship was very good. As we grew up, we were influenced by our parents, distance, and interests. We became more and more distant. You are a very outstanding boy. Bao Bao often makes fun of you for not being able to find a girlfriend. What you've done for her, writing songs and playing the piano, if it were any other girl, they would have won her heart long ago. Qin Zhe let out a long sigh. You scared me to death. Wang Zijin tilted her head, her eyes blank. Qin Zhe smiled and said, I thought Sister Ziwei was going to say, you're an excellent boy, but I've always treated you as my younger brother. Wang Zijin chuckled. While Wang Zijin was taking a bath, Qin Zhe decided to have a heart-to-heart talk with his sister. It was like this in the movies. The stepfather, the stepmother, the teacher, and the naughty child had a heart-to-heart talk, and finally the child accepted them. There was also a loser who cried and confessed his feelings, successfully changing his impression in the heart of the goddess. Qin Zhe decided to use a heart-to-heart talk to resolve the awkwardness of the day. He knocked on the door and pushed it in. Qin Bao Bao was lying on the bed, covered with a blanket, and the air conditioner was blowing cold air. A pair of delicate white feet were exposed outside the blanket, and her toes were moving restlessly. Sister was looking down at her phone. When she saw her brother come in, her white face suddenly put on a cold expression, and she turned her head away, not looking at him. Sister, what happened during the day? Qin Bao Bao's face changed, and she said lightly, don't call me sister, I'm not your sister. Qin Bao Bao also came back to her senses. She was in a daze when her brother coaxed her into a wet kiss. Qin Zhe wanted to say, what happened during the day was a spur of the moment, and I want to apologize. He laughed dryly and said, if you're not my sister, then who is? Qin Bao Bao said loudly, I don't care who you are. Don't call me big sis. Move back home tomorrow. How can I apologize with your uncooperative attitude? I think we need to talk. There's no need to talk, I don't have a brother like you. There's no such thing in the movie, what should I do when I meet someone who doesn't want to talk? Fuck her until she cries. Okay, I'll leave tomorrow. I came in to talk about your new song. Qin Zhe said helplessly. Sister had never been so angry. With his experience, he couldn't continue the topic at this time. He had to change the topic and change the topic. Qin Bao Bao thought for a while, and her face was still gloomy, but her tone was slightly better. You have another song. Yes, I've been preparing it for you. Then write down the lyrics and music score tomorrow, then pack your luggage and move back to live with mom and dad. Why didn't you follow the script? Shouldn't you tacitly not mention this at this time? Qin Zhe had no choice but to leave. Was he really going to move back home to live with his parents? Of course not. Qin Zhe could still distinguish between his sister's angry words and her true words. If Qin Bao Bao was really angry, she wouldn't have waited until now to say it. She would have asked Qin Zhe to pack up and leave in the afternoon. Although his parents' names were on the property certificate, the house was their dowry for their daughter, so in name, this house was Qin Bao Bao's. Her elder sister had the right to tell him to scram, but her elder sister didn't really want him to scram. It was just her anger that hadn't dissipated yet. She also wanted to make sure that Qin Zhe was fully responsible for what happened during the day and cover up the fact that she had taken the initiative to kiss him. Qin Bao Bao had always been a scheming girl. In the blink of an eye, it was Thursday, the day of the show's recording. For the first time, Wang Zijin asked for leave to accompany Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe to the recording site. Although each guest only had one ticket, when Qin Bao Bao asked the production team for a ticket, the production team readily agreed. The reasons were as follows. After all, Qin Bao Bao was a C-list star. She wasn't a newcomer with no foundation. Qin Bao Bao had an amazing younger brother who might participate in an international piano competition. The production team couldn't wait to rope him in. Qin Bao Bao drove her best friend and brother into the TV station. After entering the building, they separated. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin obediently went through the security check, and Qin Bao Bao went straight to the staff passage. Before leaving, Qin Zhe reminded his sister again, you must pay attention to the high notes. I'm not asking you to pay attention to the smoothness of your voice, but to try your best to sing until you're hoarse. The stage costume also has to be according to what I said. Sister's attitude was very cold and indifferent. Okay. Although she acquiesced to Qin Zai's shamelessness, it didn't mean that she forgave him. Qin Baobao began to fight a cold war with her brother again. Wang Zijin sighed helplessly in the face of the brother and sister's silent war. When Qin Zai and Wang Zijin entered the recording site, there were only 10 minutes left before the show began. The lights were dim, and there were so many people that they couldn't see the stairs clearly. Qin Zai summoned his courage and pretended to be relaxed. It's too dark. Sister Ziwei, let me hold your hand and walk. Be careful not to fall. Wang Zijin looked at him with anger and amusement. She knew what he was thinking. After pondering for a while, she reached out her small hand for Qin Zai to hold. Qin Zai held Wang Zijin's soft hand, and his heart beat faster. There was a saying, holding hands is the beginning of love. It was nothing for him to hold Qin Baobao's hand. After all, they were brother and sister. It was normal for them to hold hands and hug waists. But Wang Zijin was not his biological sister. Would an ordinary girl let a man hold her hand? The saying that love grows with time was true. Chapter 89. After taking his seat, Qin Zai sat upright and looked at the stage seriously, even if there was nothing on it. Wang Zijin curled her lips and said angrily, "Why don't you let go? I won't fall down in my seat, will I?" Qin Zai grinned. "I can't rule out this possibility." Wang Zijin laughed angrily and rolled her eyes at him charmingly. Unexpectedly, she compromised and let him hold her little hand. Qin Zai was overjoyed. He really liked Wang Zijin. His aesthetic standards had been destroyed and abused by Qin Baobao. It was difficult for him to be interested in ordinary women. Unfortunately, he was ordinary, so he had never found a girlfriend. He didn't like ordinary women, but beautiful women didn't like him. It was probably such an awkward situation. Wang Zijin was a rare beauty comparable to Qin Baobao. She had an oval face and peach-blossoming eyes, which were not worse than her sister's foxy face and red phoenix eyes. Her figure was not as hot as her sister's, but she was well-proportioned and graceful. She was gentle and generous, and she was very reserved and dignified at the same time. In this aspect, she was undoubtedly better than Qin Baobao. In Qin Zai's eyes, his sister's good appearance was lawless, but her character was terrible. His sister was heartless, his sister was lazy when it came to eating, his sister was shameless and unreasonable. He could list all of her shortcomings. The show began. Yin Jia's figure appeared on the big screen behind the stage, facing the camera. Welcome to I Am a Singer, sponsored by Bright Skin Cosmetics. I am your host, Yin Jia. Dear guest teachers, how do you do? The camera was turned to the singers in the hall. Everyone said, "Hello, Yin Jia." After Yin Jia chatted with several singers, it was finally Qin Baobao's turn. "Miss Qin, there have been rumors about you on the internet these days. What do you think about it?" Today, Qin Baobao could no longer be regarded as a newcomer, so she changed her name to Miss Qin. Qin Baobao smiled. The innocent knows that they are innocent, and the muddy knows that they are muddy. Su Lu pursed her lips. If it weren't for your arrogant younger brother, we wouldn't be so relaxed today. Yin Jia couldn't hide her curiosity. I've seen the video on your Weibo. It's so shocking. Can you reveal your brother's identity? All the singers looked over. They couldn't help but be curious. Qin Baobao's younger brother was too stunning. On the internet, Qin Baobao's little brother was said to be godly. In addition to the few original songs, the most important one was the piano piece. In the past few days, there were constantly big shots in the music industry evaluating this piano piece, called China's most outstanding piano piece in modern times. There were also some amazing people who filmed videos of them playing to Qin Baobao, and then uploaded them to the internet. For a time, Tichin Bao Bao became popular. In the audience, many people were suddenly interested. In the era of information explosion, there was no possibility of their news lagging behind. Most of them knew about Qin Bao Bao's public opinion storm. Even if they didn't know, after the piano piece, Tichin Bao Bao, was released, they all knew about it. It was called the most outstanding piano piece in modern times in China and was praised by the country's music masters. The original composer was Qin Bao Bao's younger brother. Qin Bao Bao blinked and asked, "My younger brother's identity is my younger brother." Yin Jia opened her mouth. Damn, she was speechless. Several people shook their heads in disappointment. Qin Bao Bao's answer was impeccable. "My younger brother's identity is my younger brother." There was nothing wrong with it. Qin Bao Bao thought for a moment and added, "He's an otaku. He doesn't like to be exposed to the public." At the front desk, Qin Zai's face darkened. "Who's an otaku?" "Please, an otaku is not a good word. Don't take the opportunity to discredit me." Yin Jia smiled and said, "I can understand." Who knew that Qin Bao Bao would change the topic? However, he's also here today. He's at the scene. Yin Jia was shocked and immediately became spirited. "Really? Really? I'm looking forward to going to the front desk. I really want to see my younger brother." Alright, younger brother was about to become Qin Zai's official title. In the audience, there was an uproar. Everyone looked left and right, looking for Qin Bao Bao's younger brother. Some people even stood up to search. They were suspicious when they saw that he was handsome. Because this was the only clue. After all, Qin Bao Bao was too beautiful. Her younger brother must be a handsome guy too. Qin Zai instinctively shrank his head, just like the teacher in school who said, "I'll pick a classmate to answer a question." The students all shrank their heads in unison. They tried their best not to attract attention. Seeing him like this, Wang Zijin laughed and said, "You're not handsome. You won't be exposed." Seeing Qin Zai's hurt face, she was overjoyed and changed her words, "You're still very good-looking." The next segment was to invite the replacement singer. The one who was eliminated in the last episode was Qin Xiaotong, a former popular singer, Hong Jingyao, Qin Xiaotong. Now, they had bid farewell to the stage. The moment Yin Jia knocked on the door of the replacement singer, there was an uproar in the audience. "So handsome. Is he mixed blood? Ah, his eyes are so charming. Who is he? There's no one like him in the music industry, but he's so handsome. Is he Qin Bao Bao's younger brother?" Pfft. Don't joke. Qin Bao Bao is not mixed blood. The one who opened the door was a handsome mixed blood guy. He had a high nose bridge, deep eyes, and a chiseled face, which mixed the gentleness of the East with the masculinity of the West. He was extremely handsome. Even with Qin Zai's beautified appearance by the system, he had to admit that he was inferior to him. However, this handsome mixed blood guy was very unfamiliar. He was definitely not from the music industry, at least not from the Chinese music industry. "Hello, Wales." Yin Jia reached out her hand. The handsome mixed blood guy shook hands with her and smiled charmingly. He said in broken Chinese, "Hello. So handsome." "I'm shocked." Yin Jia was like a starry-eyed girl. She didn't forget to say to the camera, "I believe the audience is unfamiliar with Wales. Let me introduce him to you. He is a male singer from the United Kingdom. He is the youngest singer on the stage of Singer. He just graduated from university. But his resume is absolutely rich. He has participated in many music competitions in the United Kingdom and has been to the United States. He has won more awards than our 3 Best Student Awards. He is known as the youngest soul singer in the United Kingdom. It's really an honor for the program to invite him." In the audience, the girls who were captured by his appearance at first sight exclaimed, "Wow, he's so good. A famous foreign singer. The program team is awesome. I really want to hear him sing. He's so handsome. He's also a big shot in the music industry. He's so young. In our country, there aren't many who can compete with him. Ha, have you forgotten about little brother Qin Bao Bao? Hey, that's a composer, not a singer. This handsome mixed blood guy is a capable singer." In the hall, Yin Jiao led Wales to meet the other singers and greeted each other. Wales suddenly walked in front of Qin Bao Bao. His eyes were stunned. He said in English, "Beautiful lady, can I kiss your hand?" Of course. Qin Bao Bao agreed. In foreign countries, it was polite for a man to kiss the back of a woman's hand. In the audience, Qin Zhe scolded, "Damn it." Wang Zijin looked at him and didn't say a word. It was time to draw lots. The results were as follows: Huang Yuding vs Wales, Su Lu vs Qin Bao Bao, Lu Shuigong vs Li Rongxing. Yin Jiao asked Wales, "Wales, you're the second contestant to go on stage. Your opponent is one of our most popular singers. Are you confident?" Wales's smile did not fade. He faced the camera and said in Chinese with poor pronunciation, "I've never lost before." How arrogant! Huang Yuding raised his eyebrows. In the audience, "Ha, Qin Bao Bao and Su Lu are going to PK again. Are they love-hate each other? Su Lu lost to Qin Bao Bao last time. I don't think she'll win this time." That might not be the case. Qin Bao Bao's original songs have been exposed on the internet. Everyone knows about it. There's nothing new about it. I don't think they'll buy it. Supporting Su Lu. Let's win this round. Huang Yuding and Wales are going to PK, boo-hoo, my handsome mixed blood guy, why is he so unlucky? If he gets Qin Bao Bao, he'll definitely win. The show officially began. The first singer to perform was Huang Yuding. He was in pretty good shape today. As usual, he sang covers of old songs with a different flavor. The student surpasses the master. He received unanimous praise from the audience. Next, Wales went on stage. When this guy opened his mouth, he stunned countless audience members. It was just an English song, but he sang a high note throughout the entire venue. High notes had always been the core problem in singing. To a certain extent, it represented the singer's ability. As long as one practiced their vocal skills scientifically, anyone could have the ability to sing a high note. However, there were only a handful of singers in the country who could sing a high note from start to finish like Wales. Although the audience could not understand the English song, they were all stunned when they heard the deep, shocking, and impeccable high notes. Not to mention the audience, even the professional singers backstage were dumbfounded. Damn, his lung capacity was too terrifying. With such a high note, why didn't he go and sing in an opera instead of participating in a variety show? Huang Yuding smiled bitterly and shook his head. For the first time, he felt a little uncertain. The song ended. The audience was like boiling water. Applause. Screams. Cool. How can he sing so high? Unbelievable. He's really a soul singer. His singing gave me goosebumps. Oh my God, he's so cool. Foreign singers are indeed different. Once he performs, it's shocking. Wang Zijin nodded. His singing is not bad. Qin Zhe smiled mysteriously. Just you wait. When your sister sings, that's what you call shocking. Ha! Wang Zijin was confused. Qin Zhe did not explain. He looked at the stage. The voting session had begun. Huang Yuding lost. It was unexpected, but reasonable. He was the most popular singer. That was true. But there was another saying, when you have a new love, you forget the old. The audience was the most fickle. After 4 episodes of the show, the audience was more or less tired of the aesthetic. They were not as excited and expectant as they were in the first episode. Moreover, Wang Yuding's singing style was steady and steady. He did not make any mistakes and rarely could he break through. In terms of freshness and shock, he was not as good as Wales's. He was not as handsome as this foreign mixed blood. In the second group, Su Lu went on stage. Su Lu sang a folk song. Her voice was deep and profound. It was very penetrating. Of course, she could not sing an original song. Not everyone was like Qin Bao. She did not have such an awesome brother. But Su Lu was not afraid of Qin Bao Bao at all today. The song, Listen to the Sea, had been circulating on the internet for many days. It was good, but the single had been on repeat for several days. The audience was tired of it. Under such circumstances, Qin Bao Bao could sing beautifully. And she was an A-list celebrity. She definitely had more supporters than Qin Bao Bao. Soon, Qin Bao Bao went on stage. Although they were not looking forward to her song, the audience, especially the male audience, were still looking forward to Qin Bao Bao's hot figure with big breasts and long